I finished making notes for my daily and weekly recorded prices for June and part of July. Now, I am going to go over my recorded monthly prices for the same cryptocurrencies for the same time period as the other recorded prices. I recorded these prices at or around midnight each day, in order to keep the prices as accurate as possible when concerning time. On June 23, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was $20,532.19. On July 1, 2022, the recorded price was $19,464.73, down 1,067.46 from June 23, 2022, the month before. I used June 23, 2022 as the monthly date for June because that was the first day that I started recording prices. On June 23, 2022, the recorded price for Ethereum was $1,098.55. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was $1,058.16, down 40.39 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, a month before. On June 23, 2022, the recorded price for the graph was 0.11. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0915, down 0.185 from 0.11, the recorded price from June 23, 2022, the month before. On June 23, 2022, the price recorded for AMP was 0.0096. On July 1, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0105, up 0.0009 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, the month before. On June 23, 2022, the recorded price for Cardano was 0.47. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was 0.45, down 0.02 from June 23, 2022, the month before. On June 23, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0679. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0648, down 0.0031 from the recorded price on June 23, 2022, the month before. On June 23, 2022, the price recorded for Polkadot was 8.09. On July 1, 2022, the recorded price was down 1.32 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022. This may have also been a factor in why I no longer continued to watch prices for Polkadot. On Shiba Inu, the recorded price on June 23, 2022 was 0.00012. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0001, down 0.0002 from the recorded price on June 23, 2022, a month before. On June 30, 2022, the price recorded for Cosmos Atom was 7.49. On July 1, 2022, the recorded price was 7.58, up 0.09 from the price recorded on June 30, 2022. I recorded Cosmos Atom on June 30, 2022 because that was the day I started recording its prices.
This by his word he made, and everything was speedily and with precision done, for he was self-caused and from heaven looked down and finished was the world exceeding well. And then thereafter fashioned he again a living product, copying a new man from his own image, beautiful, divine, and bade him in ambrosial garden dwell, that labor's beautiful might be his care. But in that fertile field of paradise he longed for conversation, being alone, and prayed that he might see another form such as he had. And forthwith, from Manasseh's side taking a bone, God himself made fair Eve, a wedded spouse, and in that paradise gave her to dwell with him. And, when he gazed upon her, on a sudden filled with joy great admiration held his soul, he saw a pattern so exact, and with wise words. Spontaneous flowing answered in turn for God had care for all things. For the mind they darkened not with passion, nor concealed their nakedness, but with hearts far from evil even like wild beasts they walked with limbs exposed. And afterwards delivering them commands God showed them not to touch a certain tree, but the dread serpent drew them off by guile to go away unto the fate of death and to gain knowledge of both good and evil. But the wife them first traitress proved to God, she gave, and urged the unknowing man to sin. And he, persuaded by the woman's words, forgo the immortal maker utterly, and treated plain commandments with neglect. Therefore, instead of good, received the evil according to their deed. And then the leaves of the sweet fig tree piercing they made clothes and put them on each other, and concealed the sexual parts, because they were ashamed. But on them the immortal set his wrath, and cast them out of the immortal land. For their abiding now immortal land was brought to pass, since erring they kept not the word of the immortal mighty God.
And straightway they, upon the fruitful soil forthgoing, with their tears and groans were wet, and to them then the immortal God himself a word more excellent spoke, multiply, increase, work constantly upon the earth, that with the sweat of labor ye may have sufficient food. Thus he spoke, and he made the author of deceit to press the ground on belly and on side, a crawling snake, driving him out severely, and he sent dire enmity between them, and the one is on the lookout to preserve his head, but man is hell, for that his neighbor are of evil plotting vipers and of men. And then indeed the race was multiplied as the Almighty himself gave command, and there grew up one people on another innumerable. And house they adorned of all kinds and made cities and their walls well and expertly, and to them was given a day of long time for a life much loved, for they did not worn out with troubles but as subdued by sleep, most happy men of great heart, whom the immortal Saviour loved, the King, God. But they also did transgress, smitten with folly. For with impudence they mocked their fathers and their mothers scorned, kinsmen they knew not, and they formed intrigues against their brothers. And they were impure, having defiled themselves with human gore, and they made wars. And then upon them came the last calamity sent forth from heaven, which snatched the dreadful men away from life, and Hades then received them. It was called Hades since Adam, having tasted death, went first and earth encompassed him around. And therefore all men born upon the earth are in abodes of Hades called to go. But even in Hades all this when they came ad honor, since they were the earliest race.
We believe that offering this conceptualization contributes towards the overall goal of improving our understanding of intuition more generally. In the first case, we examined the nature of personal knowledge to identify different knowledge types. We started from distinction of knowing that and knowing how, to which we added 3 further types. We concluded that both the know why and the know what belong to intuition. In the second case, we surveyed the literature and identified a set of 6 features which define intuitive knowledge. These 6 features of intuition resemble closely those of others. 3 of these apply to the process of intuiting, and 3 to the outcome of such a process, the intuitive knowledge. Intuiting is rapid, often labeled instantaneous. Spontaneous, does not require effort, and cannot be deliberately controlled. And illogical, a meaning that it does not necessarily contradict the rules of logic, but does not follow them either. The outcome of the intuitive process is tacit in that the intuitives cannot give account of how they arrived at the results. Holistic, also often called Gestalt, as it is concerned with the totality of a situation rather than parts of it. And the intuitor feels confident about their intuition, with no apparent reason in terms of evidence. Alongside this process of searching for the features of intuition, we have recognized that all the reports, whether academic or practitioner, from a variety of fields, including management, psychology, and philosophy, as well as reports from artists and scientists from diverse fields, mention two major areas in which intuition is used, namely decision-taking and creative problem-solving. Based on the above, we challenge one of the underlying assumptions of the vast majority of intuition research in the field of management, namely that all intuition is judgment. As many of the management scholars interested in intuition are coming from the discipline of decision-making taking, this assumption appears to be taken for granted, so much so that it is usually not explicitly stated. However, we believe that this implicit presumption limits our understanding of intuition, which is particularly salient in the case of creative intuition. As we will show, distinguishing between intuitive judgment and intuitive insight does not contradict any of the findings arrived at when considering intuition as judgment. Rather, it adds an extra dimension to the previously suggested typologies, and thus offers a richer picture of intuition. It also does not directly contradict the distinction between intuition and insight. Instead, it refines the distinction, namely there is intuitive and non-intuitive insight. Just as there is intuitive and non-intuitive judgment, we are not introducing a superfluous concept in an area which is already riddled with models and constructs. Instead, we believe that based on previous research, the distinct tie-on between intuitive judgment and intuitive insight can help us achieve a more nuanced and comprehensive picture of intuition. Although we agree with that intellect cannot completely understand the intuition, since the artificial tools, preconceived categories, and symbols used by the intellect only represent reality and are not the substance of reality, we believe that it is important to try from an intuitive understanding of intuition to extract and logically develop concepts. We establish intuition as a form of knowledge, emphasizing that in this research we are only interested in intuition as it operates at high levels of expertise, providing scope and focus. Then we attempt to describe the process of intuiting. For this, we need to first briefly revisit the concepts of focal and subsidiary awareness. Finally, we introduce our idea of distinguishing between intuitive judgment and intuitive insight, offering it as an additional viewpoint in the ongoing development of the conceptual framework for intuition research. We illustrate how they can be integrated into the existing typologies as a new dimension. Inspiration comes only to the prepared mind. In terms of knowing, we can use our knowledge to understand something through analytical step-by-step reasoning, comparing and contrasting alternatives, evaluating them, examining their characteristics, the associated costs and benefits. Such step-by-step reasoning is not the only way of knowing. Intuitive knowledge is often described by scientists and decision-takers too. They just know in a moment without knowing how or why they'd know. The knowledge arrived at by means of intuiting we call intuitive knowledge, based on an examination of a wide range of literature, for example social and cognitive psychology, history and philosophy of science, education, validity of intuitive knowledge. Conceptualizing intuition as intuitive knowledge, limiting the scope of the intuition field, enables us to apply the domain of knowledge to the domain of intuition. Intuition worthy of trust appears to be experienced by experts, and thus we limit our research to expert intuition. In spite of the large number of reports and studies in favor of intuition, it was not fully explored systematically in the mainstream academic literature until recently. The reason is probably that we prefer explicit knowledge obtained through well-defined, if possible standardized, procedures, and conversely we mistrust intuitive knowledge obtained through ad hoc. However, this perception has changed, and more researchers are now recognizing that the deliberative conscious reasoning is not the only way of arriving at valid knowledge. This does not mean that scientists have not used their intuition before, only typically they pretended that new knowledge has always been arrived at by the established scientific method of the time. Nevertheless, for decades there have been philosophers and scientists turned philosophers, fighting to establish intuition as a valid form of knowledge after building up reputation in the accepted mainstream psychology, argue for the important role of intuition, particularly in considering the most significant scientific achievements. Reaching for knowledge with the right hand is science. Yet to say only that much of science is to overlook one of its excitements, for the great hypotheses of science are gifts carried in the left hand. Emphasize that it is usually the most esteemed scientists who earn the label intuitive, which in itself is strong evidence that scientists find intuition valuable. Opinion or imagination, reason, intuitive knowledge, and without much explanation. Intuitive knowledge is the most powerful of the three: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition. Intuition is a superior form of knowledge. No complex thought can be arrived at other than by means of intuiting. The role of intuition of helping to arrive at new ideas, after which we should abandon intuition and work on building the body of knowledge using the new intuitively obtained knowledge. Once we start feeling lost, we should get in touch with our intuition again, often undoing what we have done in the deliberative phase, and so forth in cycles. Intuition as a method, particularly in metaphysics and in areas of complex, dynamic, and abstract thinking, contrasting intuition to intellect. It must be noted that identifying intuition with intuitive knowledge is a limitation. We do not intend neglecting intuition outside the area of knowledge, however this constraint helps provide a focus. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that intuition also appears in feelings and emotions, the physical, the emotional, the mental, and the spiritual. Extending the examination of intuition to the other three faculties can foster a deeper understanding as well as explain the somatic charges often reported about intuition. We have focused on this multipotential aspect of intuition and more generally of cognition. Intuition at high levels of expertise. When reviewing the literature on intuition, we initially believed that there is an additional feature, namely that intuition only appears where high levels of expertise exist. Some authors consider expert intuition as a particular type of intuition. We briefly analyze these two considerations in order to illustrate why we view expertise as something that characterizes valuable intuition rather than being a type of intuition in its own right, and based on this examination limit our focus to intuition of experts. Distinguish between expert intuition and entrepreneurial intuition. The former is past pattern oriented, thus the experts almost spontaneously apply their existing knowledge in a familiar or similar to familiar situation. On the contrary, the latter is supposedly future and change-oriented, thus the ability to make novel connections and discern. The problem with this distinction is that the proposed two kinds of intuition reside in different dimensions. We can have different levels of expertise, and we can be entrepreneurial to varying degrees. Possible relationship is that one needs certain minimal level of expertise to be entrepreneurial in any field, and that higher level of knowledge means better entrepreneurship. Distinguish between holistic hunch and automated expertise. The first corresponds to judgment or choice made through a subconscious synthesis drawn from diverse experiences, whilst the second is merely a subconscious application of learned rules. Of course, for the holistic hunch to be able to synthesize information from diverse experiences, that information needs to be there. This simple distinction cannot be maintained. It is also a well-known phenomenon that experts will not only be able to handle situations they have already experienced or for what they have learned rules, but will also be able to go beyond the existing knowledge. Whilst many researchers consider intuition useful, other scholars argue fiercely against it. That is, those who have provided experimental evidence on the failure of intuition. We will see that many of them have examined novices' intuitions. Undergraduate students of business administration make poor intuitive judgments in the field of physics. Those who have found intuition useful in their respective fields of research in leadership typically focused on expert intuition. As empirical and particularly the experimental evidence in the area of intuition in management is relatively scarce, the previous argument is not conclusive, but the findings appear to illustrate that expertise contributes to effective intuition. What certainly appears to be the case is that intuition, at least good intuition, appears where there is high level of expertise. This, however, does not help in distinguishing intuition from non-intuition. Even though one can learn certain analytical steps and apply them at a low level of expertise, higher level of expertise certainly entails both better intuition and better analysis.
Adopted from other cultures also came to be worshipped in mysteries. For instance, Egyptian, Isis, Persian, Mithraic mysteries, and Thracian, Phrygian, Sabazius, and Phrygian, Sibyl, or Phrygian. Now, Mithraic mysteries, and then the Thracian, Phrygian, that's spelled Thracian, and then Phrygian is Phrygian, and then Sabazius is Sabazius, Sabazius, and then Sibyl, which is Cybele. Now, the list of mystery cults is the Arcadian cult of Despoina, and that would be Despoina. And then you have the cult of Attis, Attis. Then the cult of Cybele, Cybele. Mysteries of Isis or Isaac mysteries. And then cult of Trophonius, and that's Trophonius. Then Dionysian mysteries, Dionysian. Then Eleusinian mysteries, and that's Eleusinian. Then the Mithraic mysteries, and that's Mithraic. Then you have the Orphic mysteries, Orphic, and Sabazios. Sabazios is Sabazios. And then you have the Samothracian mysteries, Samothracen. And then the Serapis, that's Serapis. So that's my introduction into the mystery schools, to bring that up. And now I'm going to go on to Preparatio Evangelica. Now, that's spelled Praeparatio, and then Evangelica, Evangelica. This is book 1, part 1. Okay. The prominent position occupied by Eusebius of Caesarea in the Arian controversy in the Council of Nicaea has given rise to so many important treatises on his life and character that it would be quite superfluous to prefix a formal biography to the present edition of one among his many literary works. It will be sufficient to mention a few of the best sources of information accessible to the English reader. 1. The article of Smith's Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography of Eusebius of Caesarea by the late Bishop G.E.L. Cotton. 2. Testimonies of the ancients in favor of and against Eusebius, collected by Valesius Henry de Valois, which is spelled Henri, then D-E, then V-A-L-O-I-S, and appended to the Prolegomena, Prolegomena, on the life and writings of Eusebius in Dr. McGifford's English edition of the Church History, Parker, Oxford, 1890. Then 3. McGifford's English edition of the Church History, Parker, Oxford, 1890. Wait, how about, no, 3, sorry, I reread that over again. 3 is the very interesting and learned introduction to the Greek text of the Ecclesiastical History of Eusebius, edited for the Clarendon Press by the late Dr. W. Bright, Canon of Christ Church and Regius Professor of Ecclesiastical History, Oxford, 1872. Then 4. Bishop Lightfoot's article, Eusebius of Caesarea, in Smith and Wace's Dictionary of Christian Biography, II 308/48, of which Dr. McGifford says with perfect truth, Lightfoot's article is a magnificent monument of patristic scholarship and contains the best and most exhaustive treatment of the life and writings of Eusebius that has been written. In each of these works, the student will find abundant references to earlier sources of information. There is, however, one interesting and important BI question concerning Eusebius. for a satisfactory explanation of which I have sought in vain, even in these copious and excellent biographies. What was the true relation of Eusebius to Pamphilus? Pamphilus, Pamphilus. In other words, what is the exact meaning of the title? Your old Bible, it's written in strange writings. I can't tell you. But the inquiry is interesting because it is in connection with Pamphilus that we first hear of Eusebius, and it is not unnecessary because the older traditional explanations are very various, while in our own critical days we find the title sometimes rendered as Eusebius Pamphilus, and even as Eusebius the beloved of all, a strange designation for one who was so well hated by his more orthodox brethren. It will be convenient to begin with the summary account of the traditional notices given by Fabricius in his great work Bibliographia Graeca, which is spelled Graeca, and Bibliographia, which is Bibliographia, and Eusebius Pampili, not the martyr's son, nor his sister's son, Consubronus, nor his slave, but a friend so peculiarly intimate that he took his name from him. On the supposed relationship, it is sufficient to quote Bishop Lightfoot's judicious remark, Nicephorus Salistus makes him a nephew of the martyr.
Moreover, the Egyptians, describing the world from the same idea, engraved the circumference of a circle, of the color of the sky and of fire, and a hawk-shaped serpent stretched across the middle of it, and the whole shape is like our theta, representing the circle as the world, and signifying by the serpent which connects it in the middle the good daemon. Zoroaster, also the Magian, in the sacred collection of Persian records, says in express words, "And God has the head of a hawk. He is the first, incorruptible, eternal, uncreated, without parts, most unlike all else, the controller of all good, who cannot be bribed, the best of all the good, the wisest of all wise. And he is also a father of good laws and justice, self-taught, natural, and perfect, and wise, and the sole author of the sacred power of nature." The same also is said of him by Ostanes in the book entitled Octateuch. From Tal thus, as is said above, all received their impulse towards physiological systems, and having built temples they consecrated in the shrines the primary elements represented by serpents, and in their honor celebrated festivals, and sacrifices, and mystic rites, regarding them as the greatest gods, and rulers of the universe. So much concerning serpents. Such then is the character of the theology of the Phoenicians, from which the word of salvation in the gospel teaches us to flee with averted eyes, and earnestly to seek the remedy for this madness of the ancients. It must be manifest that these are not fables and poets' fictions containing some theory concealed in hidden meanings, but true testimonies, as they would themselves say, of wise and ancient theologians, containing things of earlier date than all poets and historians, and deriving the credibility of their statements from the names and history of the gods still prevailing in the cities and villages of Phoenicia, and from the mysteries celebrated among each people, so that it is no longer necessary to search out violent physical explanations of these things, since the evidence which the facts bring with them of themselves is quite clear.
Such then is the theology of the Phoenicians, but it is now time to pass on and examine carefully the case of the Egyptians. Hieronymus Philo of Byblos is the subject of a notice in the Suda, which states that he was a grammarian born in Nero's time who lived to such an advanced age that he was still composing works in the reign of Hadrian. His name, like that of Flavius Josephus, could imply the patronage of a Roman family. We may suppose that, like Porphyry and Maximus of Tyre, he was a Phoenician by origin who had adopted the tongue and culture of the Greeks. Philo's most famous labor was to translate from his native language the works of a certain Sanchuniathon, for whose writings and biography he was perhaps the only source. The existence of this figure, or at least the veracity of Philo's account of him, has always been doubted and frequently denied, but modern research has shown that he bears a name which might have belonged to a Phoenician, and that many of the ingredients of the work attributed to him are of high antiquity and native provenance. Thus Philo must have employed a Phoenician source, on which he would have no reason to bestow a fictitious name. It need hardly be said, however, that a belief in the existence of a document from the hand of Sanchuniathon does not oblige us to credit the early date that Philo assigns to him, or the veracity of all that is asserted on his behalf. It has been said by Orientalists that the name Sanchuniathon cannot have been current at an epoch so early as that to which Philo appeals. It is evident to all that there is much in the present version of the history that was written to solicit the taste of Hellenistic readers, and must therefore be the translator's contribution.
This essay, The Phoenician History, the original title was either Phi-Omicron Iota Nu Iota Kappa Eta Iota Alpha Omicron Alpha Iota Alpha or Phi-Omicron Iota Nu Iota Kappa Iota Alpha, is chiefly known to us from the excerpts in Eusebius. Preoperatio Evangelica. Comparisons of the passage cited in Eusebius with citations of these same passages elsewhere, when available for scrutiny, are said to demonstrate that Eusebius has accurately cited Philo. However, the number of such passages is not large, and we know that much was omitted. Philo's work filled 8 volumes. For example, the 2 etymologies noted in Litus are nowhere in Eusebius' fragments, and these seem at least a little different from what is to be found in Eusebius' quotations. Eusebius cites Philo only where he believes that Philo will help him make a point for Christianity against paganism. It is not necessary to commence a study of Philo by saying something about the Preoperatio in which most of the fragments are found. This has been adequately dealt with by Baumgarten. It is sufficient to observe that while this issue is crucial to a consideration of Eusebius' work, it is not essential when combing Philo for evidence of Phoenician religion. Eusebius and Litus have preserved only extracts, and we cannot reject their testimony simply by reference to Eusebius' agenda in defending Christianity against paganism, or even by reference to Litus' sentimental affection for paganism. When one turns to the Phoenician history itself, one is struck, on analysis, by the fact that it seems a heterogeneous document.
As Baumgarten demonstrated, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work in that they are the only portions which are composed in the form of poetic parallelism. I would modify this only by adding that in the work as we have it, it is the only example of parallelism. However, Baumgarten's conclusion is surely correct. It would appear that Philo used various sources and probably sources of diverse origin and date in his writing. Another argument for the use of different sources in Philo is that the deity Mart's name is sometimes vocalized as mouth. When one takes into account the contents of Philo's material and its similarity to Ugaritic literature, Baumgarten is correct to conclude that the analysis of the form and style of Philo's cosmogony indicates its ultimate Phoenician source and suggests a date. Baumgarten, what Kauser being an ironworker shows is that Philo's sources are a mixture of ancient and more recent materials. It is not a better argument for the lateness of the material in Philo to say that Sanchuniathon is not attested before Philo, as so few Phoenicians are attested at all. Phoenician literature has not come down to us with very few exceptions. The vast majority of Greeks simply disdain the language and literature of their eastern neighbors. In Morris' pithy phrase, Hellenism sundered Greeks and Orientals. Porphyry, who was a lot closer to the critical moment than we are, and as I contended, was possibly literate in Phoenician, stated, Sanchuniathon of Beirut gives the truest account concerning the Jews, since it agrees best with their places and their names. For he took the treatises of Hieromobilus, the priest of God Ieuo, who dedicated his work to Abibelos the king of Beirut. Hieromobilus' work was accepted as correct by Abibelos by those who investigated the truth in his time. Although he argues against the reliability of this, Baumgarten provides grounds for its plausibility when he says, in view of the close geographical, linguistic, and ethnic connection of Jews and Phoenicians, works on the Jews might be approved by Phoenician scholars or Jews might be discussed by an author like Sanchuniathon. It has been often observed that here, Porphyry refers to a work of Sanchuniathon on the Jews, and not a Phoenician history. A more critical point is that according to Bickerman it was rare for a religious work of the ancient Near East to have a named author. Rather, this is a Greek practice. The upshot, then, is that Sanchuniathon's source is Hellenistic.
Okay. Alright.
There you go. That it?
Yep.
That was pretty good, and you actually tapped into some different weapons from the Indian things, because I found the same thing, but on the Astras I found the Brahmashira Astra. Have you ever heard of that?
Oh
one?
yeah, that was on the list I was looking through. There's a whole lot of different Astras. I just, with the time I had to finish up tonight, I wrote the ones that were most relevant to the subject.
It's fine. And if it's coming from if it's coming from both of us, it's perfectly fine. And then
okay.
The Brahma Dandra, did you hear about that one? The Brahma's rod.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Now that one was, or is also known as the Brahmanda. It's a self-defense.
Yeah,
one.
there was a lot of different. There was almost, like I said, there was almost like 100 different types of Astras. Now, I will do another recording where, after I do a little bit more reading up on them, where I deep dive more into them. The one that releases torrential volumes of water was of especially great interest. You know, when we talk about the great flood that sunk Atlantis and Lemuria, and then of course the Brahmastra creating the Great Fire, and the Agarthians telling Olaf Jensen and the story about the nuclear war.
Now,
I've heard
sorry.
I've heard the idea about the bow and stuff before. I've also heard ideas about the Noah myth in Christianity being directly related to the flood of Atlantis.
Yeah. And
which could be an interesting sort of connotation.
I've actually come across something here recently that I was checking out too. When it came to Judaic beliefs, there was a comment out of one of Robot's readings. It was the one I was talking about, where he was discussing the Russian Revolution, and it was a term. No, actually, this is one that I found. It was in this, and it was referring to the term. Here, I'll find it here in a second. The sons of Belial. Now, the sons of Belial was supposed to be reptilian Anunnaki, which I was wanting to check out, and I finally did the research on it, and I found out that the sons of Belial was actually a term used by was an old a Hebrew term that was used by the Jewish back during their time, which was the term for the worthless. So these were people who were worthless, the worthless people, and that was where that came from. So I did find that out, and then last night I was on Jaffe's, or I was commenting and listening to Jaffe talk to Robert Morningstar, and I noticed a lot of the stuff that he was talking about was like cultism with a religious aspect to it. So I did notice the correlation there right exactly after I watched the Jaffe show where it was showing that about the worthless, or the worthless ones, or the worthless people is what Belial means. So now we
which actually brings into an interesting concept about the Indian caste system.
Yeah, and see that's
obviously
yeah, that's exactly what it's going into. That's exactly what it's going into.
Mm.
And see, that's what I was telling you before we started getting into this. Is like this goes deeper than just aliens and UFOs and stuff like this. These are things that actually go back thousands of years. You know what I mean? And like the actual alien stories that freaking we're talking about here were written like 200-300 years ago. You know?
Yeah. So relatively.
Oh yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the amount of information I've uncovered as I'm going about this is kind of overwhelming. So, I mean, we could very easily wind up with 10 episodes just trying to cover one race of aliens alone. And then you could go into how it ties into all the other ones, which there's, we've only began to scrape the surface of the surface. This is like the tip of the iceberg's tip that we're just talking about now. Mm-hmm. And look how detailed we're getting.
Yeah.
So it's.
Now, have you been able to listen to any of the audio I sent you from what I found on my notes?
I haven't yet. Like I said, I was finishing up these notes I just gave you before I got on to the mystery show, and then we did, and I've been on here ever since on Jitsi. I want to go read them, but if I get off of Jitsi here, it'll screw me up, or listen to them. Well, I listened to some of the one you sent.
I'm cool with you not actually doing it, because to be honest with you, freaking you're coming up with stuff that actually doesn't go exactly with what I'm going with, so we're getting different content, you know what I'm saying? So in reality, that's actually helping both of us, because my research and your research is actually like creating more to the story. And it's like Robot, he freaking just out of nowhere he starts wanting to talk about freaking Helena Blavatsky and freaking Cook. So he's got information from Cook's voyage, but he did mess up, okay, because he mentioned Cook going to Antarctica, but he failed to realize he also did an expedition into the Himalayas looking for Shambhala.
Okay. Now, did Cook, by chance, did he know Olaf Jensen?
That I don't know.
Because it's interesting that, Cook was a sailor that went to the South Pole and found an entrance to Hollow Earth there, and then also in the Himalayas. And then we have Olaf Jensen, who supposedly accidentally sailed into an entrance to Earth's hollow inside in the North Pole. I just wondered, given that they were sailors, if they knew of each other or knew each other. So that's another interesting point.
Yeah.
But I like how all of our research comes from all these different angles, and then it converges at a lot of the same places.
Yeah.
And that's I mean, while I don't know exactly how I feel about the Hollow Earth, and all that. There must be something to it because you know, I mean, we all this. There's too much information on all of it that all seems to fit together. Like I was talking about, you know, with just the ancient Hindu epics and the Astras I just talked about. All of it, there's too much information that all seems to tie together to the same places and stuff for there not to be something to it.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of good stuff in there that I mean, if nothing else, it leads to a lot of stuff that's been said for thousands of years. You know what I mean? And
we're trying to bring it all together into one place and into one series where, you know, people can, even somebody who don't know nothing about it can listen to it and understand it in, you know, a more comprehensive form.
yeah,
'Cause I don't know if anything like that's ever been done.
yeah, they've done it, but even the ones who do it, they're kind of like falling into this fad. You know what I mean? Because like if you watch a lot of these videos on YouTube, they'll always start out with, you know, which I think is cool, but they'll start out with the Sumerians. It'll go there. Then all of a sudden they're talking about the freaking Canaanites, and they're talking about the freaking Egyptians, and then they'll go from then they'll jump from the Egyptians all the way over to South America, and then all of a sudden the Mayans and freaking the Aztecs and all these Indian tribes are connected to Egypt, and they don't actually like, and it's what I'm saying is it's a trend. It's like every single one of them does it, and then when they're burned out and they have no more material, they always fall back on, guess what, on the Naga and the freaking Hindu and the freaking all of them. Every single one of them in the end will talk about the Nagas and the Hindus and the religion. And there's even something right there that correlates. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you stop, you know, I mean, it all connects to that topic. So I think it's actually good that we're just cutting out all that crap. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. Okay?
Yeah.
But I just don't want to be trendy, because there's even trendy ufology too. You know what I mean? And trendy paranormal,
like ancient. Are you referring to like ancient aliens types, or?
Yeah. And
like Eric Von,
yeah.
And like Eric Von Daniken and Chariots of the Gods kind of stuff, and
yeah, and there's other ones too that aren't that famous, and they're all over YouTube. Like I used to watch Viper TV, and
I've heard of.
I used to watch it religiously. I loved it because it was always talking about archaeology and stuff too, and they would always do that. They would go from frickin' the Sumerians to the Egyptians to South America, then over to the Hindus, and talk about the Vishnu and all that, you know. And
now, I mean, with the what was I about to say? Lost my train of thought. Brain fart. It was important though.
Yeah.
Promising it was important.
But
I'm
see,
promising.
the hollow earth theory too is something that a lot of people have misconceptions about too. Like they think that like there's all these crazy people that believe the earth is hollow, and they don't understand. People have thought that the earth is hollow for thousands of years. Like
it goes back.
You know?
It goes back into a lot of the very ancient civilizations, and we don't know where they got those stories from exactly.
Right.
There has to be something to it as far back as it goes.
Well, I've actually found like even old Greek stories where they have stories of creatures coming out of mysterious cave systems.
Yep.
you know.
And the Hopi Indians too. In their creation story, they talk about how they emerged from caverns within the earth,
Hmm.
which was that's another thing I'm going to touch on really in depth on another one of these recordings. Is
Now,
about the Hopi creation story where they came out of the earth and they lived under there with another race of beings they called the ant people.
yeah, and I've actually got them listed on the aliens list, so they are on there.
All the ant people.
Yeah, the ant people are on there, and there's also with Egypt. Okay, I've also got another human alien group that's supposed to be in the Gaza Strip from the Giza Plateau with the pyramids.
Okay.
So I've got that too. If you want, because it's really interesting how they place that out there. You know what I mean? It's like, and you can see it
with political motivation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I actually donated to Wikipedia a couple of times, 13, 14 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And because of their protected bullshit information that got put out on some articles, there were some that I found flaws in that I fixed. They kept putting the flaws back in.
Yeah.
And once they described anything negative politically as right wing and anything good politically as left wing, without any foundation or reference, oh yeah, Nazism is a right wing thing. Yeah, socialism is right wing. It's like, no, socialism is pretty much the definition of left wing. But then they started changing the definitions of socialism, and
well,
I had to quit. I never gave them another dime after one in particular. There was a biology article.
The issue I have about like freaking them saying Nazism is right wing is it's not. It's left wing. I mean, all of it is freaking left wing. So, Nazi is an acronym for freaking the Germans' work party. Okay.
National Socialist.
Yeah. I mean, they turn around and they say freaking Nazis were fascists. Well, how do you think fascism came along? They used to freaking manipulate monopolies. You know what I mean? Socialist programs are manipulated and monopolies were created, you know? And it's 100% freaking socialist. And everybody keeps arguing with me on that concept, and it's not hard to freaking understand. Like, Nazis don't hate freaking socialists. They don't. No, Nazis love socialism. Socialism is what freaking made them who they are today.
Well, most people don't realize about World War II, Germany and Russia hating each other. And one of it was the communist and the socialist hating each other, even though it's basically the same philosophy. It was all about who their hero was. It wasn't because they disagreed. It was infighting for the most part when it came to the base concepts. They were having a giant infight because communism and socialism are so closely related, and it had to do with implementation and who made the decisions. Our biggest war ever was a communist infight when it gets down to it.
The Mussolini, okay, is the one who first came up with the whole concept of socialism, and and made it into what it became. And Hitler jumped on the social or the freaking the fascist bandwagon. But at the same time, before he became into power, he knew that he needed to go in and he needed to freaking manipulate these socialist groups. There was one that was out, I forgot the name of it. It's like the Vol or something like that. And they believed in freaking blood and soil. Okay? And they were very much into like what Greenpeace would be into today, and the Volve, because that's how the name Volvo came to being. It was because of that group, and they were big in politics back then, you know. And Hitler and the Nazis took advantage of that stuff, and there's a whole bunch of freaking socialist groups that were involved with Nazis back in those days, and they just became a part of the freaking
Volvo the car?
Yeah, Volvo the car. I forgot the name of.
Can you spell? So it's spelled Volvo.
Volvo is V-A.
V-O.
V-O. The car is V-O.
I have Volvo, but is that the same way you spell this group? I'm gonna tell. How will I search this without pulling up a card?
I believe I can find it. It's Volvo or something like that.
Volvo fascist.
The Vol or something like that. V-U-A-L or. But anyhow. The it keeps wanting to.
It's all good. I just
I'll find it at some other time and mention it. But they did this with all these socialist groups, and then after they did that, that's when they started freaking learning how or implementing monopolies like Krupp. Have you guys ever heard of Krupp?
The rapper?
No, his name was Krupp. He was a freaking industrialist back then who had factories that built the German missiles and stuff, the bombs that they dropped, okay? And what he did was he ended up creating a monopoly with freaking Nazis to where he manufactured the weapons and everything. And the Germans used the Jews as freaking slave labor. So they would be in there building these bombs and freaking doing all the labor for them while he was making a profit with Germany by building these weapons. And that's basically the function of fascism. Okay.
You know, I'm going to go off on a tangent here because we've been talking about World War II vehicle manufacturing, or manufacturing during World War II in Germany. Ford was actually had factories in Germany in World War II making vehicles for the Axis powers, while the Ford factories in the U.S. were making Ford vehicles for the Allied powers. And when we sent our Army Air Force over to do a bombing run, they always had express orders to not bomb certain factories because they were Ford and they belonged to us.
Well,
most people have no idea about that.
You've heard about IBM, haven't you?
Oh yeah, definitely IBM. That's what the tattoos were all about.
And IBM even made the freaking time clocks, and for the Jews, whenever they had to freaking clock in and clock out when they went out to do their work, they actually were the ones that gave the Germans those freaking time clocks. So every time you see a movie where freaking they're going up and they're getting their time cards before they leave the camps, they're freaking getting those time cards and clocking in and clocking out because of IBM. But nobody knows that. They don't want to hear that. Just like they don't want to hear that DuPont was going to freaking do a coup against the American government because we entered the war. You know, the DuPont family.
Right.
So, but all that's fact. But it's a conspiracy.
I actually didn't know the DuPont one.
Yeah. They
Problem with me, I graze everything, but I don't deep dive into everything.
DuPonts, they actually supported the Nazis and what they wanted. And whenever we went to war against Germany and Japan, they were actually in the process of freaking performing a coup. And because it would affect our economy, because the DuPonts had a lot of money back then, they decided to let them off. They got away scot-free and never had to pay for their consequences, just like Krupp in Germany. After World War II, all these people that got freaking sentenced with war crimes were killed, but they let Krupp go because he had so much money that it would affect the economy. So they let it slide. See, this is the kind of stuff they don't want you to know. Not everybody who were war criminals were actually freaking brought up on war crimes. That's just a complete fiction.
I know a lot of prominent businessmen were pro-Nazi in the beginning, Henry Ford being one of them. I'm not mistaken, wasn't Walt Disney kind of pro-Nazi?
No, I never knew about that. I know that he was weird. That's basically it. He was really weird. That's about.
He was obviously anti-Nazi later because Disney did produce a lot of propaganda, anti-Nazi cartoons later, but I think early on he was pro-Hitler, and I know Henry Ford was. And there was a pretty long list of people that were, but didn't he make Times Man of the Year twice before the war?
Yeah.
And
Disney?
yeah, there was like Hitler mania over here in the U.S.
Hitler.
Before the war started.
Hitler actually made Man of the Year for Times Magazine twice. I know that. That's the crazy part. And like when it comes to eugenics, that's here in the United States. We were the leaders in eugenics. Okay. Adolf Hitler actually admired America for their eugenics programs, and
didn't he write FDR or was it FDR? He wrote a fan letter at one point to one of our presidents.
Yeah, and they endorsed this stuff. The United States did. We're the ones who came up with freaking the abortion thing. But like, see, there's voluntary eugenics and then there's involuntary eugenics, and Hitler was a part of the involuntary groups, but he understood the concept of the voluntary groups, like abortion. You know what I mean? Abortion was created because of a racist white woman who freaking thought that it would be a good idea to freaking use abortion to kill off freaking uneducated black babies. But you're not going to hear that. This is Planned Parenthood, okay? This is important today, you know. But that's left wing and Hitler is right wing, you know what I mean? So they don't connect. And a lot of people don't even want to hear that. They don't want to understand that the person who freaking founded Planned Parenthood was a racist white woman who freaking thought it would be smart to freaking kill off freaking uneducated black children and use.
Now, let's follow what happened with Planned Parenthood after Margaret Sanger moved on.
Mm-hmm.
Who led it up later?
Now,
Well, that would be William Gates Sr.
Oh, shit.
Bill Gates' daddy headed that stuff up.
See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his father was head over Planned Parenthood for a long time.
Are you kidding me right now?
I have seen some actual, transcripts from what amounted to basically 4chan trolls. But they got into the chats with Planned Parenthood and asked if they could give donations specifically to, and they actually didn't say it like, they didn't put it nice, they put,
The sun pillar, it stood in Phoenician temples and porphyry of Tyre, you were talking about before.
Yeah, I know, and I just found out Tyre was the first area because of the thing you sent me that they were wearing dye. They got dye from rock snails, and the dye would either be purple or red depending on the species, and that's why those colors, purple, and it became a sought out thing. These colors and like the Phoenicians, yeah, they were the first to start doing, but the Phoenicians specifically of Tyre, they were the ones who started using the rock snail for their dye, and like that's why it became something that was sought after. Yeah, I learned that from the thing you sent me.
Mm-hmm. Now, Porphyry says that Sanachinathian wrote a history of the Jews based on information derived from Hermobile, i.e. Jerubbaal, a priest of the god Yahweh, i.e. Yahweh, which is the Jewish and the Christian god. He dedicated it to Abel-Baal, or Abel-Baal, king of Berytus. The story was thought to be fictional because of its reference to Berytus. However, excavations in Berytus in recent years prove that the city may be older than Bablos. That has cultural traditions to 18,000 BC. And I don't know if it's showing the city right here on the stream share, isn't it?
No. It shows share? Your chat. It's showing your chat.
It's just showing my chat.
Yeah, Papa.
Let me see if I can pull out of this real quick and set it up because yeah, it's wait a minute. Yeah. My live stream, and I do have the Wikipedia up for this one. You see that one?
Disclaimer.
Now, do you see this?
Yeah, I do now. Hold on, let me zoom in. And see, now I wish I could bring up the Minds chat so I could see it bigger. It's fine. Oh, look, it's pretty.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Now this is Baratus right here. And Mount Lebanon over here. Limits of Baratus district area under Claudius.
What does that mean? That they did not like the people of Lebanon? Does that say anti-Lebanon? So those are the people that dislike Lebanon, or what does that mean?
Anti-Lebanon that's probably what it meant.
Oh, now I want to know. Hold on one second.
Mount Lebanon is right over here. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah, I see it over Mount Lebanon. I see Mount Lebanon over there. Your mouse over it. Beretius. Halopolius. Baibax. Heliopolis.
Baalbek. Heliopolis and Baalbek is very important when it comes to historical events too, because you'll even hear ancient astronauts talking about this place.
Can you zoom out of this map, or no? This is how far. I want to see this same thing, but in reference to like what's surrounding it.
Now, Roman coin minted in Baratus. That's what the Roman coin looks like.
That's exactly how the dime looks.
This is the flag of Beirut. Features an open book of the motto Baratus Netrix Legum, Beirut Mother of Laws, on one side of its Arabic translation and on the other.
Hold on, can you go back to that picture again?
Which one? This one?
This one? No, the other one. Well, yeah, maybe. No. The flag.
Oh, the flag.
Yeah, that was pretty too. Yeah, I would like to see the flag.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go back.
Now, see that's another thing. Remember earlier on I was talking to you about standards?
Yeah.
This is a standard. This right here is an example of a standard, and that's what I'm talking about.
Can you go back to the dime too as well, please?
To the what?
The dime. Well, it's not the dime. That is incomplete.
This right here?
Yeah,
this is a Roman coin minted in Baratus.
Okie dokie. I'm ready.
Now, right here you have Roman ruins in the Roman bath gardens, and this takes place. This takes place long after the time period that we're talking about.
How do you take a bath in there? I want to see how bad
you don't even want to know about the bathhouses. You might actually like the stories behind them. But general view of the Roman bath gardens. This is a bath garden that was out there.
So those little cubby thingies is where they used to do that. So like you go in there, yeah. Okay, yeah. They just told me. That's crazy. This is okay. Go see him. Yeah.
Everybody bathed out in the open with one another. Like it didn't matter seeing another person naked or not.
Yeah, well, and seeing emotion.
And this is a bath garden right here.
I only see part of that one. Just what's this?
This one?
No. With these guys in this boat.
Oh, okay. That's the Phoenician Hippo ship.
Okay, hold on 1 second. And then
it's the HIPPOS ship.
Yo, just like it. Okay, I'll listen.
I actually modeled like a generic version of one of these ships too. Yeah, it was actually like more of the battleship during that time period. How they would go in with their navy and ram their enemies.
Seriously?
Yeah, that horse's head up there in the front.
Yeah, I see it looking like a dragon.
Yeah, On the
Looking on this one, it looks more like a dragon. I apologize for that.
on the freaking on the battle ships they had, like, they would literally ram that was a ramming for ramming, where you'd ram it into your enemy ship so that you could sink it.
I wish you could see a real one. These ones just look like they wouldn't be able to take a lot of ramming. Like it. Oh, here goes a better one. I guess inside. I see what you. Oh, here we go. There we go. I see it here. I see what you're saying.
Now, Berytus was briefly known as Laodicea in Phoenician, ancient Greek, or Laodicea in Canaan, from the 2nd century to 64 BCE, was the ancient city of Beirut in modern-day Lebanon, from the Roman Republic through the Roman Empire in early Byzantine period, late antiquity. Berytus became a Roman colonia that would be the center of Roman presence in the eastern Mediterranean shores south of Anatolia. The veterans of 2 Roman legions under Augustus were established in the city, the 5th Macedonian and the 3rd Gallic, that afterward quickly became Romanized and was the only fully Latin-speaking city in the Syria-Phoenicia region until the 4th century. Although Berytus was still an important city after earthquakes around 400 CE, Tyre was made the capital of the Roman province of Phoenicia. Of the great law schools of Rome, Constantinople, and Berytus, the law schools of Berytus stood preeminent. The Code of Justinian, one part of the Corpus Juris Civis, the codification of Roman law, ordered early in the 6th century CE by Justinian I and fully written in Latin, was mostly created in this school. So this was a very important city for the Romans. And this, like I said, even goes farther, or this is even farther ahead in time than what we're talking about too, you know what I mean? So they're not even like on the history in early 140 BCE.
Okay, I guess because I'm looking at the map and I'm just attempting to like just gauge, because I see their trade line. It says the Phoenician expansion. I see.
Expanse of the Sahara, there lies a tale of an ancient city, Zerzura. It was said to be a place of immense wealth, hidden away by the sands and known only to the pharaohs. The city was guarded by spirits, ethereal custodians who whispered secrets of the past and future to those who dared to venture close. One such adventurer was a young archaeologist named Sarah, whose fascination with ancient civilizations led her to the thresholds of Zazura. Guided by a cryptic map and legends passed down through generations, she embarked on a journey that many had attempted but none had returned from. As Sarah neared the supposed location of the lost city, the desert night grew colder and the winds carried murmurs that seemed almost human. Undeterred, she passed on until one night, under the crescent moon, she found herself surrounded by a circle of ghostly figures. They were the guardians of Zazura, clad in pharaonic garb, their eyes glowing with the wisdom of millennia. They spoke in unison, their voices a symphony of echoes. Why do you seek the city that time has forgotten? Sarah, with a heart both fearful and brave, replied, to uncover the truth that lie buried beneath these sands, to bring light to history's shadows. The spirits regarded her with a silent gaze before the sands beneath her feet began to shift. Slowly the dunes parted, revealing the golden gates of Zazura. The city was magnificent, untouched by time, its halls adorned with treasures untold. The spirits granted Sarah entry, but with a warning. With dawn, the gates will close, and Zazura will vanish once more. Take with you only memories, for that is the treasure truest to time. Sarah explored the city, marveling at the city's technology and inscriptions that told of civilizations beyond the stars. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, she made her way out, the whispers of the spirits growing fainter. She returned to the world, her mind a repository of knowledge that would change history. But whenever the desert winds blow, she could hear the faint whispers of Zazura calling her back to its hidden depths. And so, the city remains a ghostly mirage waiting for the next seeker of truths, hidden within the whispering sands of the Sahara.
Well, Rocksville. I was dating this chick, and ended up going to prison. And I went down there one time, and there were like all these uh, sun mills or the where they're out in the fields and they're the big, yeah, windmills, yeah. And we were going down there, and I went and visited her in prison. That was in Rocksville or Rockdale, Illinois. uh, Rockford, Illinois.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah. Or was it Illinois or Indiana? I can't remember which one.
Most of their road signs are gone. Like it's so rural. It's like they never put them up if they get knocked down. So if you're doing GPS, most of the time you can't get it on your cell phone. And if you do,
Right.
There's no street signs or road signs.
Right.
It's rural out there. Oh God. Well, we lived out We lived out in Preble County, and that's scary. I'm telling you, it's real rural out there. Well, yeah, like Miami University. That's an interesting little campus too. It's not so little, but
Where's that? What'd you
Miami
say?
University, Oxford, Ohio.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's close to Indiana. It's not too far from Indiana.
I was gonna say, go Notre Dame.
Yeah.
There you go. Notre Dame's on well 1 and 2 or something. I don't know. A lot of people don't like that. They don't like Notre Dame because they think, the Catholics, oh, they're diddling like little kids. I don't get down with that. Whatever, but I'm like, oh my God, a great school, great school. I've been there. I've been there for gun shows and went there for yeah, quite a few gun shows. Yeah, I haven't heard him say a word yet.
Well, he's had he's had issues, so that's why. Like he tries to come in, and then when he does, if anybody else talks, he has to mute it, or we can't hear.
Weirdly enough, it was okay at the beginning of the stream, but
yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's very strange.
He didn't sound that bad.
I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. I'm trying to unmute my microphone. I might have to get out and get back in.
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, I didn't know if you guys could hear me. Yeah, I was saying I like going to gun shows too.
Right.
Every chance I get, man, I try to go to them.
Hey, buy up that ammo, brother. Buy that ammo.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel sorry for Roger living in Illinois. That's
oh God. Yeah,
you need to get Southern Illinois needs to secede from Northern Illinois. They need to.
We gotta wait till Trump, President Trump gets in, and then he leaves that ban off of the primers.
Yeah, that's true.
I reload. I reload a lot.
I need to learn to do that. I need to get the presses and all the powder and stuff together.
Go. Sorry. Go to Dylan Preston. Dylan. Everything right there, and it's a lifetime guarantee.
Okay.
And once you buy anything, everything is you can call them up and oh my God, I'm reverbing so bad. Everything is free. If you break something or wow, should I get out of here? I don't even know how to.
Austin,
I'm trying to mute, but I'm
no.
I froze up.
No, don't mute because of me, please.
Well, that's the only way we can hear you. That's what the issue's been tonight with him. Yeah. We don't know what's going on, but now you can. Now, if you talk, you can hear. Like we can hear you. You should be good.
Hello. Yep. Okay. That's great. Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was maybe me or something. I don't know.
It's Austin. When he starts, if he's on with us, we're all vibrating, or
Oh, I want to hear what Austin's got to say. That's what sucks.
Oh well, if you don't talk when he's on there, he should come through. That's what. Yeah. So if Austin, if you want to get back, I think.
Okay. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because my video feeds just froze up, but I can still hear you guys, so I can't tell whether I'm muted or unmuted.
All right.
Yeah, I'm wanting to get into doing AR and AK building and reloading and all that stuff.
Really?
I'm a
All
big
right.
firearms and
Good.
I'm a big firearms enthusiast myself.
Absolutely. No, seriously, that is really good though. You should start learning that and getting into it.
Yeah, it's a good thing to get into. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can never have enough.
You can never have too many guns or too much ammo, if you ask me.
Absolutely. Yep.
Me and Roger should start our own. We should start a show about being gun enthusiasts. Have you as a regular guest on it, Roger and Austin's gun show. We probably wouldn't be able to do it on YouTube.
I would like to join then.
What do you think about that, Roger?
Yeah, they call it some kind of goofy name.
Well, so you could do it on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't even use the word gun on Facebook anymore.
I know. What is that?
And there's a guy I used to work with that does raffles on there sometimes, but he has to call them something other than gun raffles because Facebook they'll put him in Facebook jail and delete his profile if he
vibrant.
I'm vibrating or reverberating. Yeah, I haven't been to a gun and knife show in a while, but I need to go to some more again and get some money and try to go and see what I can buy.
No. What you need to do is go there with whatever your primary weapon is, and then buy like 1,000 rounds, or maybe 2,000, and just put it away.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Just to really.
Yeah.
And right now with what's going on, it's cool to go to gun show. Just don't take your.
I was told at my local gun store.
I can't hear you real quick, Austin.
Oh, okay.
It's reverbing really bad.
Yeah.
I was just saying that what you need to do is go to your local, the gun show or whatever, grab like 1,000 or 2,000 rounds or whatever you're shooting your primary gun with, and then put that shit away, and then that's all. Yeah. You got it.
Yeah.
And buy as many primers as you can. And Joe Biden's freaking, I don't know what he's doing in there, but hey, Trump's getting back in to the presidency. Thank God. Thank God for that. America woke up.
Me too. Absolutely.
I'm dead serious though. I hope you're not a Joe Biden fan because
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna get out of here if you are.
Because of Austin. I couldn't. No.
I hope not.
But,
I hope not if they're thinking straight. I mean.
No, I couldn't hear myself because Austin. Then I was letting him talk. But yeah. But I don't know. If you guys want to wrap it up, do you think so? I mean, because it's getting. What time is it? Yeah. Yeah.
It's only 8:10. Oh my God.
And it's about 10 past 2 in the morning for me.
Time.
The show, and you guys you can still talk with Austin. I mean, if you still want to, or whatever you guys want to do.
Well, if you're calling a rep, we'll call it a rep.
I mean, if you,
I'm with you.
I mean, if you still want to talk to Austin about other stuff, I think you can. So,
Oh, that'd be great.
You guys-
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm over on Discord. I post music videos and stuff over there that Roger shares and stuff.
Well,
I got a YouTube channel and stuff.
I'm not like Fazzy, with the computer stuff, but with the phone and all that. All I know is go on Discord and then try and get on like whatever platform. And I really like you guys. You guys are awesome. Boom. Awesome.
Yeah, we enjoy talking with you.
I hope so.
This is all an awesome community, man. It really is.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm looking for. And I like people like you all, and I want to conversate a little bit more with you. Right. And hey, I do appreciate you all listening to my sad story, and all that. But thank you so much for talking with me and conversating with me.
Yeah, I was enjoyable.
Yeah, no problem, man. It was great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You should join our shows again and link up with us on Discord if you can, by all means.
All right. I will definitely look for you. I will try my hardest. I promise you. And,
just ask Roger. That's what I always do.
Well, my name's Tommy Davis, and yeah, I don't know if that helps, but
yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Hats off to all of you, and I loved your conversation. All of you.
Yeah, it was absolutely awesome, man. Just hang in there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna here. It's been a great show. I don't know when we're gonna do this again. Probably in the next couple weeks. So, we'll announce it on Discord. So, yeah. It's been nice.
We'll think up another topic we can talk about, and then we'll announce the date we're gonna do it and the topic and everything, and we'll go from there. Probably next couple weeks we'll do it again. Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I love you guys. You guys are great.
Yeah, we love you too, man.
Hey, y'all take care now. You have a good night.
You too, man.
Because it's just one of those things that you either do or you don't. And like, no, it's like a lot of people don't. It's not, and like for me, because I do it so much, I kind of be happy. People I'm like, oh, okay, then that's one less stump to deal with. Like, well, I don't have to deal with it. We're not even on the same plane. It's like, because when you read that book, you'll understand what I mean about like the planes. Like at that point.
You said it yourself just now too, though. He had no drugs in him, nothing that could influence him whatsoever, right? So see,
and he communicated with me through his mind.
That's more valid than somebody who says they've taken DMT and had a freaking conscious connection with God.
But I don't know what DMT is.
DMT is a chemical that these people are taking. It's a drug that freaking they take and they put it into their bodies, and they go into a state where they believe that they're actually talking to God.
What does God sound like? If it sounds like me, then they are. Who do they claim to be speaking to? I was just asking.
They honestly believe they're talking to God. They're talking to a higher being, the universe, whatever. They honestly believe that stuff.
I like to see some of these people on these drugs.
Now, see, DMT is a chemical that's used in the brain when your body's shutting down and dying. Okay, it's not even supposed to be introduced into the system until you're at the point of death. It's what's released at the last moments of your life. Okay, and these people are going out and they're taking this chemical and putting it into their system.
What kind of what like do they do it?
Your
See,
body, your
I
body
hear what you're saying.
naturally
It's
produces.
horrible, but I feel like
Your body naturally
I just want to
produces
know what they're
TNT.
doing after it.
After it,
Like, what
they come
effect
out
is it
of it.
having? You're saying what they're doing. Yeah.
When they come out of it, they swear 100% that they are actually having. They actually had an out of body spiritual experience with a higher being because they took this drug.
And then, but what is actually happening? Like, that's what they think happened, but someone's watching them in the physical. What's actually happening? Like, what effect is
Nobody,
it having on them? Are
I
they?
have yet to hear anybody say what's actually happening. I know there's some
Because they say
videos.
ecstasy makes people party. They say weed make chill. Like, are they chilling with their friends and then they come out like, oh, I just talked to God, or like, I gotta see this in real time.
See, I've actually, I know that there's videos and stuff on it and everything that you can check out too.
I'm gonna look for some. Yeah.
Um,
You said it's DMT, right?
yeah, just DMT, and it's a
Hmm.
pretty interesting thing. It's something that I did take notice of before the conversation started up, but for me, I personally can't, accept the fact that well, that alcohol or drugs of any kind which is mind altering, is going to enhance who you are and make you a better person. I know that that's not true, and there's a lot of people whose freaking their entire lives have been ruined because of freaking thinking like that. You know what I mean? So
Thinking
it's
drugs make them a better person.
yeah,
Yeah, and alcohol. Well, no, completely. Like my mom, she's so against. Like she just, like I said, she just got a bar for other people. Although she just started drinking within the last recent years. When I was growing up, my mom never drank alcohol, never took drugs. Although I feel as though just because of experience and looking back, though, pills might have been something that might have been something that was at least tampered with. Because I mean, at the
yeah. I'm here. Are you there? You kind of, I think you cut out.
I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it was just who she was, but then that's kind of worse. I would hope it would be pills. But it's like one of those things to where it's like people fear the unknown, and that's just what it is. People fear the unknown, and we're not going to attack there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You supposedly the only people, you know what I mean? The only people that are allowed to explore the unknown are the people that can pay for it, and that's just the truth. That's the world that we're presenting. We can go travel in space if we have enough money to, but you're not allowed to think that it's even possible if your pockets don't look the same. But that's not fair because the truth of the matter is that's how the energy is being harvested. They use us for AI. AI is distant without us. If we're not on here talking, if I'm not on my videos making my videos, there are nothing to create computers to mimic. They're not creating some new reality. They're literally altering ours and obliviating and making it useless. We'll tell you that this is what we're presenting, but in the truth of the matter is we're hoping that you never ever give into your power. And I know the more I talk about it, especially hearing it from me, the least likely it is we're going to listen. But if that's the case, it makes the thing that wants the power more powerful. If I can get you to separate from this belief, this ideology, this even as a consideration, and this is just crazy talk, it becomes crazy talk. And then no one believes it. And then now I have 85% of the world believing that you're just insane. Whether you're one of the 1%, part of the 1% or not, I have everyone, but I'm in control of this sheep that we were talking about now. But again, they're just still just sheep. So if they're still just sheep, if it's easy for you to pull the wool over on their eyes, how would it not be easy for something that empowering in them to actually do the same as well? Would you feel as though if people have been feeling oppressed and depressed and sad and looking for a way out, and they see a way out presented, would they not be more susceptible to kind of latch on to that as opposed to chasing something that seems to be killing? Because that's what it is. It's killing them. It's like you're running on an infinite treadmill. You're not going anywhere. You don't have flash speed. You're literally just running for me. And the more you run, the more you power my gears. The more running you do on your treadmill, the faster I go. You stay in one place and I keep going. I notice this with me a lot. People like to do this with me, but I'm in control of this. So in order for me to understand the system and why and what type of thought process is this and where it goes to, I get into the roots. I put myself on the cross. Jesus me if you must. But I'm just being sarcastic now. Truth be told though, I'll go as far as I have to get what I'm looking for. I don't really worry about what the norm is or what people are used to, because if everyone was doing it, it would not be worth doing.
With all that being said, though, I mean, it goes back to what I was talking about, and like you really have to ask yourself. I mean, do you believe that that there are and there were people who noticed like details about certain situations and didn't even realize that they noticed it? You know, like, and it wasn't on a conscious level, it was on a subconscious level, you know what I mean? And then that subconscious level freaking became conscious, and all of a sudden, you know, in your mind you had an epiphany, but what happened was that subconsciously your mind picked up on certain details that were going on in your life around you, you know what I
And
mean?
honestly, truth be told, look, given the circumstances and what happened after such, I can see where you're coming to as that being relatable. But it'd be different if I was not already striving. I was looking for answers, and it was basically I've been asking these questions, asking these questions, looking for my answers. And then one day, someone was like, "Hey, I got them for you," because I have been looking for a long time. Like I was searching after God and put
Well, I
that.
mean,
Like I
you
have
even
been
said
doing this
you
for years.
at the beginning of this stream, though, you even said it, though. All the answers are still already there in your head. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, yes,
So,
that's how I learned that.
is it?
That's how I was able to be able to engage in this and to be able to receive it. And then it makes sense to where if I'm looking at something now, I know that these two eyes are only projecting how I see it. That's why I'll go in a situation, I'm going to see the good in it. Even if
No,
it's not good in it, I'm going to see that first because
no.
that's my idealism.
The another thing you have to ask yourself, like the information is usually sent through or relayed into your consciousness through your emotions and how in your feelings. Okay, so
Or connections, receptors.
you
That's
know,
you keep emotions are receptors. I see us as systems. We're a system. You see us as like we're these humans, these organs. These are our computer parts. We're systems, and so with us being a system, there's sent signals that we're sent signals. There's our codes. These are our codes, and we're coding each other and ourselves with our instructions as to how we're supposed to be.
you call those signals if you want, but you can also call them alarms. You know what I mean? They're setting off alarms in your mind, and and it's being done by your emotions and your feelings and subconscious thoughts that are coming to the surface. You know what I mean? That you never knew that was there. It, it could be stuff like that. I mean,
It's
that's
who you are. It's who you are. It's embedded into your existence. You've been here before several opportunities. This time it's
well,
different because you have to do it right.
it could be anything. It
Signals
could
get
be
stronger as you cross to the threshold.
like when you're in a situation where you're around people and you see unusual behavior, you know, or something that's slightly off, you know what I mean, or something that just isn't right. Stuff like that could also affect it, you know. Um, it's basically your
I
ability to
understand.
listen and to learn and how to listen to those alarms when they go off in your head. You know what I mean? Being able to catch them.
Sometimes it's not in your head.
Well, everything freaking comes from your brain, your pineal gland, like
Yes.
you said. You see what I mean? I mean, and those
Yeah, no,
receptors,
we're just going 360. I told you I love to be
those
born again. Are
receptors,
you kidding me? Jesus.
those receptors are firing off in your brain. You got all that electricity flowing. You know, that's actual electrical
Electricity.
currents.
Yes.
you've got electrical currents that are flowing through your brain. You know.
Talk about it. You're getting me so excited. Yes. And what do we do with them? What is electricity? What is electricity? Tell me what it is. Tell me right now.
Have you ever?
It's power. It's that we're powerless. 360, baby. 360, baby. That's power. Electricity is power, baby. You said we ain't got none, but that's all we got. That's all we got. We did it. Yes. Boom.
Now, have you ever, like, had from listening and feeling things that occurred around you? Have you ever had the ability to, like, how could I say it? Can you
just say it? I'll figure it out.
Can you make a difference when it comes to personal safety? You know what I mean? The ability.
No, like hurtful and stuff. Oh, yeah. If people believe I can, yeah. I mean, I have no power over anything unless it says I have power over it. I've known people to put like voodoo and do curses. I don't believe in that. I'm a very positive person.
No,
I strongly dislike negativity.
Let me kind of explain this. This is hard to understand, or it's hard to actually say. But like, do you have this ability to freaking protect yourself? Your personal safety, you know what I mean? When these things happen.
Oh, protect me? Absolutely, with my eyes. With my eyes. Yes, eyes. That's why I want them so bad. They can't have them.
Or is it sometimes like weird things that happen and it's just plain weird, you know what I mean? And there's no way for you to actually control it. No, that's
like a spiritual. It's like a spiritual realm that rounds.
You know, you. What I'm basically.
It's like
I said, it's kind of hard to explain. Like, are there ways for you to protect yourself from the things that you have premonitions about, or are these just like weird things that occur and that there's no way for you to handle them?
There's nothing as a premonition. You're not allowed to have premonition. Only, change your thought process. Don't let those things exist. You have a thought about it. That's nonsense. Like I said, if you send it out, something else has to come in. Replace it with something else. And it's that simple. It sounds crazy. It's supposed to be complex. It's not. Literally, okay. I've had people, like I said, they're going to kill me. They're going to so many things. And they're just, let's laugh about it. It can't hurt. You're not going to hurt me. And if you do hurt me, I'm going to know that I let things happen to me just so I can know who's doing it, because it has to stop. I've been through. I'm not going to get dark and dreary.
Not other people. I'm saying the premonitions, like there's actually.
Yeah, you believe something's going to happen to yourself.
I have already gone through the recorded prices from June and into part of July with cryptocurrencies. I started recording the prices, but I didn't actually start recording the assets I had on Coinbase until July 23, 2022. Instead of just starting my records at that point though, I went back through my transactions and gathered as much information that I could for the assets and transactions I made during that time period. After July 22, 2022, I have a good amount of data concerning my assets, but before then, I have just a little bit that I will share now. On July 21, 2022, there was 1.00 in Cardano. On July 23, 2022, there was 1.87 in Cardano, up 0.87 from 1.00 on July 21, 2022. There was 10.00 in USD invested on June 23, 2022. On June 23, 2022, there was again 13.01, up 3.01, from 10.00, the same day. On July 1st, there was 11.02 in USD, up 1.02, from 10.00 on June 23, 2022, but down 1.99 from 13.01, from 13.01 on June 23, 2022. On July 22, 2022, there was 10.02, up 0.02, from 10.00 on June 23, 2022, but down 1.00, from 11.02 on July 1, 2022. On July 23, 2022, there was the first asset invested in Cosmos, Atom, of 1.01. On June 23, 2022, there was also a 1.00 investment of USDC. On July 22, 2022, there was 2.00, up 1.00, of USDC, from 1.00, on June 23, 2022.
But when Hades received this, secondly of the surviving and most righteous, may God formed another very subtle race that cared for lovely works, and noble toils, distinguished reverence and solid wisdom, and they were trained in arts of every kind, finding inventions be why their lack of means. And one devised to till the land with plows, another worked in wood, another cared for sailing, and another watched the stars and practiced augury with wind fowls, and use of drugs had interest for one, while for another magic had a charm, and others were in every other art which may care for instructed, guide awake, industrious, worthy of that eponym. Because they had a sleepless mind within and a huge body, stout with mighty form they were, but, notwithstanding, down they went into Torterian chamber terrible, kept in firm chains to pay full penalty Gehenna of strong, furious, quenchless fire. And after this a third strong-minded race appeared, a race of overbearing men and terrible, who wrought among themselves many an evil. And fights, homicides, and battles did continually destroy those men possessed of overweening heart, and from this afterward another race proceeded, late completed, youngest born, blood-stained, perverse counsel, of men these were in the fourth race, much the blood they spilled, and o'er feared they God and o'er had regard for men, for madden in wrath and sore impiety were set upon them.
And wars, homicides, and battles sent some into erebus, since they were overweening impious men. But the rest did the heavenly God himself, in anger afterwards, change from his world, casting them into mighty Tartarus down under the foundation of the earth. And later yet another wrath much worse of men made, to whom no God thereafter the immortal formed, since they grew many evils. For they were much more violent, and those, giants perverse, foul language pouring God. Single among all men, most just and true, was the most faithful Noah, full of care for noblest works. And to him God himself from heaven to spoke. Noah, be of God sharing thyself, and to all the people preach repentance, so that they may all be saved. But if, with Shamele soul, they had may not the whole wrath, he will utterly destroy with mighty floods of waters. Quickly no one decaying, house with the frame of planks strong and impervious to the wet. He will put understanding in the heart, and subtle skill, and rule of measurement and order, and for all things will he care. That thou be saved, and all would well with thee. And the angel is, and in the heart do thou discern. He clothe me with the heaven, and cast the sea around me, and for my heart is a footstool, and the air is poured around my body, and on every side around me runs the chorus of the stars. Along with 7. No, knowing who I am, but thou not uninitiated in my lore. Zeus spoke, and great trembling seized on him at what he heard. And then, within his mind having contrived each matter, they besought the people, and began with words like this: Omen insatiate, smite with madness great, whatever things ye practice they shall not escape God's notice, for it knows all things, immortal Savior over saying all, who obade me warn you, that ye perish not. Be sober, cut off badness, do not feed, perforce each other with blood guilty heart, nor irrigate much land with human gore. Revere, O mortals, the supremely great and fearless heavenly creator, God imperishable, whose dwelling is the sky, and though ye all entreat him a skin for life of cities and of all the world, and of four-footed beasts and fleeing fowls, entreat him to be gracious unto all. For when the whole unbounded world of men shall be destroyed by waters, lo, yell rise a fearful cry. And suddenly, for you the air shall be disordered, and from heaven the fury of the mighty God shall come upon you. And it certainly shall be that the immortal Saviour against men will send wrath, if ye do not placate God and from this time repent. And nothing more fretful and devil lawlessly shall ye one to another do, but let there be a guarding of one self be holy life.
But there is something important about the relationship between intuition and the level of expertise. To approach the relationship between intuition and expertise from a different angle, it is possible to start from the research on levels of knowledge. There are three distinct streams of research on knowledge levels with very different approaches. Simon with various colleagues used primarily experimental approaches, supplemented with verbal reports, adopted phenomenological observations in various natural contexts, applied conceptual modeling based on a geometrical analogy. All these researchers argue that when one achieves a high level of expertise, intuition naturally emerges, and at the highest level it becomes the dominant form of knowledge. Therefore, we agree that expertise is an antecedent to trustworthy intuition, and hence we are only interested in intuition in those with a high level of expertise. Having established intuitive knowledge as a valid form of knowledge, we limit the scope and narrow the focus, focusing on intuition as knowledge and intuiting as knowing respectively, where considerable expertise is held, distinguishing between intuitive judgment and intuitive insight as two meaningful forms of intuitive knowledge. We need to look more closely at intuition at work, how the process of intuiting is structured. Intuition is at best regarded as mysterious and unexplainable. We do not understand its cognitive architecture. We should first become familiar with this mysterious process of intuition. We aim to shed some light on what lies behind the mystery. For the two forms of intuition, all tacit knowing can be explained on the basis of focal and subsidiary components, and that, in turn, all knowing is, at least partly, tacit. When hammering in a nail, we are differently aware of the hammer and of the nail. What is the focus of our act, the driving in the nail, which is supported by subsidiary awareness of everything else, a feeling in our palm, hammer, etc. To help in conceptualizing the process of intuiting, we will review two kinds of awareness and the related concepts of focal and subsidiary and knowing. We will apply the distinction of focal and subsidiary to intuition and intuiting, which will help us explain the structure of intuiting. We are aware of the proximal term of an act of tacit knowing in the appearance of its distal term. We are aware of that from which we are attending to another thing, in the appearance of that thing. For further clarification, the use of these terms is illustrated through an example. If we try with our eyes closed to use a stick to explore a room, initially we will concentrate on the end of the stick in our hand, more precisely, on the feelings experienced in our fingers, thus concentrating on the near and proximal term of the stick, even though we are really interested in what is at the far end of the stick, a distal term, the room. However, after a short period, we forget about the stick in our hand and start picturing the room's layout. This is what is meant by attending from the proximal to the distal. we are differently aware of proximal and distal. The awareness of the distal focal, as it is in the focus, and the awareness of the proximal subsidiary. In the previous case, the room is in the focus, and we have subsidiary. Awareness of the feelings in palm, vibrations, etc. Meaning of the text is in the focus, and the letters, grammatical rules, etc. are in the subsidiary awareness. We can see that knowing the proximal is usually tacit, as our subsidiary awareness of a thing may not suffice to make it identifiable, for whilst knowing the distal is always explicit, as a focal awareness is always conscious. What is in focus requires focal attention, and that kind of attention can be paid only to one thing at a time. This also means that the rest of the 7 ± 2 slots in the working memory can only belong to the subsidiary attention. This also fits the previous examples about exploring the room and writing. We can pay focal attention to one whole entity, a single distal term, and subsidiary attention to multiple particulars, i.e. several proximal terms. The above discussion of focal and subsidiary awareness follows from the literature. However, to apply the same line of thinking to intuition is not straightforward. Therefore, we use the more overarching concept of knowledge instead of intuition to facilitate this exploration, as we limited the notion of intuition to intuitive knowledge. What applies to all knowledge knowing should also apply to the intuitive subset of knowledge knowing. Although there are various conceptualizations of the distinction, in the case of personal knowledge, as opposed to organizational knowledge, all these authors agree that knowledge is mental content. Knowing is then seen as a process through which knowledge is used, such as learning, thinking, or applying knowledge. In considering again the example of writing, this time from the viewpoint of explicit and tacit knowledge, letters, words and rules of grammar belong to the explicit domain, learned in the classroom. However, we cannot teach in the classroom how to write a good poem, i.e. it belongs to the domain of tacit knowledge. As it was said previously, letters, words and the rules of grammar are the particulars, proximal term, subsidiary attention, whilst the poem corresponds to the whole entity, distal term, focal attention. The subsidiary knowledge is explicit, and the focal knowledge is tacit. We established that in terms of knowing, the distal is characterized by explicit knowing, and the proximal is characterized by tacit knowing. So, the tacit-explicit relation now appears to be reversed. We have identified an interesting contrast between knowledge and knowing. Whilst we can explicitly identify what we are focusing on, focal knowing, we are unable to actually provide an explicit description of this content, focal knowledge. This corresponds to being able to say that we are writing a good poem, but this does not mean that we can put into words what a good poem is. We usually cannot identify the particulars of the subsidiary attention as subsidiary knowing. If someone would point these out for us, we might be able to provide an explicit account about the content of these particulars, subsidiary knowledge. We cannot say which letters and rules of grammar we use when writing the poem, but if someone asked about them, we could explain them explicitly. The root cause of the difference is that tacit explicit knowledge refers to the nature of the content, whilst the tacit explicit knowing is about identifying this content. So what we focus on can be characterized by tacit knowledge and explicit knowing, whilst our subsidiary awareness is characterized by explicit knowledge and tacit knowing. We apply these findings to intuition, intuitive knowledge, and intuiting process of intuitive knowing in order to understand the structure of intuiting. We describe a characteristic which leads to an apparent contradiction. This contradiction, together with the focal subsidiary distinction, serve as the starting point for understanding the structure of intuiting. intuition is arrived at without the use of analytic methods or calculation, non-linear mode of thinking, non-logical, to contrast it to the logical process of analytical reasoning, knowledge gained without rational thought. Although the terminology is slightly different, in every case the message is that intuiting operates independently of the general principles of logic. We call this mode of operation alogical, meaning that it neither follows logical nor contradicts illogical, the rules of logic. Intuition and analysis are not operating independent of each other, but rather in a complementary manner. Intuition and judgment, at least good judgment, are simply analyses frozen into habit and into the capacity for rapid response through recognition. Intuition is about synthesis, and synthesis can never be derived from analyses. It seems reasonable to ask whether this apparent contradiction can be resolved. Intuition, as experts recognizing patterns relevant to their experience. Intuition includes synthesis, and this is completely consistent with the view of intuition as pattern recognition. Analyses frozen into habit. Analysis here may not mean the opposite of synthesis, but the opposite of intuition, which seems plausible from the previous quote. This would mean that the non-intuitions frozen into habit constituting intuition. We explore whether it is possible to understand how these non-intuitions may constitute intuition by applying to intuition intuiting what we have discussed about knowledge, knowing in terms of the focal subsidiary distinction. Intuition can usually be decomposed into its constituents, and by doing so the intuitor can arrive at a logical explanation of the intuitive outcome. By combining the two descriptions, it is possible to gain a better understanding of intuition. The distal term that we pay focal attention to is the focal intuition intuiting. It corresponds to the whole entity, the room we are exploring using a stick, and the meaning of the text when writing. The focal intuition is tacit and alogical, and the focal intuiting is explicit and logi. As we can identify the outcome of intuiting, we can accept that focal intuiting is explicit, and as its content cannot be taught in a classroom setting, the focal intuition is considered tacit. The proximal term of intuition, what we pay subsidiary attention to, is the subsidiary intuition intuiting, at the near end of the stick when exploring the room, or the knowledge of letters and grammar when writing a poem. We expect that the subsidiary intuition is logical and can be put into words as it could be taught in a classroom setting, and that the subsidiary intuiting is tacit and alogical, as we cannot identify the particulars. Of course, we could pay attention to the particulars, only then we would probably lose the sight of the whole entity and focus upon a particular aspect. If we focus on the whole entity, the particulars get submerged. What we have not explained so far is how the subsidiary particulars come together into the whole entity on which we focus in the process of intuiting. Particulars fuse into the whole entity as long as the person sustains it. Integration and extends the concept of tacit knowing to this integrative process. What is subsidiarily known is tacitly known, but it seems appropriate to extend the meaning of a tacit knowing to include the integration of subsidiary to focal knowing. The structure of tacit knowing is then the structure of this integrative process, and knowing is tacit to the extent to which it has such a structure. For better understanding of subsidiary intuition, we need to figure out what the particulars are. These are the components of the explanation. This is why it always has to be obtained afterwards. There can be rules to follow and methods to apply, but they have little to do with how we arrived at the intuitive knowledge. We might have used some of the rules, methods, only they have undergone a tacit process of integration.
that he himself should never allude to this connection, if it were so close. On the contrary, he speaks of his becoming acquainted with Pamphilus in such a manner as to suggest that there was no existing relationship which brought them together. In a note on the passage already quoted, Fabricius defends the rendering friend of Pamphilus by supposed examples of a similar usage. Thus, C. Avianus Philoxenus acquired the name Avianus from his friend Flaccus Avianus, as Cicero writes, Apist ad familiares XIII 35. The name of Varius he received because there was no man with whom he was more intimate than with Flaccus Avianus, who, as I think you know, was my own most intimate friend. XIII. On this example, it is enough to say that the Latin usage is no authority for the Greek. In the same note, Fabricius adds, Etiam ludus Lacobi et Petrus Damiani dictus Turcu a fratri, on Luke XI 16. Meyer remarks that it is usually rendered Judas the brother of James, and therefore the son of Alphaeus, but without any foundation in exegesis. Hence, here and in Acts I 13 we must read Judas son of James, of which James nothing further is known. And on Acts I 13, Meyer again remarks that the relationship is arbitrarily defined as brother of the younger James. It is son of and otherwise unknown. James, this interpretation is now almost universally accepted. Thus, Huther on Jude 1 writes, it is arbitrary to supply 2 instead of the usual supplement and ruse introduction to Jude. Kettle dernier formulae doyet signifier necessarement fills de jacus et non frere de jacus compare the idiotismus gracis, page 12. Vel involvit substantivum ut filios vel pro illo sumater, on which Herman marks not ad vig de idiot, p. 701. Significant ut ons foise so phronisco unicum ut ulam esse soi or koi cui patir ferit so phroniscus quo ab alice aliis Socratibus distinguar Sophroniscum non aliam habet patrem, even patrim. Even, however, if we could admit and render brother of James, this extension of genitive and kindred would not justify its further extension to the relation of friend, and the same objective applies to Petrus, brother of Damanus, as to whom Fabric Tom XSI P88 Tom XSI P814. Saint Jerome, writing about 60 years after the death of Eusebius, speaks of him as the friend, eulogist, and companion of Pamphilus. Epilogue ADV Rufin I 9 Ipse Eusebius amateur et preco et contubernals Pamphili tres libros scripsit elegantissimos vitam Pamphili continentes. Again, the preface to his translation of the work of XIII Eusebius on the names of places in Holy Scripture, Jerome mentions that he took his surname from the blessed martyr Pamphilus, while the preface to his commentary on Isaiah and elsewhere he calls him simply Eusebius Pamphili. If it seems strange that Jerome, who lived in the next generation to Eusebius, has failed to give a correct paraphrase of his adopted name, we must remember that Latin, not Greek, was Jerome's native language, and that in the preface to his translation of the Chronicon of Eusebius, he speaks in the strongest terms of the difficulty of rendering the peculiar and, so to speak, the native idiom of the language. On this point, the Greek writers of church history are better witnesses than Jerome. Socrates, in the first words of his Ecclesiastical History, circa 430 AD, calls him simply, without any comment on the surname, calls him some strange Greek writing name, and without any comment on the surname, which ought therefore be taken in its usual and well-known sense. Okay. On this point, the Greek writers of church history are better witnesses than Jerome. Socrates in the first words. I've already gotten that part. I've lost my spot. Okay, Sozomen, a contemporary of Socrates, in his Hist Ecclesi I1.9 writes more strange Greek writing, and which may imply a patronymic and may be illustrated by Xenophon. Euconom, which is spelled Xenophon, Xenophon, and
Yeah, I know what you mean. You change your thought.
You can become hurt because of that.
because of having that premonition, something like you have a premonition that something bad is going to happen to you, are you able to protect yourself and keep yourself safe from that? Or
You mean like pushing somebody away because I have a premonition they're going to do something against me? Yeah, I usually do stuff like that, but that's like a defense mechanism. That's not healthy. That's not the right way. I know I don't do it the right way when it's that. If I was doing it the right way, I'd be fully engaged, fully involved in the experience.
there's other people that actually experience premonition to where it's just something weird that happens. There's no explanation for it. There's no way of protecting themselves from that kind of a situation. It's just bam, there it is.
Is it a premonition then, or is that an experience?
That's always been the big question. That's what everybody who believes in premonitions has been asking. They just don't know.
See, if something happens, it's an experience. A premonition is a thought of something happened, and we like to say, "Oh, it's going to happen." We live on different timelines, so it has happened, and it is happening simultaneously. We're living on different timelines, so we have like that's why when you're looking in the mirror, you're basically coming to revisit one of yourselves, your infinite self, actually, because we live in different realms, in different dimensions. But time is continuous. It's not linear. Like we think time is linear, but it's not. It's continuous. So since time is infinite, it's non-relevant. It's an illusion. It's literally just a continuation of your existence. You are existed in multiple different areas, every single where, and everything that you think is happening it's happening. What happens is how much you're willing to embrace with it. That's why I said you alter the thought, it goes to your other dimension. If you continue the thought, it happens here. That's what it is. You have multiple yous living at the same time, but your awareness of those yous only come with your connection to source.
Now, have you ever heard of here's a good thing about like something that just is weird, okay, and there's no way you have control over it. Have you ever heard of a book called The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym? Okay, have you ever heard of Edgar Allan Poe?
Yeah, and the Telltale Heart, and he buried his wife, and yeah.
Okay, now he wrote another book. It's called The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, and the story it concerns the character Pym. But what happens is in the story he's telling a first story, a narrative about his adventures as a shipwreck, as a stowaway on a ship that was involved in mutiny and shipwreck. And during the shipwreck, it ends up having to do with cannibalism. Okay. Now, the cabin boy in the story, his name was Richard Parker. And he becomes the victim of the cannibalism, and the whole thing behind that is Parker suggested that each member of the crew should agree that one of them has to sacrifice themselves so that they can provide food for everyone else, because they didn't have any food. All right, so everybody agrees to the suggestion, and what they have to do is they have to draw straws to determine who it's going to be that would be sacrificed for the sake of the others. Now, Parker ends up being the person to draw the shortest straw, so he's the one who ends up sacrificed for food, right?
Yeah, I bet he wish he kept his mouth shut.
Right. But this is the weird part about that. That's the story, right? Now, the thing of it is 50 years later, okay, a ship called the Niganati. It left the port of Southampton en route to Sydney, Australia, and the ship sank. Now, when the food ran out, the crew, like in the story, drew straws to determine who would do the same thing, who would be sacrificed for the sake of the others, and a cabin boy drew the shortest straw. So they killed him, and he was used for food. Now, the thing of it is they were rescued and everything, but the weirdest part about it is you wouldn't guess what the name of the boy was that ended up being sacrificed.
Richard
Parker.
Shut the freak up. I got chills.
And that's 50 years after that story was written.
Continuation, I told you. Infinite realities. It's so crazy too, because like, man, that's why you say what you mean and mean what you say, and if you don't mean what you say, deal with the consequences. Like I mean it. I mean all of it. That's why I don't like when people play with me, because it's like I'm really very passionate about controlling my life. Like I hear what you like. It's important to me because we can all do it, and I cannot make everyone do it, but like I'm gonna have that life because that's all I believe in. And I understand the power of me just believing in that and knowing that that's what it is for me makes it true. And like, I encourage people to think like that, but I also recognize the power that everyone else recognizes. Hey, if these people don't think like that, guess who the power goes to? So for every life that rejects what they're told, that doesn't make me less powerful. It makes them less power. It makes them sustain the power that they've been maintaining, and me able to harvest that power that they could have offered themselves with this knowledge. And so I get to use it. So now I get to be a little bit more creative or sing a little bit better, whatever it may be. I get to become the ultimate just because I believe in it. And I'm not withholding the knowledge. See, I'm not doing it like 10% of this world does to have this power, have this knowledge, and just use people for it. No. I'm telling you, but you're telling me I'm crazy, not you. I'm just talking about experience. And you're saying this. And so I'm like, hey, well, I'm not just going to leave this. So you gonna drop all this money right here on the street? And hold on, wait a minute. You ain't gonna pick it up? This yours. No. But to me, it's money. It's like money. It's just like a metaphor. It's like, so to me, you're gonna drop all this soul right here on the street. You're just gonna leave this here. Do you understand what you were going to be capable of? You ain't gonna pick it up. You running from it? Hold on, I'm gonna grab this. He said he didn't want it. You heard him. He didn't want it. I kind of have it. Talk to source. Oh, got it. It's mine now. Like, why? I gave it to you. No, I don't want it. It's not mine. You're crazy. Okay, all right. But what would just leave it all here? I'm not gonna leave this here. I know what this is. What? Give me this. And take it in the house. Be looking like I done stole something. Looking around like, whew, look what I can do, Mom. And just, here we go. Like, for real though. And I'm not, and it sounds like I'm insane, but like I said, like it works. I've lived this life. I'm not just talking about it. And I don't even, sometimes I don't like it because, I'm different. I'm real different. And it makes it to where it's just me and the boys. And just like, but it's cool because like at the end of the day, in the beginning again, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. And I do it good, damn good. So,
Right. But, I was just trying to, bring that up because that's something that's really important for a lot of people who believe that what they're experiencing is premonition, and there's a lot of examples. Like, you've heard about the Titanic, right? And the story behind that.
That's such a good movie, but she could have shared that door. Like, it gets more and more frustrating.
That somebody actually had a premonition of that 15 years before it happened, right?
See, and I just heard that recently. I didn't know that before. Yeah.
They wrote a book. It was called Futility. And 15 years before it, a guy was, I think, working for a newspaper, and he wanted to write a book, so he wrote this book, and he turned it into his publisher, and I don't know how it worked out, if the book got published and everything like that, but what happened was, 15 years later, all of a sudden, freaking the Titanic went down, and they found out that the Titanic sank the same month even as the ship in the story did. It sank exactly the same way. Okay, like verbatim, basically.
I wonder if see, stuff like that would make me feel like the designer of the boat, maybe the person that made it, especially if he wasn't on the boat. And I don't think he was, but he might have been. But yeah, because he did go down. He was kind of ticked off. Not the captain. I'm talking about the person that made the boat. It makes me wonder: did you read this book? This thought was there before. Well, I mean, it was somewhere on that boat. It was present.
Nobody read the book and decided, you know what, I'm just gonna take it. I'm gonna freaking sink the Titanic.
You don't. Yeah, no. Listen. You don't listen though. Well, think about how malicious. I mean, you would hope not. You would hope not. Maybe not. Maybe they thought they would not be able to. But once you put that thought there, and then if any possible, it's just like. if you constantly think something bad's going to happen, it's going to happen. And even if it's just that I'm not going to think it's going to happen, but I'm going to think about it. Maybe I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm still going to put my attention, my energy, my power.
That kind of goes back to the first part, what I was talking to you about. You know what I'm saying? Like when you can actually, pick up on things that just don't fit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the guy who wrote the book, from what I've heard about it, like he had some pretty general knowledge about the Titanic and what was going on during that time period, and everybody was like upscaling these ships to where they could travel faster and carry more people. And he had an issue against like the lifeboats not being able to actually cover every single passenger on the ship, which was a big issue, you know what I mean? So that was a big issue for him, from what I remember hearing about it. And
so does that sound strategic? Why would you create a ship? Why would you?
At the same time, though, is how could, that could be something that rung out in his mind, but how could you be so precise? Like, I mean, he was precise. If you ever get a chance, man, read that book. It's called Futility.
I'm gonna put it on my book list. I have and I'm all over each one of them, so I haven't finished anything because I'm reading like 5 at a time. But yeah, I'm gonna add it to my list.
The messed up part about it is the Titanic was what sunk, and in his book he even named the ship Titan.
Stop it!
No, I mean it was that close.
My third eye is itching so bad while we're talking. It's like, and like I'm just like, oh my gosh, man. It's crazy because, like, I don't know. When I say everything's connected, I mean it from experience and knowing this. But it's just like the way it's connected is the mystery. It's like I'd like to see and figure out the connection, the meaning of the connection. Like what would be the purpose? And see something like that, we could channel him and ask him, and we could just go talk to him, and we could say, "Hey, guy, why'd you do this? Were you aware of this book? Did you know?" And he'll tell us. He'll tell us if we ask him nicely. I mean, it depends what type of personality he is. I have to learn more about the guy to know whether or not he would even be willing to speak to us. But we can ask anyone anything about anything at any given time. And I know that again makes me sound crazy, but it's the truth.
I mean, when it comes to it, if you sit and think about it, like, how much have you heard about Nostradamus? Every time you turn around, somebody's talking about him.
Yeah, somebody just said that to me about me being like that when I was like in a trading room, and then someone said that because like I trade, and I was like I used to go to these classes, and I was saying because what he was showing me on the chart, I was like, hey guy, it's a lot lower than what you're saying. I didn't say it like that. I'm very professional when I speak to the profession, and I was just like, hey, did something right, and then they're clowning me like I don't know what I'm talking about, and it ended up dropping where I said it was going to drop. But it's crazy because I had no clue. I just thought I was looking at the wrong chart. That's what they told me, but I wasn't looking at the wrong chart. I was looking at a different time frame in reality, and it was actually happening. Because it's crazy because it ended up dropping, and they were like, "Oh yeah, Nostradamus moved." That's what he said. That's the most recent, and that was like within the last few weeks, month or so. And they said that, and like basically, you don't know what you're talking about. That's not about to happen. It happened, and it was crazy to me because it's just like it happened. But did I emphasize on the fact that it happened? But like it's just wild because that's the only reason I heard of him. And then Dave Chappelle did a skit about niggerdamas. That's funny. So it was like, it was, I mean, like, that's how I know him. I don't really know. I hear the jokes, like he predicts the stuff that's going to happen or whatever. Yeah. So maybe, I don't know. And I like to stay away from people that I parallel with so I can see how much energy is really just me and then what I'm getting from everyone else. Because I like to know how much I can do and then where necessary. It's just one of those things. And then I recognize my limitation. I mean, like if I'm disconnected from materialism, I'm going to need some help with materialism. But I can also bring as much power and energy as it possible is when it comes to the spiritual. And like that's just real. And I mean, like I know who you are is a very big, important step in being able to be in control or powerful. Because I mean, if I didn't know who I was, you're going to tell me who I am, or somebody's going to tell me who I am, and I might believe them.
Well, now that we have you calmed down, I'm
I know, right?
I'm gonna say we really do need to kind of bring this to an end. It's like over an hour and 45 minutes.
Thank you so much. It was so fun. You talked about my most favorite subject in the whole entire world, and it's us. And it's just like us as people and just like infinite possibilities. So thank you so much. And I will look forward to conspiracy theories tomorrow.
Afterwards there sprang from their race 2 youths, one of whom was called Teknites, artificer, and the other Janos autochthon, earth-born aboriginal. These devised the mixing of straw with the clay of bricks, and drying them in the sun, and moreover invented roofs. From them others were born, one of whom was called Agros, and the other Agruros or Agrots. And of the latter there is in Phoenicia a much venerated statue, and a shrine drawn by yokes of oxen, and among the people of Byblos he is named preeminently the greatest of the gods. These two devised the addition to houses of courts, and enclosures, and caves. From them came husbandmen and huntsmen. They are also called Aeltaean Titans. From these were born Aminos and Magus, who established villages and sheepfolds. From them came Mysore and Suduk, that is to say, straight and just. These discovered the use of salt. From Mysore was born Taurus, who invented the first written alphabet. The Egyptians called him Thoith, the Alexandrians Thoth, and the Greeks Hermes. From Suduk came the Dioscuri, or Kaberi, or Carabants, or Samothraces. These, he says, first invented a ship. From them have sprung others, who discovered herbs, and the healing of venomous bites and charms. In their time is born a certain Elion called the Most High, and a female named Baruth, and these dwelt in the neighborhood of Byblos. And from them is born Epigeus or Autochthon, whom they afterwards called Uranus, so that from him they named the element above us Uranus because of the excellence of its beauty. And he has a sister born of the aforesaid parents, who is called Ge, Earth, and from her, he says, because of her beauty, they called the earth by the same name. And their father, the Most High, died in an encounter with wild beasts, and was deified, and his children offered him libations and sacrifices. And Uranus, having succeeded to his father's rule, takes to himself in marriage his sister Ge, and gets by her 4 sons, Elus who is also Kronos, and Biatalus, and Dagon who is Citon, and Atlas. Also by other wives Uranus begot a numerous progeny, on which account Ge was angry, and from jealousy began to reproach Uranus, so that they even separated from each other. But Uranus, after he had left her, used to come upon her with violence, whenever he chose, and consort with her, and go away again. He used to try also to destroy his children by her, but Ge repelled him many times, having gathered her allies. And when Kronos had advanced to manhood, he, with the counsel and help of Hermes Trismegistus, who was his secretary, repels his father Uranus, and avenges his mother. To Kronos are born children, Persephone and Athena. The former died a virgin, but by the advice of Athena and Hermes Kronos made a sickle and a spear of iron. Then Hermes spoke magical words to the allies of Kronos, and inspired them with the desire of fighting against Uranus on behalf of Ge. And thus Kronos engaged in war, and drove Uranus from his government, and succeeded to the kingdom. Also there was taken in the battle the beloved concubine of Uranus, being great with child, whom Kronos gave in marriage to Dagon. And in his house she gave birth to the child begotten of Uranus, which she named Demaris. After this Kronos built a wall around his own dwelling, and founded the first city, Byblos in Phoenicia. Soon after this he became suspicious of his own brother Atlas, and with the advice of Hermes threw him into a deep pit and buried him. At about this time the descendants of the Dioscuri put together rafts and ships, and made voyages, and being cast ashore near Mount Cassius, consecrated a temple there.
So it's pretty cool. I mean, like,
yeah, it's amazing how much this stuff all ties together and stuff. It's a matter of, I think we're on the right track as far as going by the different alien races goes.
Mm-hmm.
And then we give people an overview of what the races are, basic overview of what the races are, how they are thought to have came about, and then that makes it accessible to a beginner, somebody who don't know anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there we gradually get more detailed, and we go through each civilization that talks about them, or at least appears to talk about them, and how that ties together.
Now, that reminds me, did you have anything concerning the Naga?
I saw a little bit about the Naga when I was reading up on the Ostras, but I didn't have a chance to read it yet.
Okay.
So that's going to be another thing I'm going to touch on.
All right. I just wanted to double check and see if you had any notes available that you wanted to share yet. So.
The ancient Naga were mentioned when I was reading about the Ostras, but I didn't have a chance to get to that before I got on here.
Okay.
I need some way by which I can get on and read through my research, like while I'm here on Jitsi or what have you, because then I would be able to keep going.
Yeah.
So what when I did those 2 recordings I did just now, I was like reading off a notepad that I wrote on from my research before I got it here on Jitsi.
Well, with most of it is what I have to go through. I have to. I've already started on the entranceways, and I've got to kind of discuss Mount Shasta in California.
Yep.
And then there is. Well, I've actually started working on the mountains in the Himalayas in Tibet. I was discussing it a little bit in chat earlier about some of the deities and stuff with the Tibetan yogas and what they believed in and stuff like that. So I've gotten a start on that stuff, and then with the Nagas, I learned about a couple of the kings of the Nagas. One was supposed to be an ornament worn around Shiva's neck, and then his older brother was actually supposed to be the bed that Vishnu rested on.
Okay.
So it's kind of cool stuff like that I've been getting into. So I have been covering that part. So if you want,
yeah, we could put all of the stuff where we talk about the Hindu texts and ancient India into an episode, especially where they talk about that and how it relates to this, and then I could do a deep dive into Egypt, how they do it, and all that too as I go forward.
Yeah. And the thing that stuck out to me is I was talking to Bob Dub and asked her to ask Otto some questions, and she said that there's, especially the part that I'm discussing, the actual Buddhists don't recognize it as real Buddhism.
What's that?
The topics that I'm talking about, they don't recognize it as real Buddhism. Like it's an offshoot of Buddhism.
Oh, okay.
Which I do find that kind of interesting. Because
yeah, that's weird that they don't consider it to be such.
Well,
I didn't know that.
The tantric.
Is Buddhism like other religions where there's several different sects with several different beliefs?
Right.
Or is there just a singular? Is there just a singular sort of ideology there, or is it just, or is there separations?
The weirdest part that I've found was that Hinduism and Buddhism actually, they're married into one another. They're interchangeable. Like Vishnu, for example, okay, or Hare Krishna. Now that's tantric beliefs, and I guess there's the school that Otto's a part of doesn't believe in the tantras, you know what I mean, like the sex freaking tantrics and all that. They don't believe in all that stuff. So it's really interesting. And I told Bob today, I was like, we need to really talk with Otto and kind of just do some kind of a video series just on that, because I find that or maybe even a video on Into the Abyss, you know what I mean, find out why they disagree with that.
Funny enough, Otto subscribed to my YouTube, my Minds channel just an hour ago.
I'm telling you, man, he freaking he's really cool dude to talk to too. Like I don't think he would actually be doing the alien stuff like we're doing right here. You know what I mean? But the stuff that we're talking about when it comes to Hinduism and Buddhism and like the spiritual aspects of all that stuff, man, he's really into all that.
I think where Hinduism and Buddhism relate to each other is that, you know, in the Hindu belief, they believe in reincarnation until you reach enlightenment, and then of course Buddha was that was a story of somebody who actually did reach enlightenment and then broke that cycle of reincarnation. I think that's more or less how it was. It was an offshoot. Buddhism was an offshoot from Hinduism in that respect, as in the same way that Judaism was kind of an offshoot, or Christianity is an offshoot of Judaism, because you had Jesus, who was living during the times of the Jews, and then it was very similar in the way that the religions were offshoots from each other.
Now, see, what I also heard was with Buddha. Well, Mark just now alluded to that too about the caste systems. Okay, like the in Hinduism, you obeyed the caste system. You knew your place, and that was where you were, and you didn't progress any higher. Now, Buddha. The actual Buddha revolted against that with the concept that we don't have to have these caste systems in order to progress to enlightenment, or we don't have to have this position in life. You know what I mean? So you've got that going on. Huh?
That was where Hinduism began to shoot off into Buddhism and become.
No, the other way around. Buddhism shot off into.
Yeah. I mean, that's where Hinduism began to morph into Buddhism, and then away from the caste system in India.
Mm-hmm. And it got pretty interesting. There's so much stuff on there that I'd like to find out too. Like, I found out that people in India don't believe that they were invaded from the north, according to the Vishnu, I believe. What is that again? The old texts that talk about that, where about the invasion.
Oh, what I was referring to?
No, it was in India, just in India. Invaders from the north invaded India, and it was mentioned in it was
the Hindu texts, right? Was it in the Vedic?
Yeah, the Vedas.
Text?
The Vedas. Yeah, it was in the Vedas.
It was in the Vedas. Okay.
Yeah, it was in the Vedas. So, and there's people there in India right now who just don't believe that happened. They said that's not the way it happened. That Hinduism and Buddhism just developed in India on its own naturally, and there was no influence from outside of the country, which there's pure evidence that shows that it migrated down from Afghanistan and the Russian steppes into India. You know what I mean? Because you had
so how could they believe that it didn't?
Yeah. They're just nationalists, and they're fighting against the idea that an outside influence gave them something that they didn't have naturally.
Even though they're connected to all those other lands.
Right. And like Kashmir, dude. Kashmir is like one of the holiest areas in that region. You know?
Yeah.
Mm. So what do you guys think? You think we got a good thing going on this subject?
You've got a lot of ground to cover. Yeah.
You should try to record he should try to do recording of Mark if he's got anything to say on it.
Well, Mark.
That's up to you two.
Mark
want to do that.
Mark's a hard ass. You got to really work on Mark to get him to do stuff like this. Like, freaking, he really doesn't like do stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's more into the tech stuff and things of that nature. But like, I was really proud of him.
I do speak about theology occasionally.
Well, theology would be cool. Yeah, if you want to talk. Well, I just don't really want to get you started on it because I have a feeling that you'll open up like a whole can of whoop ass on us. Because
one of my weakest subjects, I suppose, to be fair.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear frickin' all of a sudden this huge Mark Edworthy explosion that I've never seen a day in my life. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, what's happening here?
One day I might surprise you.
Well, you have surprised me. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was really impressed with the Shakespeare thing. Like, you came into the Shakespeare episodes with me and Bob, though. That was pretty cool. And then, like, I was torturing this man. I'd make him actually sit and listen to me talk about Shakespeare when neither him or Tan wanted to listen to it. And they did it, though. You guys put up with me.
Yeah, but on that last talk, when I came in, I was talking more looking at it from a British perspective, obviously Shakespeare, but also looking at it from more of a sort of modern day cultural influence sort of concept.
Well, being from England too is a big help because, like, influence. I mean, you know, Shakespeare was a big influence on England. More than anybody else. That's where it started, you know what I mean? So that was a big deal. That really was. And I personally, Tolstoy, I just cannot stand the dude. I've tried to read his stuff and I just cannot stand him, dude. There's just something about that guy that freaking tells you want to punch him in the face. You know, I mean, I hate saying it, you know, like, they're all talking about how he freaking gave his wealth up and everything like that and how great he was, but then they don't want to mention the fact that he got resentful about it after he did it because freaking things weren't as great as what he thought it was to be poor, you know what I mean? So he turned into an asshole.
Yeah, because being poor is such a walk in the park, you know.
Yeah. And you know, so I don't know. And you can just pick up on that when you try to read that stuff because he's Tolstoy. And like, and I was wrong too about I always thought he was communist, but he was like the beginnings before communism, you know what I mean? Like, he actually did believe in religion, which the communists didn't believe in religious doctrines.
Again, it goes back to my point of Christian-based anarchist.
Mm-hmm. Well, even with anarchists, though, like.
They actually said, can I donate money to abort jigaboo babies or something like that?
Yeah.
And they said, so And, Planned Parenthood being professional and political and all said, so you would like to make a donation specifically to go to a woman of color? And yeah, they the 4chan went in trolling, and Planned Parenthood said, "Yep, give it to us." And Planned Parenthood said it all nice, but
yeah, no, definitely. I see what you're gonna. Until 2020? Are you kidding me?
I didn't know that. I kind of went off on the left side there where I got this. Oh, not on the left side, but I kind of went off onto the side and got distracted with that. I should have followed up on it, and I didn't. But where I kind of jumped from her was to the fact that I found out that after they do these freaking abortions, they take the fetus and they actually do scientific research with it into genetics and everything. So these baby fetuses that they're freaking aborting are being used for genetic research. Okay? And that is what blew me out of the water. I mean, so they're actually making money.
They sell them. Sometimes they get them still alive and sell them to colleges and what have you.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's how Project Veritas first got their real big start. And by the way, there's been a coup at Project Veritas since then. Project Veritas was doing so much damage to the deep state. They basically did everything they could to blackmail and compromise everyone else in the organization to get rid of James O'Keefe. And then they started dismantling the organization after he was gone and tried to sue James O'Keefe whenever he tried to start basically going undercover and doing the same thing all over again without him. But yeah, that's what started Project Veritas, was exposing just how much money was tied up in Planned Parenthood and the selling of the parts.
You heard about the founder of Greenpeace, right?
Oh yeah, let me make sure I'm thinking of the right person here. He's the one who's going around talking against them now, right?
Yeah. And what happened was he was discommunicated, or whatever they call that, from Greenpeace, because he got upset with Greenpeace when they first started out. It was always about freaking going out and saving the whales. You know what I mean? There were ships freaking full of people sitting in front of boats that were fishing for whales, stuff like that. Actually doing activist stuff to save animals. So it went from that to the point where everything became environmental climate and lawyers and freaking politics. Greenpeace spends more money now on lawyers and freaking sending money off to freaking politicians than they do in anything else. All right, and he became frustrated about it. He ended up freaking walking away from Greenpeace, and they completely disavowed him, and he's no longer considered, even though they can't technically say he's not the founder. They're saying that they just don't even want to acknowledge him as being the founder of Greenpeace over that.
What really happened with Greenpeace, as far as I know, they started out, like you said, save the whales. And what happened, and I think there's more than one organization, is that I know the Saudis came in and basically started funding them to protest oil. And but they were protesting oil on everything except for Saudi, where it came to the Middle East. They were trying to stop us from drilling our own, is what it boiled down to. Mm-hmm. So it became a semi-money laundering organization. It became a protest organization for hire. And yes, once you start getting into the dirty money into things, you do tend to fall in with the globalist. And yeah, once they start paying them to disseminate climate change garbage, yeah, it's just a major sellout organization.
Yeah. Well, ExxonMobil is funding a lot of these environmental environmental science, environmental climate groups, I should say, so that they can go against the coal companies, which is their greatest competitors as well. So they know that if they take, not just Exxon, a lot of the oil companies are catching on to it too, and they're sending this money off to these environmental climate groups so that they'll protest against coal, which is their competitor. And without coal getting support, they get more money out of the part of it, you know what I mean? And then they can turn around and they can invest into making batteries and, you know, thinning their oil out to where it's freaking less harmful to the environment. Stuff like that, you know what I mean? So they're on their last freaking grasp, and they know they are, but they can still make money off of them. So
now, I'm going to tell you, I have done work for ExxonMobil, and that was a completely different experience. About once a week, they would have a site-wide meeting, and they'd call everyone to the big, I think it was the cafeteria, but it was set up, like a big gym-style address conference, and they would call on people to give their personal opinions on matters. And your personal opinion had better line up with what they wanted.
Yeah.
There was all kinds of cloak and dagger. It was like 1984. People reporting on each other behind the scenes, and it was very much, you had to worry about everyone down around you trying to take you down and report you. It was a 1940 AD4 scare fiasco working for them. You know what? When they got rid of me, okay, I'll tell you why they got rid of me too, and this is really screwed up, but I'll tell you in a bit. I mean, when they got rid of me, it was almost a relief, because then I could go work somewhere else.
Yeah, I've heard that actually. I've actually heard people say that it's a horrible freaking job. It is horrible.
The reason they got rid of me is I was too good at my job and I shared my knowledge. I am not kidding you. Because I knew as much as I did with all the experience that I had, when I talked about things and how I solved things, when I was actually trying to help the other, the younger guys grasp the troubleshooting methods and what have you.
They were intimidated.
I might have been intimidating other people and making them feel less adept than I am. So I had to go.
Oops.
So yes, I have been fired for being too good of a tech.
Good, period.
That's the thing that really gets me about it and everything. Right now I'm going through and just kind of scrolling down on the
Xenu was the name of the guy I couldn't remember earlier. So yes, Xenu.net.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at this project paradox that you guys were talking about. There's like this whole research, the paradox of project control, and there's just a whole bunch of stuff on the part.
Now, Venunu, have you guys ever heard of Venunu?
Not ringing a bell.
Venunu was Operation Samson. His name was Medichai Venunu, and he was also known as John Crossman, and an Israeli former nuclear technician and peace activist who cited his opposition to weapons of mass destruction. What happened was I don't know if you guys remember the story of what was her name? She's the one that mysteriously died. She worked at a nuclear power plant back in the 70s, and she was mentioning to her boss that there was nuclear power rods that had come up missing, and she kept insisting on that the fact that they need to find out if those rods were stolen, and it got to the point where people started becoming worried
and on her way home, she was run off the road and killed. Well, a lot of people believe that that was involved with a nuclear deal that was taking place with the United States and Israel. And what would happen is they would ship these nuclear rods over to Israel, and Israel had their top secret nuclear plan going on, and it was called Operation Samson. Now, their nuclear program isn't set up like ours or any of the other ones. Like, they don't have missiles sticking out or down in silos. They've got them built underground, and it's called the dead switch. So if, like, there's going to be an invasion and Israel knows that they're going to lose, they're just going to hit a button and destroy their own freaking country. All right? For decades, Israel denied ever happened this stuff until Vanunu came out with it and gave the information to a news media in England. In the process of him being in England, freaking Israel was debating on if they wanted to take him back to Israel or kill him, and they finally decided that they were going to take him back. So they arrested him in France, transported him back to Israel, and he's been a prisoner there ever since.
And when did this happen?
This happened back in the 70s, I believe. Okay, I'll click on Wikipedia just for that. But I'm doing it in protest, David.
It's in the name of research. In the name of
like I tried Info Galactic. It just got stale.
Yeah. But it happened, the British press in 1986. Yeah, and it was the Israeli nuclear weapons program. He gave the information to the British press in 1986. He was lured to Italy by the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad. Now, Mossad is another group that would be a good discussion too, because they're some dirty freaking people, man. Where he was drugged and abducted because they had a beautiful woman who pretended that she liked him, you know, and seduced him into leaving England and going to Italy, where they were able to drug him in his drink and then take him without problems. But that was an interesting story that I got caught up into when it comes to all this stuff and energy and nuclear and all that. But I thought that would be interesting in sharing. I think we did all right. Plus, like I said, there hasn't been much covered over Jack Parsons. You know what I mean? And
why do we keep going astray from that subject? The same thing yesterday. See, something's there. You gotta understand energy.
Well,
and
this stuff is probably connected to him in some way.
What it is, yeah. Haphazard mining technique of digging wells down to the deposit and extracting it horizontally until depletion. Many of these often illicit mines were uncharted and when depleted, often abandoned and forgotten.
Paris had annexed its suburbs many times over the centuries, and by the 18th century, many of its arrondissements, administrative districts were included previously mined territories.
Would you like me to take over?
Yeah, if you wanted to.
Okay. And Moose is here as well. I put it in the other chat just to remind people that you were on.
Okay.
But
that's cool.
The undermined state of the left bank was known to architects as early 17th century construction of the Val de Grace Hospital. Most of its building expenses were due to its foundations, but a series of mine cave in beginning 1774 with the collapse of a house along the Rue de Neuf, near today's crossing of the Avenue Definet Racheria and the Boulevard Saint Michael, caused King Louis, whatever number that is in Roman. What is it? What number is that?
Hold up, let me catch on to it. King Louis the 16th.
Okay. To name a commission to investigate the state of the Parisian underground. This resulted in the creation of the Inspection Generale des Carrières, Inspection of Mine Service.
Right.
Are we stopping?
No, go ahead if you want.
I mean, it's up to you. The ossuary creation. The need to eliminate less innocence gained urgency from May 31st, 1780, when a basement wall in a property adjoining the cemetery collapsed under the weight of the mass grave behind it. The cemetery was closed to the public, and in all intramuros Latin within the city walls, burial was forbidden after 1780. The problem of what to do with the remains crowding intramuros cemetery was still unresolved. Mine consolidations were still occurring, and the underground around the site of the 1777 collapse that had initiated the project had already become a series of stone and masonry inspection passageways that reinforced the streets above. The mine renovation and cemetery closures were both issues within the jurisdiction of the police prefect, Police Lieutenant General Alexander Lenoir, who had been directly involved in the creation of a mine inspection service. Lenoir endorsed the idea of moving Parisian dead to the subterranean passageway that were renovated during 1782. After deciding to further renovate the Tomb Isuri passageway for their future role as an underground specular, the idea became law in the late 1785. A well within the walled property above one of the principal subterranean passageways was dug to receive less innocence, unearthed remains, and the property itself was transformed into a sort of museum for all the headstones, sculptures, and other artifacts recuperated from the former cemetery. Beginning from an opening ceremony on April 7th the same year, the route between Les Innocents and the Clos de la Tombe Isur became a nightly procession of black cloth-covered wagons carrying the millions of Parisians dead. It would take 2 years to empty the majority of Paris's cemeteries. Cemeteries whose remains were moved to the catacombs include Saint Innocent, the largest by far, with about 2 million buried over 600 years of operation. Saint Etienne des Grès, one of the oldest. Madeleine Cemetery, Arancy Cemetery, used for the victims of the French Revolution, and Notre Dame des Blancs Manteaux. But by this way, the skeletal remains of several leaders of the French Revolution, including Maximilien Robespierre and Georges Danton, was transferred to the catacomb. I was going to stop there for now.
That's what I was saying. I mean, it's pretty bad when I hear your tongue twisting too now. I was like...
Slow down the reading.
Yeah. But, yeah. This is probably one of the most interesting stories I've ever came across, and I tried to do a little bit of it back whenever I first got into my my whole strange, bizarre, and unusual thing. I would do blogs about it, which I don't have anymore. I used to be on Blogger and Medium and stuff like that, and I do this, and then I've always wanted to go through and freaking make a video of it, and stuff like that, and kind of do something that way. But like, this is a perfect opportunity to get into it and start bringing the topic up. So,
I said before, I had no clue that this is what they were doing with people's skeletal remains, first of all. And then I wonder if, just because we know about it in Paris, are there other places about it that are maybe less known? And I mean, we know that there's churches made out of bones, but do you think that they started as catacombs or something similar? Or do you think vice versa, they have the potential to say, well, see, I don't see how they would turn into a catacomb just because they're like a foundational landmark type thing. But I could see if they started as a catacomb and attempting to kind of cover it up, make it into a church. That would make sense. Like, I guess we have to read where they came from and how they arose.
Well, from what you're saying right there, it brings me back to a lot of the research I did, and the only thing I can come up with is the fact that we have our ideas of what our burial ceremonies really were. Okay, like today, everybody respects the human body when it's dead. You know what I mean? They put it in the casket and they bury it in the ground, and they even put a nice suit on it and stuff.
Unless they cremate it, then how do we know that that's the body that goes? How do we know for a fact? Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still sanitized and
embalmed and stuff like that.
You know what I mean?
Even they don't just toss it into
Even when they embalm something, it's pretty respectable about how they do it.
Not when they cremate them, though. They just throw it into an incinerator and let it come out as ashes. Now that is wild stuff.
Okay.
Have you seen the cremation process?
Let me tell you a little bit about what they used to do, and
Okay.
this goes even back farther in Europe, especially. They believed that the freaking bones had to be cleaned. Okay, they would go and they would wash the freaking, or they would cut the body up.
Oh my gosh.
And a lot of the things,
Right.
and they would wash the bones.
Oh.
Okay, and then after they washed the bones, they would take what was left and they would put it in a pile in the freaking tombs. And sometimes they would use one tomb for more than one body. Okay.
That's how they did with, They do that now with the cremation. You can get anybody's bones. They tell you that it's your people's ashes, but what happens if some of the other ashes are left over? But that's disgusting. You're telling me that they would skin people to quote unquote clean the bones? That's just
They'll
disgusting.
gut them up.
Oh, it's so gross.
It'd be different body parts and stuff.
Oh, what the hell? That's so nasty. Just so that they could clean the bones, to bury just the bones.
It was important to wash the bones.
Oh gosh.
The bones
Just
had to be
imagine the
clean.
mess that's making. Just imagine it. And then bodies get so hard after, maybe they're doing it right after it happens, because bodies get hard after they have been dead for a while. So that's just insane. And hold on, I have a question. Do bodies get hard even if they have not been embalmed?
Well, yeah. It's when they stiffen up, that's a part of the natural process.
Yeah, it's 6 to 8 hours though. The body does not get stiff until 6 to 8 hours after it's been dead. It can't happen 30 minutes or 45 minutes later. It doesn't happen that fast.
Well, dang, Moose is here. Hey, Moose.
Yeah.
You know how you know how to unmute, right? Or you're muted. I hope that should be the first question.
He probably does. He put it.
All right. Now, if you want to say hi, you can. You don't have to, though. Oh, you already sent him a message. I was doing the reading, wasn't even on the thing. But yeah, that was one of the issues that freaking they had. And then they don't really tell you a lot about Paris either, because Paris, for the longest time, they didn't want to have anything to do with what was going on outside of their city. because first they had Britannica, and then they had frickin' the southern part of France, which were split up, and they were fighting against one another, and Paris always wanted to stay frickin' independent of both of them. And like you'll learn that if you ever read about Joan of Arc.
I heard of her before, but I never really read much other than what I had to in school. Like, it was never like a free, you know what I mean? Like, let me go read Joan of Arc. Like, the only reason I got interested in the Iliads is because we were talking about Palestinian and like a little bit of Roman history. Robot brings that up quite often. But besides that, why did Elon Musk tweet like the Iliad's great story to read? And I was like, that's crazy. I definitely am going to have to indulge with this, because how are we going to sit here and have it on this side and then it's on this side? So yeah, that's the only reason I got caught up in that. Like I had to do that in school. I wouldn't be interested in it being my own personal reading, but because we talk about it and then it's been like a subject matter around different type of platforms, it made me interested. So I've been reading it. Even your story that we read on Mondays, which you're finally going to read to me tomorrow, is it makes me it like kind of parallels with some similar ideals and like just some type of practices. And so I mean, like I said, it was almost like a sign to me. When I see stuff over and over again, I take it as a sign.
Well, I mean, the story that I'm going to be reading to you is created by me, so there's going to be a lot of this mixed into it. You know what I mean? Because I'm just basically going off of what I know when I write. I don't try to like
mimic anyone. You're doing it for you. I don't even like being in, like when I'm writing, if I'm doing music or if I'm writing my own stories, like if I'm writing a make-believe story, I don't like to be influenced. I don't like to be influenced by anyone in general, because then I don't feel original. Like, I don't like to really look to people for guidance or anything. I kind of look to myself, and I do the opposite of what most people do. They look for like influence, but me, I'll sit here and I'll attempt to remove any influence so I can see what I'm thinking. And that's one of those things that I kind of like about your story, because it's interesting. Like, I never heard of anybody that's like Tiana. Tiana is a wild girl. Like, you like her thirst for blood. You gotta say it with, you know what I mean? Like, when you say it, like, I can hear like her thirst for blood as she, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I think about. And like I told you, I can see her with her breastplate, and she has a shield on her back and her sword, and she's just standing on top of the hill, wiping her face, and she has blood all over her arms from her last victim. And when she wipes her face, the blood kind of gets all over her face. And like, yeah, I can, like, I don't know. It's just, I can see her. I guess I like her character. I don't know why. It's kind of wild. It makes me question myself a little bit, but I do like her character. I love Tiana.
Like I said, it makes me question myself.
Right, it's a little bit. Like, why is she so highly relatable?
So
Why is she so relatable? You said thirst for blood, you say. That's right. Oh wow, she just kills everything in her path, you say. This is like getting more and more interesting, more and more relatable. Stay tuned for Mondays, like.
So like here I can click this and maybe share it on some of the pictures and stuff, and share it on the
screen
share. Get that set up and good to go. If I can.
Are you gonna go through the 8 churches after you do this one? You're gonna go through the 8, right?
Yeah, it's all coming out. It's the good stuff. So let me see if I can figure out what I'm doing here. Yeah, there we go. And can you see that?
Oh wow, yeah, I do.
Okay, so I can pop this as full screen too, and see if it looks. Yeah, there you go.
I used to be so intimidated by skulls, but I'd probably be rubbing my hand over every single one if I walked through there. I'm just looking because I'm looking for Rome. I see Assyrian Empire here. This is something. It's probably right in my face, and that's why I don't understand. See, because I see. Isn't that Sicily? Yeah, that's Sicily. That's the blue. Okay, so that's Italy. So it's here, and so yeah, and then see. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I just
This is kind of like just kind of explaining the area. It's kind of like the other day when we were talking about Haran and Nineveh.
So this bottom right here. Shoot, I apologize. I dropped you on the floor. But this is here is Africa. So it's the top of Africa. Here is Egypt. I see here, and that's the Sahara. And in this purple, it's showing that coast under Phoenician influence, and then Phoenicia is in pink, but it's only right here, and that's over there by the Jordan, but it's directly to Egypt. But if you go around here, the influence goes here. It's just, see, that's important trade and partners.
It's also Lebanon. You gotta keep that in mind. And the other day we were talking about Canaanites.
Yeah. I just read something about the Canaanites, but my brain's all joggy now, so go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh, I'm just having a conversation with you right now.
Because I was thinking, I thought you were going to tell me something about the Canaanites, because there was something recently, but I'm probably just reading too many different things at the same time. But okay.
Now, now this goes back to what I was talking about. Porphyry of Tyre says that Sennacherib wrote the history of the Jews based on information derived from Heramobal, i.e. Jerubbaal, a priest of the god Javo, i.e. Yahweh, and that would be the Christian and Jewish god. He dedicated it to Abibal, or Abibal, king of Berytus. The story was thought to be fictional because of its reference to Berytus. However, excavations in Berytus in recent years prove that the city may be older than Bablos, that has cultural traditions to 8000 BC. And see, they're also finding out more evidence too about cities in that area, like Jericho. They believe that Jericho might even be older than some of the old Sumerian cities that were built. I don't know if
that guy that does this podcast. I just saw that he has Sumerian stuff, so I'm gonna listen to that as well. But if you've already done this, I apologize. If you have not done this and you're unable to do it now, I can wait. But I'm going to put it out here so you can understand where I'm going. So, like, we talk about the Sumerians, we talk about the Phoenicians, and then, like, I'd like a way for me to, I guess, better understand, like, direct correlations of these cultures and influence. Like, okay, I see here the trade lines, they had like copper or marble, so I can understand the influence now, influence today's significance type thing. And then, okay, dyes, glass, metalwork, gold, slaves, and that's what we were talking about. And then we were even talking about the Trade Federation, but that's supposedly in space, but it's, I know. Though. Yeah, but it's not, because I looked it up yesterday while you were talking. And it's real, but I understand what you're saying. It's just, go ahead.
Hold on a minute. Freaking,
You post, Mr. Robot's talking to you.
Yeah, I know, that's what I just noticed. He just, posted that.
You don't put it on Minds yet. It is though, because Time listens to it on Minds.
I usually don't post the video link. The video link itself on Minds doesn't show up, so like I could share it basically, but that's about it.
No, I mean you're live streaming on Minds now, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you can drop in. Maybe that's what he means. Or no? You don't think so?
I can share it to him though. You there? Maybe I suckered him into joining. I don't know. Come on now. Did they just do what I think they did? And there we go. Yeah, they had me signed out again. That's crazy.
Oh, I thought it was me. And
No,
I'm sitting here and I'm like,
fellow ghoster. Yeah, they signed me out. I ended up having to sign back in. I got kicked from it, but
I heard a doorbell. That sounded like it. Like, dude, like it sounded like you logging out. I guess I could imagine what logging out would sound like. That's like,
yeah, it was pretty messed up. They literally knocked me into another jitsi room. I caught on to that because of the other day. So
at least you understood quickly, yeah. Because my phone's just sitting down. I dropped you once and I moved you. So
yeah, but I got it all back up and running now. So I caught on to it quick. Let me see if the stream's back up. But yeah, you know, and the thing that we were talking about when it comes to like the Lebanon and stuff, it's really important. Hey, Mr. Robot, good to have you, buddy.
Hi, Mr. Robot. Hi,
he's there. He's probably
just listening. How are you?
Can you hear him?
No, I think it's muted.
Yeah, he
a little
has
bit
it muted. But
hey,
it's well, with the Phoenicians and everything though in Lebanon, the whole thing about the Canaanites, when it comes to the relationship between the Phoenicians and the Canaanites, it's very important that you have to understand both cultures, you know what I'm saying, because they intertwine a lot. And like the term Canaanite is also misinterpreted a lot of times too, you know what I'm saying?
To the extent of?
To the extent where frickin' people think they're nothing more than mercenaries and frickin' retrobates.
Philistines. I always wondered if the Philistines and the Phoenicians weren't actually the same people.
I honestly think that could be a possibility, to be honest with you. I agree with you on that. That's something I've been thinking about too. That's
There was another interesting thing, just sorry to interrupt, but there was another interesting thing where the headdresses of the Phoenicians were also documented in South America. So there is that possibility that they actually crossed the Atlantic. So there's these statues in what's the place in Mexico City, near there, called Atlantis de Tula. I'll send the link soon, but the headdresses look the same as the supposed sea peoples that attacked Egypt at the end of Ramses II.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just find it interesting. Like,
what did you say the name of them were? Atlantis.
Well, I have this working theory, right? Let's see where it goes. But my working theory is that there was a place called Atlantis, as Plato had stated. He got that information from his ancestor Solon, which got it from the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians told him that this place Atlantis existed 12,000 BC in the Atlantic, where the Azores Plateau is today. So between South America and Africa, okay? And it would have been the perfect vantage point for any naval dwelling people to go international, to go around the planet, basically. You know, because you'd be able to easily cross the Atlantic if you could stop at the Azores Plateau, right? Because back then we were in the Ice Age, and the sea level was like 400 feet less, lower, 200 meters lower, and basically the Azores Islands. And you know where the Azores are, Kama?
I'm looking it up now. But I was asking you, did you say Atlantis what?
Say again?
You said in Mexico it's a place called Atlantis what?
Yeah, I'll send the link. Atlantis de Tula.
De Tula.
She's good at search engines. Like she'll try to search it out before you send the link. So.
Yeah, I already see it.
Okay. Well, Atlantis DE. Atlantis space DE space Tula TULA.
Yeah, no, I already have it. You don't have to spell it. I already see them. I'm looking at the pictures of them now. You don't have to spell it. I already got it. Thank you.
Okay.
The Legend of the Whispering Woods. In a time not too distant from our own, there was a dense forest known as the Whispering Woods. It was said that the trees themselves held secrets of the past, murmuring tales of forgotten civilizations and echoing the footsteps of those who dared to walk their paths. One night, a group of intrepid campers, much like yourselves, set out their tents under the watchful gaze of the towering pines. The air was still, the sky clear, and the stars shone like diamonds scattered across the velvet night. As the campfire crackled and popped, one of the campers with a curious soul As the campfire crackled and popped, one of the campers, a curious soul with a thirst for the unknown, suggested they explore the woods. Ignoring the hesitant murmurs of their friends, the camper ventured into the darkness, the light from their flashlight cutting a swathe through the oppressive black. They hadn't gone far when a sudden chill swept through the air, and the light flickered out, leaving them in utter darkness. Panic rose like a tide as they fumbled with the flashlight, but it was dead, unresponsive to their desperate clicks. That's when they heard it, the soft, sibilant whispers that seemed to come from all around. The words were indistinct, a language not spoken by any living soul, but the intent was clear. A warning, a plea, a threat. The camper turned to run, but found their path blocked by a figure shrouded in shadows, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It spoke in those same haunting whispers. And though the words were alien, the meaning sank into the camper's heart like a stone. You have awakened the spirits of the woods, it said, and they are hungry. With a scream that was swallowed by the night, the camper ran, not stopping until they burst into the clearing, gasping for breath, their eyes wild with fear. The others gathered around, their own fear a tangible thing, as they listened to the tale. They decided to leave at first light, but as they tried to sleep, the whispers followed them into their dreams, a constant reminder that some places are better left unexplored. And so the Whispering Woods remain, a place of mystery and terror, where the past lingers and the trees speak of things best left forgotten. Now, as we sit by this fire, let's hope that the only whispers that we hear tonight are those carried by the wind, and not the voices of the ancient woods calling out for new tales to tell. Sleep tight, my friends, for who knows what watches from the darkness beyond the fire's light.
I started my July and August price recording on July 24, 2022, starting with Bitcoin at 22,426.87. These prices were all taken at or around midnight Central Standard Time. Ethereum was priced at 1,564.47, and Cardano was priced at 0.52. Cosmos Atom was priced at 10.06, while Tezos was priced at 1.69. Solana's recorded price was 40.22, and Algorand was at 0.34. DFI money was 1,974.31, and Telus recorded price on July 24, 2022 was 19.84. Later, I began to record the prices for AllFM and Project Galaxy. That wasn't until August 14, 2022, but I figured I would mention it as it is a part of my monthly prices recorded during this time period. I will go through each of the separate cryptocurrencies until I am done with each, instead of going week by week, like I did previously. It seems easier to do that way, as doing it the way I was doing my notes made it more of a hassle than anything else. These are my recorded prices for the first 3 months of trading cryptocurrencies. After my 3 months are done, I will no longer be doing this. I just wanted to share my experience as I began trading in it, and what I have noticed.
But when they heard him each turned up his nose, calling him mad, a frenzy smit him man and then again did no a sound this strain, O man exceeding wretched, base in art, unstable, living modesty bound and loving shamelessness, rapacious lords, fierce sinners, false, insatiate, mischievous, in nothing true, stealthy adulterers, flippant in language, pouring forth foul words, the wrath of God most I not fearing, kept to the 5th generation to Atone. In no way do ye wail, harsh man, but laugh, sardonic smile uno shall ye laugh, when shall come that which speak goddess dire incoming flood, when have esse polluted race, in the great earth blooming perennial in impervious stem, shall, root and branch, in one night disappear, and cities, men and all, shall the earth shaker from the depths scatter and their walls destroy. And then the holy word of unnumbered men shall do. But how shall uno weep, how lament in wooden house, how mingle tears with waves? For, if this water bidden of God shall come, earth shall float, hills float, and even sky shall float, everything shall be water, and all things shall be destroyed by waters. and the winds shall stand still, and a second age shall come. O Phrygia, thou shalt from the water as a crest first rise up, and thou first another race of men shalt nourish, once again a new beginning, and thou shalt be nurse for all. But when now to the lawless generation he had thus vilely spoken, the Most High appeared, and once more cried aloud and said, The time is now come, Noah, to proclaim each thing, even all which that they too did promise and confirm, and to complete, because of a people disobedient, throughout the boundless world even all the things which generations of a former time did practice, evil things innumerable.
But thou do quickly enter with thy sons and the wives. Call as many as I bid, of tribes of beasts and creeping things and birds, and in as many as I ordain for life will I then put a willingness to go. Thus spoke he, forth went Noah and aloud cried out and called. And then wife, sons and brides, entered the house of wood, then also went the other things, as many as God willed to shut in. But when fitting bolt was put about the lid, and in its polished place was fitted sideways, then was brought to pass forth with the purpose of the God of heaven. And he massed clouds, and be the sun as a bright disk, and moon, and stars, and circle of the heaven, obscuring all things round, he thundered loud, terror of mortals, sending lightnings forth. And all the winds together were aroused, and all the veins of water were unloosed by opening of great cataracts from heaven, and from earth's caverns and the tireless deep appeared the myriad waters, and the all illimitable earth was covered over. But on the water swam that wondrous house, and torn by many furious waves, and struck by force of winds, it rushed on fearfully, but with its skill it cut the mass of foam while the loud babbling waters dashed around. But when God deluged all the world with rains, then also Noah took thought to observe by counsels of the immortal, for he now did know of Nereus. And straightway the house he opened from the polished wall, that crosswise was bound fast with skillful stays. And looking out upon the mighty mass of boundless waters, Noah on all sea descend to ask his fortune with his eyes to see. Fear possessed and shook mightily his heart. And then there became a little calm, since it was very wet in all the world many days. Parting, then, it brought to light how pale and blood red was the mighty sky and the sun as a bright disk wearied. Scarcely held Noah his courage, and them forth a far senti ad Ovelone, that he might learn if yet firm land appeared. But with tired wing, flying round all things, she again returned, for not yet had the water ebbed away, for it was deeply filling every place.
And thus we cannot identify them. We have used the example of jokes which are logical with hindsight, but only with hindsight. The rules and methods cannot conjure the intuitive leap, but once we have arrived at the intuitive outcome, we may use them to explain it.
Now that we have described the intuitive process in terms of the particulars going through a tacit process of integration, we put forward that we can conceptualize two distinct types of intuition. These are sufficiently similar to identify both as intuition, but at the same time, sufficiently different to distinguish between them. One of the insights that emerged on the features of intuition was that most, if not all, accounts of intuitive knowledge can be located in one of two areas: decision-taking and creativity. We came to the same conclusion through building a conceptual model of the types of knowledge, whilst not being sufficient grounds for a conclusive inference that there are only two different kinds of intuition. This insight became the starting point of this inquiry. However, in order to build a more solid foundation, we examined in more depth prior empirical and conceptual work. Whilst there are other typologies of intuition in the literature, we adopted a different perspective from these, enabling us to gain a different understanding, and which we believe helps move researchers closer to conceptualizing the role of intuition in creative typologies. Include distinguish problem solving, moral and creative intuitions, differentiate matching, accumulative, and constructive intuitions, to identify problem solving, creative, social, and moral intuitions as primary types, the secondary types being composites of the primary types. The three mentioned examples are very different. They distinguish between various types of intuition concerned with the processes underlying intuition, offer a typology of intuition types, as well as a model of the processes of intuiting these intuitions. All these distinctions, however, appear to presume that intuition is judgment, providing substance to our exploration that the decision paradigm of intuition is potentially too narrow to account for a broader picture of intuition. Recognition is our departure point, and extending this narrow framework is what we want to achieve. We will also show that our distinction between intuitive judgment and intuitive insight can be added to the existing typologies, resulting in a richer picture of intuition. We do not intend to provide a detailed discussion here on intuition specifically focused on intuitive judgment. Instead, we will explore a couple of reference points into a conceptual foundation for delineating the concept of intuitive insight from the concept of intuitive judgment. It transcends the capacity of merely intellectual methods and the techniques of discriminating the factors of the situation. The terms pertinent to it are feeling, judgment, sense, proportion, balance, appropriateness. It is a matter of art rather than science, and is aesthetic rather than logical. This is not surprising from observing decision takers, specifically, that they often do not use the tools and techniques taught and described but rather rely on their intuition. In these situations, decision takers use their intuition in producing a judgment. This implies that the role of intuition in generating decision alternatives is not of primary concern, although it is often noted that intuition may play a role in all phases of the decision process. As the term intuitive judgment is often used, we keep this term and will use it for the intuition of the decision taker. Intuitive insight, by logic we prove, but by intuition we discover. The other part focuses on intuition in creativity. There seems to be a general agreement that intuition is a necessary component of creativity, at least the creation of any great novum, new knowledge, appears to be based on intuition. We are inclined to believe that no significant creative result has been achieved in any other way than by means of intuition. Apart from notable exceptions, intuition in creativity is still viewed as judgment. Naturally, the creative process may involve intuitive judgments, for example judging which path to pursue. However, we argue that there is intuition, which is not judgment, which actually produces the novum in new knowledge. This is what we call intuitive insight. Scientists, artists, and philosophers, the use of intuition in creativity, in mathematical discoveries, is a rule rather than a curiosum. There cannot be a logical method of having ideas. Every discovery contains a creative intuition. The descriptions of intuition mention all the characteristics of intuition. If we accept that those characteristics define intuition, then what fits the definition has to be considered intuition. Here we take a step back to approach the intuitive insight from the perspective of the insight, as previously we approached it from the perspective of intuition. there are a number of seemingly similar concepts in relation. One of these being insight. Insight refers to the process of arriving at the solution of well-structured problems. Insight, in the context of a well-defined problem, in which people explain the way of arriving at a solution. This solution can be objectively checked for being correct. Solving well-structured problems does not require creating new knowledge. As in the case of judgment, there may be two kinds of insight, an intuitive and a non-intuitive one. Non-intuitive insight is at work in the case of well-structured problems, a typical one being the prisoner in the tower, whilst ill-structured problems call for intuitive insight. Solutions of ill-structured problems arrived at by intuitive insight always have a degree of subjectivity, and even if the creative person can demonstrate the relationships between the parts of the solution, the way of arriving at this solution will remain inexpressible in words or other symbols. We provide three typical examples here for illustration. The solution to a long-standing problem attained through intuitive insight. The riddle solved itself could not show the connection between what knew before, what last used to it, and what produced the final success. Had solutions for a long time but do not yet know how to arrive at them. There cannot be functions with certain characteristics. Fuchsian functions forgot about his work and then, in a flash of intuitive insight, realized that such functions can exist. No verification, no time to do so, but felt absolute certainty at once. Trying to explain how music does happen in time but conceives it as a whole. How they come, no not, nor force them. Sometimes, the creative person cannot even explain the relationships between the parts of the solution. This assertion is illustrated when the relationships are discovered only substantially later, and sometimes by people other than the creator of the novum. We illustrate this with two famous examples from the history of science. The first is an anecdote told by physicists about Dirac's equations, which are usually considered the second most brilliant result of theoretical physics, after Einstein's theory of general relativity. Someone else had to point out to him that his equations actually predicted antimatter, to which Dirac responded, "My equations were smarter than I was." The other example is Darwin's 1859 theory of evolution by natural selection. He introduced two concepts that signified only one phenomenon, namely fitness and natural selection. It was only after Dawkins' 1989 introduction of the selfish genes into the theory of evolution that it became clear that we actually do need two concepts, as we need to talk about the survival of fittest genes whilst the natural selection operates upon the individual members of species. We show that there is a type of insight which is obtained in a way that demonstrates the features we expect from intuition. This does not contradict the distinction between intuition and insight described, as they are distinguishing between intuition and non-intuitive insights. This is very important as the two are similar in many ways and they should not be confused. We, however, are adding a further nuance to this distinction by identifying a version of insight, which is intuitive, thus also achieving symmetry with judgment, which also has intuitive and non-intuitive versions. Once we manage to conceptually delineate intuitive judgment from intuitive insight, we found some traces of similar ideas, although these were not elaborated. Perhaps most importantly, distinguish a strategic intuition, which points to a direction worth pursuing, and a concluding intuition, which gets us to a novum, to a solution of a problem. The first corresponds to intuitive judgment, and the second corresponds to intuitive insight. talks about intuition in decisions and problem solving, particularly example of mathematics to describe intuition in judging whether a solution is correct or an approach to problem can be fruitful, as distinct from intuition, which suddenly reaches a solution. Empirical studies identified 3 ways in which executives use intuition as an explorer to foresee the correct path to follow, which corresponds to intuitive judgment, as a synthesizer and integrator, which comes close to intuitive insight, and as what might be termed eclectic, which is a combination of the previous 2. These 3 works mention uses of intuition, which come close to what we call intuitive judgment and intuitive insight. None of them delineates the 2. Ordinary intuition is not clearly specified, and sometimes it appears to be some sort of miscellaneous category. The distinction between expert intuition and a strategic intuition resembles the previously mentioned expert versus entrepreneurial intuition. While some explanations suggest that something similar to our distinction between intuitive judgment and intuitive insight, choice of category labels is very misleading. When we think of strategy, we normally relate it primarily to decisions, use the same term with a meaning close to intuitive judgment. While we think that there is significant amount of interesting discussions, we see the distinction between intuitive judgment and intuitive insight as an additional dimension to existing typologies. We can have an intuitive moral judgment, classifying an action as good or evil, and we can also create a new moral value through intuitive moral insight. For example, that all men are born equal. In decision-making as well as in creativity, we also may find both intuitive judgment and intuitive insight. This is the very reason that it is so problematic to recognize intuitive judgment and intuitive insight as 2 separate types of intuition. They can rarely be attained in a pure form. An intuitive decision process may not only involve intuitive judgments, but also intuitive insights.
Oeconom is OECONOMVEI.3, and then a bunch of Greek words. In a much later age, Photius Epist 73 begins a bitter invective against the reputed heretic with the words Eusebio v. 2 Tou Pamphilo Pamphilou et Eite Delo Doulov 8 Eite Sunhik V SUNHQH and then V. Upon this, the editor Beletta makes the usual remark that Eusebius was the disciple and friend of the martyr Pamphilus, from whom he took his surname. But it is evident that Photius himself either was or pretended to be ignorant of the actual meaning of the title. In his insolent insinuation, Iete Diolo V, which is Eitedoulov, is of course rightly rejected, as we have seen by Fabricius Bishop Lightfoot in the article already referred to, writes with just indignation. It was either a blundering literalism or an ignoble sarcasm which led Photius Ep 73 Beletta to suggest the IX explanation that he was the slave of Pamphilus. Any man might have been proud to wear the slave's badge of such a devotion. We come at last to the positive testimony of one who at least knew the proper sense of the title, and it's a Greek word. I don't know Greek, so when I say a Greek word, that's the reason, because I can't read Greek. Okay, the oldest MS of the Preparatio Evangelica, Paris, in 451, has a scholion on the passage I3 Vig 7c3, which refers to the works of earlier Christian writers. Such say the scholiasts as were holy Justin Athenagoras, which is spelled Justin and then Athenagoras, Athenagoras, Tatian, Clement, the author of the Miscellanies, Micellanies, Origen, and moreover Pamphilus himself, the father of our present author Eusebius. Dr. Harnack, in his description of this eminence in Texte U, utters such, spelled Texteu, period, UNTERSUHCH, remarks on his scholion. It is worthy of notice that Pamphilus is described as the father of Eusebius. So obscure already was the scholiast historical knowledge. In a footnote to this passage, Dr. Harnack asks why Pamphilus is mentioned here at all. Did the author perhaps think of Lucian, or allow himself to be misled by the title of the Apology for Origen? Again, on p. 177, Dr. Hannock says, this scholion is of later origin. Add to this that the learned Arethusa cannot have supposed Pamphilus to be the father of Eusebius. As to Dr. Hannock's first objection, there is nothing to surprise us in the scholiast's mention of Pamphilus as one of the recent authors of whom Eusebius might have been thinking. His literary work was of a different character, less popular and less generally known than the writings of the apologist previously mentioned, and for these reasons, as it seems, the scholiasts, in adding his name to to theirs introduces it by the words, and it's Greek words. Dr. Harnack's passing remark that the Scholion is of later origins is not accepted by his very learned co-editor Oscar V. Gebhardt, and who made a most careful examination of the codex and assigned this particular Scholion to the ex-hand of Arethes himself. Texte u Unters, Texteu period UNTERS I3 183 N 70. Thus, instead of an ignorant scholist of a later age, we have the learned Archbishop Arethes asserting that the title is to be understood in its proper sense. Eusebius, son of Pamphilus, and this we shall find to be consistent with all that we know of the relationship between Pamphilus and Eusebius. Pamphilus, we know, was many years older than Eusebius, was the director as well as the partner of his studies, and is always mentioned by him in terms not only of admiration and affection, but of the most profound respect. Thus he calls him the great glory of the diocese of Caesarea, most admirable of men of our time, of all my companions by me most fondly regretted, a man most glorious of the martyrs of our time for every virtue. The name to me thrice dear, a man who, though his whole life stone preeminent in every virtue, and when we add to such language the still more remarkable expressions quoted by Bishop Lightfoot. Okay. I need to watch how I do this. I lost my Lightfoot. From Curtin's edition of the Syriac Martyrs of Palestine, that heavenly martyr of God, my Lord Pamphilus, for it is not meet that I should mention the name of the holy and blessed Pamphilus without styling him my Lord, with such testimony of filial reverence. We can hardly doubt that when Eusebius adopted the patronymic O Pamphilo, he meant it in its full and proper significance, that henceforth he would call no man father save this best and dearest friend of his early manhood. How else, as Bishop Lightfoot says, could he express the strength of his devotion to his friend, who was more than a friend, than by adopting his name he would henceforward be known as Eusebius of Pamphilus. Let us only complete the title, Eusebius, son of Pamphilus, and so do justice to the old scholiast, that is, to the learned Archbishop himself. A further explanation of the patronymic may probably be found in the prevalent custom of adoption. We know that Pamphilus had gathered about him a collection of books which seem to have been unrivaled in Christian circles, Lightfoot Ibid, and of which Eusebius became the professor and the possessor and made a catalog. Use History, ECCL VI 32. Use History. Actually, it's EUS HIS ECCL VI 32. I'll make a habit of keep doing that. That way I can distinguish, so you guys, that's a reference that you can check. So let me go on. I just wanted to do that because that was a mistake I was about ready to make. It is therefore most probable that Pamphilus had made Eusebius his heir, and the only way in which a childless individual could acquire an heir was by adopting him. That's from Professor W.M. Ramsey, Expositor, September of 1898, page 204. C.F. Herman, Political Antiquities of Greece, 120. The appointment of an heir event by will could take place only by adoption. This statement that the heir was necessarily an adopted son is confirmed among other passages by Plato, Laws 9:24a, and by Isaiah 66:31. They would not have represented that a son had been adopted by Aristarchus, Aristarchus, into this inheritance. If Eusebius was thus made the heir of Pamphilus, his legal and usual designation would henceforth be, and then it's a Greek word, and in any case, whether he was actually adopted or took the patronymic as a symbol of respect and affection, the only true rendering is, I believe, Eusebius, son of Pamphilus. The work itself contains no direct statement of the date at which it was written, and it is difficult to determine this very closely from the allusions of contemporary events, especially to the persecutions of the Christians and the subsequent prosperity of their religion. The persecution commenced by Diocletian, February 24th, 303 A.D., and continued by Galerius, ceased by his edict in 311 A.D. Speaking of this persecution, Eusebius says in ECCL.HISTVII 16 that having begun to decrease after the 8th year, through the grace of God, it ceased altogether in the 12th year, after the defeat of Maxentius in 312 A.D. Constantine and Lacinus gave freedom to Christians, which was confirmed by the edict.
And the allies of Elus, who is Cronos, were surnamed Elom, as these same, who were surnamed after Cronos, would have been called Chronii. And Cronos, having a son Sadidus, dispatched him with his own sword, because he regarded him with suspicion, and deprived him of life, thus becoming the murderer of his son. In like manner he cut off the head of a daughter of his own, so that all the gods were dismayed at the disposition of Cronos. But as time went on, Uranus, being in banishment, secretly sent his maiden daughter Astarte with 2 others, her sisters, Ahi and Dion, to slay Cronos by craft. But Cronos caught them, and though they were his sisters, made them his wedded wives. And when Uranus knew it, he sent Imarmene and Ora with other allies on an expedition against Cronos. And these Cronos won over to his side and kept with him. Further, he says, the god Uranus devised the Beatilia, having contrived to put life into stones. And to Cronos there were born of Astarte 7 daughters, Titanides or Artemides. And again to the same there were born of Rhea 7 sons, of whom the youngest was deified at his birth, and of Dion females, and of Astarte again 2 males, Desire and Love. and Dagon, after he discovered corn in the plow, was called Zeus or Otrios. And one of the Titanides united to Suduk, who is named the Just, gives birth to Asclepius. In Perea also there were born to Cronos 3 sons, Cronos of the same name with his father, and Zeus Belus, and Apollo. In their time are born Pontus, and Typhon, and Nereus father of Pontus and son of Belus. And from Pontus is born Sidon, who from the exceeding sweetness of her voice was the first to invent musical song, and Poseidon. And to Demarus is born Melcathris, who is also called Hercules. Then again Uranus makes war against Pontus, and after revolting attaches himself to Demarus. And Demarus attacks Pontus. But Pontus puts him to flight, and Demarus vows an offering if he should escape. And in the 32nd year of his power in kingdom Elus, that is Cronos, having waylaid his father Uranus in an inland spot, and got him into his hands, emasculates him near some fountains and rivers. There Uranus was deified, and as he breathed his last, the blood from his wounds dropped into the fountains and into the waters of the rivers, and the spot is pointed out to this day. This, then, is the story of Cronos, and such are the glories of the mode of life, so vaunted among the Greeks, of men in the days of Cronos, whom they also affirm to have been the first and golden race of articulate speaking men, that blessed happiness of the olden time. Again, the historian adds to this, after other matters, but Astarte, the greatest goddess, and Zeus Demarus, and Attitus king of gods, reigned over the country with the consent of Cronos. And Astarte set the head of a bull upon her own head as a mark of royalty. And in traveling round the world she found a star that had fallen from the sky, which she took up and consecrated in the holy island Tyre. And the Phoenicians say that Astarte is Aphrodite. Cronos also, in going round the world, gives the kingdom of Attica to his own daughter Athena. But on the occurrence of a pestilence and mortality Cronos offers his only begotten son as a whole burnt offering to his father Uranus, and circumcises himself, compelling his allies also to do the same. And not long after another of his sons by Rhea, named Muth, having died, he deifies him, and the Phoenicians call him Thanatos and Pluto. And after this Cronos gives the city Byblos to the goddess Baltis, who is also called Dion, and Berytus to Poseidon and to the Caberi and Agrodi and Heliais, who also consecrated the remains of Pontus at Berytus.
Well, even with Anarchus, though, like his form of anarchism really isn't founded, because they said that he believed in freaking community and stuff of that nature. Now anarchists don't freaking believe in freaking creating communes and freaking growing stuff with one another and shit.
Anarchists just believe in anything goes society more so.
You know what I mean? So
that's a fundamental difference.
Yeah, and he was what they call the Gregorian.
You call him communist, but
well, I'm not calling him communist now.
Anarchist with a smattering of socialism.
Yeah. It was like I said. It was before the rise of communism. Before.
Yeah.
It was that point where you could
before
actually.
The October Revolution. Yeah.
It was that point where you could actually punch him in the face in Russia and get away with it. So. And then, what was the deal with you, Mark, and what's his face? That one dude, the one afterwards you posted it about him being poisoned and.
Oh, Rasputin.
Rasputin. What was the deal with that?
Rasputin.
The priest that was alleged to.
Well, what made you think of him?
He abused many people. No, you were talking about Toy Story and also religion. Obviously, Russian during the late 19th century. There's a direct link to Rasputin.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, my sort of tangent onto Boney M.
I was like, how do you get from Tolstoy to frickin' Rasputin? And I was like, hold on, dude. Which don't,
Yeah.
you know, that's,
Well, it's the same period. It's the same era.
yeah. And Rasputin was, he was pretty, that's crazy stuff. We need to do something
Yeah.
to Rasputin. Because
Yep.
I forgot about a lot of that until you brought it up last night. Like he was
Actually,
poisoned.
that Wikipedia article I referenced is extremely comprehensive.
Check that
I'm
out.
surprised how comprehensive it was. Yeah.
But I got to be careful because like these two, Austin and Bob Dub, both are already saying, you know, you got a lot of stuff going on right there. So like I've got to be careful because I might be doing too much. I just don't know yet. You know what I mean?
Well, you have a tendency to do too much, and then it catches up with you, and you realize how badly you've overdone it.
Yeah, and like so I gotta pace myself and everything.
Yeah, you got so much going on. I was talking with Mom yesterday. I was like, yeah, Roger's got like 3 video game channels that he does streams on. He's got the Wonderful World of Weirdness where he does your mystery show, and now he's going to be doing everything about aliens with me. Yeah. He's got Tech Talk with Mark Edworthy.
No, and Mark is the brains behind that.
Start up again.
Mark is the brains behind that. Mark and Tan.
No, you and Tan. To be fair. No, you especially, because you come up with subjects that I wouldn't have thought about.
Well, you know, like I just assumed that like if you guys were going to get rid of your hard drives, you would wipe them. Like go in there and put a program in there that would like literally freaking scramble everything. You know.
I'll be right back. My dog needs to go out.
All right.
You want to see him? He's asking me to go out.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Tell him hi. His name's Wilbur.
Hi, Wilbur. Hi, Wilbur. He's like, who's that? Hi, Wilbur.
He's saying,
hi there.
Take him out real quick. I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm gonna leave my phone.
All
so,
right.
You guys keep going if you want. It's up to you. I'll be right back though.
Okay. But yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. Something we've got to think about is doing the next series of tech talks. I still haven't been able to catalogue them, the previous series, but
it's up to you. Okay, like April was just an idea that I set on that because frickin' Tan wanted to do it as soon as possible. But if you want to postpone it until like June or July, I can do that. You know what I mean? Because I wanted.
Have a word with.
What I wanted to do.
Have a word with Tan, and also have a word with Dave. Because of Dave.
Yeah.
Well.
And the reason why I wanted to do that was because I usually end my gaming by the end of June. I get 6 months of hardcore gaming going in, and then at the 6 months. I do 1 video a day, and that's it. And that's the way I usually do it. And that would give me time to focus on my live streams for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
So it's up to you if you want to do it that way, but we can do it that way.
Well, like I said, I suggest that you have a chat with Dave and Tan as well.
Yeah, see what they want.
That might be a good idea. Yeah. So I know Dave's been quiet for a while. I know he just moved into a new place and stuff, but yeah.
Now he said he was going to become more active in it, so I don't know what's going on. I haven't even seen him in chat, so I couldn't tell you.
No, I haven't for a couple of weeks.
But we can work all that out and everything, and like with Tech Talk, I don't know. To be honest, we have to figure out what we want to discuss because we've even discussed AI and everything. You know, so if
Yeah.
if we can get that going, then that would be cool. At least try to figure out some good topics and everything to bring in.
Yeah, I'm just checking. According to the general room, Dave hasn't been in since February the 2nd. So over a month ago now.
You know what I mean? Like you don't hear much about them, and like what you do hear about them is involved in a lot of these programs. I mean, he was a rocket scientist. Think about this, okay? And everybody now, they're used to that shit, but like he was a rocket scientist when being a rocket scientist wasn't freaking smart. People
Wasn't even thought of. Wasn't even
Yeah.
a consideration, right?
He was that crazy guy out in the field that was freaking setting off freaking fireworks and shit. You know what I mean? But, I mean, that's the time set that we're thinking of there. You know, people weren't going to the moon yet. People weren't freaking going up to the satellite or space stations and stuff. You know. So that's the thing, man. I think a lot of that actually is most likely where the start of this was in JPL. I mean, that's a serious freaking corporation, and you're talking about people disappearing. All right, people disappear, trust me, and there's a good chance JBL has something to do with it. There's also the donut in England. I don't know if you guys heard of the donut.
Yeah, I just recently heard of it, but I'm not fluid in it.
You heard of the donut, Dave?
No.
They talk about it with the crown.
The donut is basically a building shaped like a donut in London, and they have since, I don't know when it started, but at least in the 70s or 80s, they've been listening in on every conversation that people in England have had on the telephones. It moved from the telephones to the internet, and now they're freaking spying on people on the computers and stuff. But it's called the donut.
Okay. I know that that's done here. You know, there's one right down the street from where I'm at right now. Do you remember the old telephone buildings? You know, you had to have all the wire frames. I know what the frames look like. We actually had some for Davis when I was at the Space Center. But you had these huge relay centers with all the wires going everywhere to switch telephone conversations. You had to have your switch buildings. Well, we don't need that anymore. Even if you've got two landlines, when one calls the other, it gets converted to digital somewhere, and it's all done over network switches and the internet and what have you, even if you think you're using a landline. We have all these telecom buildings all over the United States that are still standing. They're still secure. You still see vehicles at them all the time. Most of them really don't have any windows. That's where the spooks hang out. Those things are full of FBI. They're still owned by AT&T. They're still owned by whoever. But instead of running a bunch of network phone switching equipment that we don't need anymore, that's where we're monitored from. These old phone buildings that are theoretically next to useless now are just full of spooks.
Yep.
And you drive by one, you see a normal-looking guy go in, chances are he's at NSA.
Now, the donut is the nickname given due to its resemblance to a donut to the headquarters of the Government Communication Headquarters, a British cryptography and intelligence agency. It is located on a 71 hectares, 176 acres site in Ben Hill in the suburbs of Cheltenham, Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire in southwest England. So that's where it is. And I brought up the picture too, and I made a
I think I have seen this before now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Oh, you want me to pop it back up?
No, I'm looking at it right now. No, I think I have seen pictures of this building before, but I just kind of kept going. I thought it was a sports stadium because I've seen it in passing.
So
now that I look at it, it's obviously not a sports stadium.
That's why I tell English people they need to just shut their mouth, because like they freaking make it out like we're the freaking ones spying on everybody's intelligence or on their conversations, and like they're the ones who started it. You know what I'm saying? Like Queen Elizabeth, or not Queen Elizabeth, but what's her name? The one that was during Ronald Reagan's era. She didn't want to get
that was Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth didn't want to get on board with Margaret Thatcher too. Neither one of them wanted to get on board with Ronald Reagan on the space program, the Star Wars program,
right?
Because the United States didn't want to freaking get involved with their freaking intelligence program, which consisted of that facility. All right. So Ronald Reagan had to freaking actually negotiate with them so that they could get on board and they could work together, which meant that the freaking Star Wars program was like completely downsized. You know what I'm saying? Like what he wanted to do and what was actually done didn't match up, and it was because of that bullshit. So that's another thing that's a pretty good thing to talk about.
I remember Star Wars being talked about extensively when I was a kid, but it wasn't until I was older that I actually figured out what the hell they were really talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear all the news when you're a kid and you don't really know what's going on, but
yeah, I know it was a lot worse back then though. Like now they don't even talk about it. I remember when I was a kid, I was always wondering why freaking all that bombing was going on in freaking Israel and over there, and it was always on the news. You know what I mean? Now, like they're barely even talking about it. Like it's not going on.
The more you learn about what's really going on, the more you just kind of pull back and don't know what to think of this earth anymore.
Yeah. You guys ever heard of the Minamata disease?
No.
Minamata?
No, I can't say that I have.
Negative.
Okay, now I'll pull up the Wikipedia for you. That way you guys can see it. But Minamata is basically caused because of mercury. Here, let me go ahead and read it to you, and I can post the Minamata up for you. Windows, no. Yeah, here we go. You guys see that?
Okay. Keep forgetting I'm muted.
Mine's
I see it.
Mine's is black. I don't see anything. Hold on.
Oh, wow. I think I know somebody that has this disease.
I can read it.
He didn't call it that though. He called it something else. Can't remember what he called it.
No, I can read it and everything. So,
yeah.
If you want, okay. Minamata disease is a neurological disease caused by severe mercury poisoning. Signs and symptoms include ataxia, numbness in the hands and feet, general muscle weakness, loss of peripheral vision, and damage to hearing and speech. And in extreme cases, insanity, paralysis, coma, and death follow with weeks of the onset of symptoms. A congenital form of the disease affects fetuses in the womb, causing microphthalmia, extensive cerebral damage, and symptoms similar to those seen in cerebral palsy. Minamata disease was first discovered in the city of Minamata, Kumamoto Prefecture, Japan, in 1956, hence its name. It was caused by the release of methyl mercury in the industrial wastewater from a chemical factory owned by the Chiso Corporation, which continued from 1932 to 1968. It was also been suggested that some of the mercury sulfate in the wastewater was also metabolized to methyl mercury by bacteria in the sediment. This highly toxic chemical bioaccumulated and biomagnified in shellfish and fish in Minamata Bay and the Shiranui Sea, which when eaten by the local population resulted in mercury poisoning. The poisoning and resulting deaths of both humans and animals continued for 36 years, while Chizo and the Kumamoto prefectural government did little to prevent the epidemic. The animals' effects were severe enough in cats that they came to be named as having dancing cat fever. As of March 2001, 2,265 victims have been officially recognized as having Minamata disease, and over 10,000 have received financial compensation from Chizo. By 2004, Chizo had paid $86 million in compensation, and in the same year was ordered to clean up its contamination. On March 29, 2010, a settlement was reached to compensate as yet uncertified victims. And there's a second break, but I just wanted to kind of go through that and let you guys hear about it and see what your thoughts are on that. You guys there still?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking on mute. But I just find it interesting because remember what we were talking about with Tesla, and then he had that disease from the water as well. It was coming from contamination of like the water, and it was for a certain type of.
It was a cholera.
Cholera, yes, cholera. I don't
Yeah.
have my notes pulled up, so I just didn't want to say the wrong name of the actual disease. But it's crazy to me because it has the same similar, well, not the same, but similar parallel symptoms. Yeah, I just was because I was attempting to tie it into what we were saying.
So,
You were saying
notice those
similar.
statues, right? And look at the headdresses on those statues.
I see what he's saying.
And later on, we'll show you pictures of the sea peoples, and they some of them had similar headdresses. Okay.
Now, with
and
the sea peoples too, there was like multiple tribes that were involved, but a lot of
yeah.
them.
So let me just run with this story quickly. So at that time, the sea level was lower, so there was potentially a civilization where the Azores Plateau is now, or the Azores Island is there now, but potentially there's like a lot under the water there that was exposed back then. And this is what Solon says.
I know they're doing scuba research too concerning all that too.
Yeah. Actually, there was a guy. He found some stuff under the water there with sonar. I think it was an Italian fisherman or whatever, and he found structures under the water there.
Yeah.
And I remember that a few years ago, and it kind of went dark. Like no one really talked about it. But
they're doing it, aren't they? Aren't they finding cultures that are sunk down on like the southern coast of Spain and stuff right there where the
yes. So this is all part of this, right? Because imagine this: if you're a civilization in the middle of the Atlantic, you have the exactly how Plato described it. He says they were on the main island, but past the island they were on the mainland as well. So he's saying they were in South America as well. Okay. So he said Atlantis wasn't an island, it was an empire that stretched from South America to Lebanon. Like literally covered like half the planet. All right.
Isn't this what we were talking about the other day?
Solon was the father of Plato. Now Plato we haven't even gotten into. Like I'm like focusing.
But I thought about finding the culture in South America, and isn't supposedly there's something like cocaine or something like that on one of the.
Oh, you're talking about it's a
on the
mummy.
mummies.
That's different.
Yes.
Yes.
And exactly, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So like, this is the evidence that shows that there was trade and there was movement between South America and Egypt. Okay?
Or at least what they're presenting it at.
That there would have been a stopping point, which would be the Azores, okay, which is where Atlantis was, and so
Well, that part
validating
of
the
the
truth of
Atlantic
it.
too.
I believe that when the end of the Ice Age happened, the whole Randall-Carlson comet impact theory, right? When all that catastrophe happened, there was refugees from that island, because it was a high civilization. They had high technology for that time there, and they had the best seeds and the best everything of the world there, because they were the best trading post in the whole world, right? They had the most gold, they had the most everything. Like Plato describes it beautifully. You should really read that story. So I believe these refugees, in the last effort of desperate to save their civilization, they took the horns of a ram and put the seeds in there, right? And then sealed it with wax, and that allowed them to keep the seeds over the ocean and the rain and stuff. And they sailed in different directions. They went. Some of them went to South America, some of them went to North America, some of them went to Egypt. The ones that went to Egypt are now known as the Sea Peoples that attacked there. And there was multiple waves of it. It wasn't just one. It happened a few times, right? But the ones that went to South America weren't very well documented. But I went there myself, and I actually found out. This is how I found out about these figures, these Atlantean figures. There are multiple stories all across South America, right, of these civilizing heroes, or now known as gods, that actually brought knowledge and civilizing arts to the people, right? Because they say that the people were sort of cave-dwelling kind of people back then, but when these white-skinned, bearded people came over the sea, they brought seeds with them, and with these seeds and the knowledge of architecture, they started civilization. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And have you ever heard the term cornucopia?
Cornucopia,
yeah. I saw the movie.
Look that up, because like that cornucopia is actually a reference to the horn that I'm talking about, the horn of Capricorn. That horn is the horn of the seeds that they used to keep, that the civilizing heroes kept the seeds in. And
now see, before you came on, we were talking about Sanitarium, and how he was always compiling old literature of ancient lore and stuff like that. And like the sun pillars that was set up all through Phoenicia. They would take these stories and they would put them down on the basins of the freaking pillars, and he would go around and he would collect them. And he was probably one of the first recorded historians in history. You know what I mean? And to this day, like, he's still accredited as being, like, you know, freaking pretty thorough on his writings and stuff. And that was...
Who is that? Sorry?
Sanathian.
Okay. Karma, can you send me a link or something?
Okay, so can I ask you a question too first before we get too far from what you were just saying? Because I was already looking at this, because you were talking about the correlation in the Phoenicians and trading over here in South America. Yeah, the Atlantis or the Azore Plateau. And I'm like, listen, so I'm just looking at it in reference to where location is in regards to Lebanon. And remember, Roger, you were telling me about sometimes that there were places that they were in places that, like, other places too besides what we just see here.
Like they're
so Baalbek in Lebanon is the example of the Atlantean structures that used to be there. So like before the cataclysm.
What she's referring to is the Phoenicians had a very, very large area for distribution. Like they could, their
Trade.
reach was pretty broad. You know what I'm saying? Like they've even got stories that could possibly link the Phoenicians to actually making it to England at one point or another. And that's what she was talking about. And I'll take that copy of. I'll just copy and paste the name of the guy I was.
And how is it, right? How is it that the Phoenicians had this high technology of naval travel, and so early on in the piece? The only explanation really is that they inherited that information from somewhere else, from a previous people, right? And
see, they
that
had
isn't
power.
very
They
well
had
done.
power even before the Greeks did. So, I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
Their influence was.
Because they inherited it from Atlantis. They are actually the descendants of the Atlanteans. So they are one of the refugee waves of refugees that came to the mainland, right? And that's why they never really settled in one place. They kind of traded and went around the place because they came from somewhere else.
Now, I pasted the name of Senechinatheon in the.
I was going to send them the link. I was just looking for mines because I have so much stuff. I have Sharmans, I have the Phoenicians here, then I have Heron City, Shalmaneser. Like I had Neoplatonism, the Mount Olympus, everything we talk about. Yeah, but Neoplatonism
Where did you post the link?
versus Neolithic. You're gonna have to give me like a few more minutes because I haven't gotten it yet. It's in my. I'll tell you. Like I'll share it. It's in my history.
Roger, did you say you posted the link?
Yeah.
No,
right
the name.
Here. It's in the Jitsi chat right there. Just copy and paste.
Oh, Jitsi chat. Okay. I'm not checking the
Senechinatheon.
He posted the name. Yeah.
How do I get to the Jitsi chat? How does that work?
It's the little
You're on Jitsi,
like
right?
message thing on the bottom.
Yeah.
You see on the bottom.
If you scroll over.
Where you can mute video. Look, you see mute video.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Okey-dokey.
Now,
Senechinatheon, that's not him.
Senechinatheon.
Okay, so just before I lose my spot there, all I was trying to say is I'm suggesting that the Phoenicians descended from the Atlanteans. Also, I think the other examples of people like that are the Basque people of Spain, right?
Yeah.
How they have that language isolate in Spain. I think that's an injection from refugees from Atlantis as well. So I bet, I would bet that there would be similarities between the Basque language and probably Phoenician language.
Well, with the Basque, it's also DNA too. Like their genetics.
I've never looked into it.
Their genetics are unique.
Yeah, the genetics is interesting to look at as well. Yeah, for sure. And I wonder if the Hebrew people were also, because they were kind of very entwined with the Phoenicians, and I also believe the Minoans. So, like, I found the Sea People's story really interesting because they specifically named these different Sea Peoples, right?
Yeah.
And
different
one
ones.
of them I could identify as the tribe of Dan, okay? Because the name, it sounded very similar, and I'm pretty sure of it.
You see,
and
a lot of the archaeologists and historians, they actually say that where the region is that Dan comes from, which would be up around Anatolia, okay, they actually say freaking there are parts of the Sea People that did originate in that area. Now like Noah, okay, like you know of Noah's tomb,
Yeah.
right? Okay, that's like
Exactly.
maybe 20 miles away from freaking Mount Ararat, okay. And a lot of people don't know that. They have no clue that it's like literally 20-30 miles away from Mount Ararat.
And that's in Saudi Arabia, right?
No, that's up there in
Or-
Anatolia. That's right there in freaking that's right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to my podcast on strangeness. Today, we're going to continue where we left off. We were getting into topics concerning Casey and or Edgar Casey, and then we went from there into Jack Parsons. With me right now, I have Karma Love. Karma, you want to say hi?
Hi, everyone.
I'm glad to have you here, Karma.
Thank you.
Last time we were getting into that, and here today, Pecos was talking about Burning Man, so we might be able to do all that, and if it gets to where Pecos or anybody wants to come in and talk about that, then we can go there, you know. But I really like what we were getting into with Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons, and even with the stuff with Edgar Casey. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff there as well. Like, we're going in a good direction, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you have anything like any documentaries or anything like little short bits on either one of them? I feel like that would be good.
When it comes to like documentaries and stuff, I don't really like doing the videos or audios because of copyright infringement.
Oh yeah, I forgot you. I remember you telling me that now. Yeah.
So like everything I do is usually my own content. Like even the music that you hear in the background, stuff like that. That's my stuff. You know.
You make music too?
Yeah.
That's so neat. Do you sing?
Oh no, I don't sing.
But you just do the beats. That's still cool. Nice.
If I can find somebody who's willing to sing for me, then I'll put that stuff on here. I mean, just to put that out there. I ain't got no problem with it, but
I would hate to torture your ears.
I mean, I'm serious. I have no problem with that, but the thing is, man, I just, like I said the other day on a previous stream, you know, it's a big scam in the copyright thing, so I try to stay away from it.
Like triple, quadruple taxation. Yeah, no, I understand. Because it's like, would you not like your music to get played? And you already getting paid from it being streamed on YouTube. So as long as you're streaming it on YouTube, these people technically are supposed to get paid. But it's like a hope. No, we want it streamed only on our channel. Only look at us. You can't use our stuff to get it drawn to yours without paying us again, even though we're getting paid because of it being played. Like,
yeah.
And then everyone thinks you're dumb and don't know that that's what's going on.
It's just crazy, yeah. They want to play around and screw people over on that stuff.
Right, when music is entertainment. Like, it's, are you not entertained? Definitely not. I can hardly even listen to it when I need it. I get it.
Yeah, I gotta figure out where I just had that. Here we go.
Do you think you should remind Pecos? Oh wow, look at this picture.
He's probably caught up in that
we were talking about Anonymous and Reddit, and the guy that started Reddit and everything, and how he ended up getting in trouble with the law and stuff.
A lot of these people nowadays are getting in trouble, like, especially if they did, you know what I mean? Like, between the crypto people getting in trouble, or coming up dead. It's like a lot of real schemy type stuff going on in the world. Like, big CEOs, oh, I'm no longer going to be the head of this company that I founded and headed for 20, 30 years, which I learned with some of the legal stuff that I've been watching. If you turn your company over to someone else, any trouble that you had following you kind of disappears. So they have to restart the case over again and no longer able to investigate you in the same manner. And it's wild because when you listen to all these people, I know this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but it's just just go ahead, because I was just saying, like, it's insane though, because it's if you look at that,
it really does. It fires people up. I mean,
yeah, when you think about what's going on in this world.
Yeah, it's messed up. So I pulled up something here about Edgar Casey.
That is such a cool picture.
Yeah. So it is coming through, right?
Guys, see it. Wow, it looks like a constellation.
Alright, let me make sure. Oh, it keeps blacking out every time I come in there.
Wait, you mean it's not supposed to look black? It looks so dope black.
Oh, yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, here's the article I've got from edgarcasey.org, and it's the 20th century psychic and medical clairvoyant. Edgar Casey has been called the sleeping prophet, the father of holistic medicine, and the most documented psychic of the 20th century. For more than 40 years of his adult life, Casey gave psychic readings to thousands of seekers while in an unconscious state, diagnosing illnesses and revealing lives past in the past and prophecies yet to come. But who exactly was Edgar Casey? Casey was born on a farm in Hopkinsville, Kentucky in 1877, and his psychic abilities began to appear as early as his childhood. He was able to see and talk to his late grandfather's spirit and often played with imaginary friends, whom he said were spirits of the other side. He also displayed an uncanny ability to memorize the pages of a book simply by sleeping on it. These gifts labeled the young Casey a strange, but all Casey really These gifts labeled the young Casey as strange, but all Casey really wanted was to help others, especially children. Later in life, Casey would find that he had the ability to put himself into a sleep-like state by lying down on a couch, closing his eyes, and folding his hands over his stomach. In this state of relaxation and meditation, he was able to place his mind in contact with all time and space, the universal consciousness, also known as the superconscious mind. From there, he could respond to questions as broad as what are the secrets of the universe and what is my purpose in life, to as specific as what can I do to help my arthritis and how were the pyramids of Egypt built. His responses to these questions came to be called readings, and their insights offer practical help and advice to individuals even today. Many people are surprised to learn that Edgar Casey was a devoted churchgoer and Sunday school teacher. At a young age, Casey vowed to read the Bible for every year of his life, and at the time of his death in 1945, he had accomplished this task. Perhaps the reading said it best when asked how to become psychic. Casey's advice was to become more spiritual. Tools for wellness, spiritual growth, and personal empowerment. Although Casey did die more than 60 years ago, the timelines of the material in his readings, with subjects like discovering your mission in life, developing your intuition, exploring ancient mysteries, and taking responsibility for your health, is evident by the hundreds of books that have been written on the various aspects of this work, as well as the dozen or so titles focused on Casey's life itself. Together, these books contain information so valuable that even Edgar Casey himself might have hesitated to predict their impact on the contemporary world. In 1945, the year of his passing, who could have known that terms such as meditation, spiritual growth, auras, soulmates, and holistic health would become household words? The majority of Edgar Casey's readings deal with holistic health and the treatment of illness. As it was at the time Casey was giving readings, still today, individuals from all walks of life and belief receive physical relief from illnesses or ailments through information given in the readings. Some readings were given as far back as 100 years ago. Yet, although best known for this material, the sleeping Casey did not seem to be limited to concerns about the physical body. In fact, in their entirety, the readings discuss an astonishing 10,000 different topics. This vast array of subject matter can be narrowed down into a smaller group of topics that, when compiled together, deal with the following 5 categories. 1. Health-related information. 2. Philosophy and reincarnation. 3. Dreams and dream interpretation. 4. ESP and psychic phenomenon. And 5. Spiritual growth, meditation, and prayer. Further details of Casey's life and work are explored in the classic book There Is a River, which was in 1942 by Thomas Sagru, available in hardback, paperback, or audiobook versions. Members of Edgar Casey's Association for Research and Enlightenment, ARE, the nonprofit founded by Casey in 1931, have access to the entire set of 14,306 readings in a database residing online in our members-only section. The readings can also be found in their entirety in our physical library located in the Visitor Center, 2nd floor, at our headquarters campus in Virginia Beach, which is open to the public daily. So that's Edgar Casey. What do you think about that?
Well, the parts that I heard, because for whatever reason I feel intercepted, and it's like a hack. So people are listening in on the line in a way that is not beneficial to you as well. You will not be able to know that they're here. So they disrupted a lot of what you said. But the fact that he has I just would like to put that out there for the record. But the fact that you were talking about his psychic abilities and being able to actually talk to people and communicate with all dimensions, it just sounds like I'm aware of similarities that parallel. So it's definitely intriguing because honestly, I've never heard of Casey before you. I heard of, like I said, Crowley, and then I heard of Parsons. But as far as hearing of Casey, this is new. And so when you're talking about them calling him the sleeping prophet and everything like that, it's wild because, yeah, I mean, like, I know one person
to date right now that can do stuff like that, and that person is not hardly taken seriously enough. But I definitely think that it's cool that it's something that is documented as having been done by someone who is well respected. So I mean, it just makes you more motivated, I guess, to engage in stuff like that. What do you believe in those abilities? Obviously, right? Because that's what we're talking about it.
Well, see, like with Casey was a strange one, and there's another guy from France who kind of is along the same lines of him that I did a piece on about 3-4 years ago, and what they have in common is
It's breaking up again. I don't hear you at all. Like you're talking, all I heard was France, and like then see.
Hi, this is Summer Todd. We're having a show tonight called Creepy Christmas Happenings for the winter solstice, first day of winter today. So we're going to tell some things, share some experiences that have happened with us, and you feel free to call in with anything that's happened to you. First, I'm going to kick off with Austin telling a story about something we did Christmas Eve with Alexis. We had a little bit too much to drink, and it's I know you shouldn't do stuff like that so it's kind of like using the board. So I didn't feel really good about that. But like I said, it's Christmas, and we didn't think anything was going to happen. So I'll let Austin kick off with that. So Austin Todd, my son, you can start in if you'd like.
Okay. So we have been reading about how Alexa says creepy things and about how it supposedly talks to dead people and plays songs that like deceased loved ones would have liked to have heard and stuff. So it was that Christmas Eve we decided to test it. So we asked it to play a song that my deceased cousin Sam would have liked and that my deceased father would have liked, and my wife's son, he asked it to play a song that his recently deceased friend would have liked, and then it proceeded to play. The first song it played was a Lyle Lovett song, which was really off the wall for Alexa to just play randomly, but it was off of. Not only was Lyle Lovett an artist my dad loved, but it was also off the one album he had by Lyle Lovett when I was a kid. So that was really weird. And then it played a Pink Floyd song, which my dad was pretty into Pink Floyd too, but mainly that was a big thing me and Sam shared. And then it played a song that was a favorite of Kevin's friend. I forget what the song was. And then it played another song, but we didn't know what that was. But that turned out that was a song that my sister had on an album that Dad had bought for her for Christmas years ago too, later on. So it was like it played songs that my dad and Sam and this deceased friend of my wife's son would have liked. And it was really weird. It freaked us all out pretty bad.
Yeah, and I know somebody suggested this, and it is true. They said to me, well, if you buy stuff from Amazon and you have Alexa, because it's through Amazon, it can see what music that you've ordered and stuff. But I don't believe it could have tied anything to those people. And I hadn't ordered anything. I think I did order that Lyle Lovett album, but not from Amazon. I think I got it from somebody else. So I don't see how it tied in all those people. So that was really freaky. It was really scary. And, we were like, it kind of sobered us up a little bit because we were like, oh, maybe we should have done that. I don't know. Everybody was kind of just, It was just,
Yeah, that was freaky.
yeah, yeah. So that was our freakiest Christmas happenings, I believe. Yeah, and the strange thing about the one with my daughter, because I was telling her about it. She had been here earlier, I believe, and she left, and but anyway, I told her about it, and she was like, "Mom, don't you remember that album that he bought me?" I was like, "No, because it's been a few years ago." And she said, "Yeah, that was that song that we liked together or something." And I was like, "Wow." So tied her in kind of something that would have made sure she knew about it too. So I feel like it was her dad maybe reaching out to everyone. It was strange. Um, yeah, and I don't know. Sometimes maybe if you're on Christmas break and stuff, maybe you're just a little more relaxed. You'll have things happen. Uh, I know one night I was watching TV and I fell asleep and on a love seat, and it was by the wall, and something hit my arm and just woke me up. It's like something punched me. And so I was like, oh my gosh. And I wake up and, we had cats at the time. So I thought, well, maybe it's my cat. But then I'm like, well, if it was my cat, he would have to bounce off the wall because he wasn't even around anyway. And he couldn't have done that because it was in a corner, and like a kitten, he didn't do stuff like that. It was like somebody literally woke me up and hit me. So it's like, what the heck? So that was another scary thing, but I remember it was on Christmas break. And so, yeah. But
Is your cat in there now? So I am.
no, he's outside. Because Gerald's here, and he makes him sneeze. He's been running around outside.
That was Gerald sneezing.
No.
It sounded like a cat meowing.
No. That's weird. Was it Roger?
Oh, is that Rogers?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a cat meowing outside your door or something,
Yeah,
Roger?
That's probably my cat. He annoys the hell out of me when it comes to like sitting down and do streaming on the computer because I'm on here so long that he goes to the door and bitches at me.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Also, that was your cat.
Yeah, I forgot.
You can't see me, right? You can't see me, or I'd show you Wilbur. He's laying with me right now.
So you guys were drunk when that happened, though, right?
Well, we weren't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't real drunk, but we'd all had a little because it was Christmas Eve.
Oh, trust me, I could almost bet you were drunk.
No, well, but
we were.
Like I wasn't falling down drunk. I was
well,
we were cold.
That's still. I mean, you don't have to be falling down drunk.
No, we were just like happy drunk, just having a good time drunk. But I did warn Austin when he said that we were going to do it. I said I don't think that's a good idea. I think maybe his wife did. April, she did too. But then we're like, oh, nothing got happen anyway.
I didn't really believe it would. I didn't really believe it would do that. So.
Yeah, because we were sitting around playing cards. Like you do on a holiday, you'll have been playing games or something, and we were like kind of getting bored. I think we were playing cards, weren't we, Austin? And we were bored, and we're like, well,
yeah.
We're gonna do something real stupid.
Well, it was just like the other day. Jaffe mentioned something too, and a lot of people in 12-step programs bring this up about alcohol is considered a spirit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that could actually be a part of it too, because you guys had introduced.
That's funny.
You guys introduced alcohol into your system, and then you did a seance. Is that what you did, or a Ouija board?
Kind of.
Well, I guess you might say that, but you ask Alexa stuff. Like people ask her. Like if you ask her, like there's one question you ask her, and she has a weird to it. And some people just play around with her. I don't think it's a good idea, but yeah, I mean, we did ask her stuff that we probably shouldn't have asked her.
About demons?
Yeah. I mean, it's considered playing with a board, I would say, if you're a priest or something.
Now, it's interesting.
But what?
He had a moment. Give him a second. He moves around really, really fast.
talking to Mom about that last night. About how I think like
Sit still, bud.
I was talking to Mom last night about how I'm not moving.
Okay, so something's going on with your audio. It's every time you start talking, it cuts in and out.
Yeah, try it again.
Because this is going to be good. We got to hear all of it. You can't.
Can
Yeah.
you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, try it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Can you hear us?
No, I was gonna. That's funny. You should mention alcohol being a spirit because Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Yeah, you're just cutting out when you said alcohol being a spirit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say it's funny you should mention alcohol being a spirit because last night I was telling Mom I think
He's cutting out real bad.
He's sitting over in the corner. He's afraid that his wife's gonna beat
Okay.
him. You're afraid of your wife, aren't you?
I don't think is she there?
No.
There, hey, stay where you
No,
were.
she went.
That right there is perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that is perfect.
Huh?
Wherever you're at right now is perfect.
I didn't even move. I had my phone hooked up to a sound link. Maybe that was what it was.
That's what it was.
Right now. So go on. What were you talking? You said about that. You were talking about last night.
Oh, last night I was telling Mom about how a lot of modern rehabilitation therapies have it all wrong, and that they don't realize that addiction's actually a spiritual illness at its root, and the substances that's being abused are living, breathing things that are fueling the said spiritual illness.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, that's the misconception that a lot of people who haven't been in those programs don't understand. Like, especially this time of year, you're going to hear a lot of people talking about alcohol and spirits, and how like these spirits influence people. You know what I mean? Believe it or not, they really are into a lot of the spiritual aspects. And I'm not just talking about the holding hands and doing the serenity prayer and stuff like that. I mean, they believe in a lot of the stuff that, well, you've heard me on Jaffe's show and with you guys and stuff, you know, I mean, this is everyday conversation around 12-step programs.
Really?
Yeah, they really do believe in this stuff. They're worse than I am, believe it or not. If they can be, if there is such a thing.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting too. Yeah.
And it's like an issue that a lot of people don't like to talk about, which is sex, okay? And they believe that sex is also the same way when it comes to addictions and also like bad spiritual juju and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And people who have eating disorders, same thing.
Yeah.
It's all
Battery
spiritual.
40%. Connected to Nokia C2US.
Oh man, he turned on the Nokia.
What is that?
The Nokia.
Who did? The cat did, or
Austin did.
Austin. What?
Yeah, he's
How did
playing
he
with
do
the
that?
devil. I heard it.
Yeah, that wasn't me, was it?
No, that was Austin.
You know, it's odd that you say that about people with eating disorders because my sister had some demonic stuff happen in this place she lived in, and I'm relatively sure she had an eating disorder, and she had a lot of issues. And the house she lived in, there was all kinds of odd things going on, so I always wondered about that.
Well,
But I didn't think it had anything to do, like, you know, with that in particular.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who do believe in that stuff, and I personally think that Alexa just kicked your son off the stream because she didn't like what he had to say.
She does some odd things, and
Okay.
my or he doesn't like her at all. So, and actually, I shouldn't say that because tonight she'll probably scare him or something. So, but anyway,
Are
I'll
you
just turn.
are you there, Austin?
Yeah,
He's gotten muted out, I believe.
yeah, he needs to get back in. Right. Um.
See that's the thing about technology. I just do I don't like too much of it. Some of it is good, okay? But
Yeah.
but there like this phone thing for one thing. Um, people are just buying into it like it's a real big deal, and it's not. It's actually
The iPhones and stuff.
beyond the realm of the unknown. Echo Cave whispers of hidden chambers filled with ancient artifacts, walls inscribed with the wisdom of civilizations long vanished, and underground rivers that sing with the voices of the past. Some say that deep within its heart lies a crystal of immense power, glowing with an inner light that reflects the history of the earth itself. It is believed that those who gaze upon the crystal can see visions of the world as it once was, a tapestry of life and legend unfolding in its facets. Others speak of a hidden library, a collection of scrolls and tomes bound in strange leathers and written in languages forgotten by time. These texts hold the secrets of alchemy, astrology, and other arcane practices, guarded by the spirits of the scholars who penned them. There are tales of a lost city buried beneath the cave, where the shadows of its former inhabitants still roam the streets, caught between worlds. The city is said to be filled with treasures untold, waiting for a worthy soul to uncover them. And then there are the echoes themselves, each one a fragment of a soul that once sought refuge in the cave's embrace. The echoes carry their stories, their hopes, their fears, a chorus of the human experience echoing through the ages. But the greatest secret of Echo Cave is perhaps its ability to change those who enter. It's a place of transformation where the veil between the physical and the spiritual is thin, and one can reach out and touch the essence of existence. So while we may speculate and dream of what lies within Echo Cave, its true secrets are known only to the cave itself, and it guards them well. For some things are meant to be discovered, while others are meant to remain hidden, tucked away in the shadows of wonder and the whispers of earth. May your curiosity always lead you to the wondrous places, and may the secrets you uncover be as enlightening as the stars above. Deep within the heart of the forest, hidden by thorny brambles and the whispers of the ancients, lies Echo Cave, in a place few dare to tread, for it is said that those who enter are never the same when they emerge, if they emerge at all. Legend has it that the cave is alive, its walls pulsating with the echoes of 1,000 souls. They say it was once a sacred site where rituals of great power were performed under the watchful eye of the stars. One fateful evening, a group of friends fueled by curiosity and the thrill of adventure, decided to explore the cave. They were armed with nothing but their flashlights and a sense of invincibility that only the young possess. As they ventured deeper into the cave, their laughter and chatter echoed off the walls, creating a cacophony of sound that seemed to mock their bravado. The air grew colder, the darkness thicker, and soon they realized they were not alone. For the shadows from the shadows emerged a figure, ethereal and shimmering, with eyes that held the depths of the cosmos. They spoke in a voice that was both beautiful and terrifying, a symphony of every voice the friends had ever known. "You have awakened me," it said, "and now you must pay the price." The friends huddled together, fear gripping their hearts as the figure approached. It reached out, its touch like ice, and whispered a secret into each of their ears, a secret that was theirs alone to bear. With each word, the cave seemed to grow brighter, the echoes louder, until the friends were overwhelmed by a blinding light and a sound that was the very essence of creation. When they awoke, they were outside the cave, the sun rising on the horizon, but something had changed. Each friend found themselves gifted with a strange new ability, a piece of the cave's ancient knowledge. They never spoke of what happened that night, and they never returned to Echo Cave. But sometimes, when the wind is just right, you can hear the echo of their laughter mingling with the whispers of the cave, reminding us that some mysteries are best left unsolved. So as we sit by our campfire, let's enjoy the warmth and the company and leave the secrets of the Echo Cave to the forest and the stars.
Recently, I mysteriously acquired 5 USD in Bitcoin that I never purchased from Coinbase. I know that I have never purchased it because of the strange price recordings that I have concerning Bitcoin. Because of the volatility with Bitcoin's prices, I was skeptic when it came to trading it. So, all of a sudden, there it was. With that being said, I am now going to start my recorded prices for Bitcoin, starting on July 24, 2022 at 22,426.87. On July 25, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was 21,835.61, down 591.26 from the recorded price a day before on July 24, 2022. On July 26, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was 21,089.94. Down 1,336.93 from the recorded price on July 24, 2022, and also down 745.67 from the price recorded on July 25, 2022, the day before. On July 27, 2022, the recorded price was 21,194.98, down 1,231.89 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, but up 105.04 from the recorded price on July 26, 2022, the day before. On July 28, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was 23,176.80, up 749.93 from the recorded price on July 24, 2022, and also up 1,981.82 from the recorded price the day before of 21,194.98 on July 27, 2022. On July 29, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was 23,920.60, up 1,493.73 from the recorded price on July 24, 2022, and also up 743.80 from the price recorded the day before. On July 30, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was 23,796.02, up 1,369.15 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, but down 154.58 from the recorded price the day before on July 29, 2022 of 23,920.60.
But after resting quietly for days he sent the dove once more, to learn if yet had kissed the many waters. And she flew on, and went o'er the earth and, resting her body lightly on the humid ground, again to know back she came and bore an olive branch of tidings a great signor courage now filled them all, and great delight, because they hoped to look upon the land. But then thereafter yet another bird, of black wing, sent he forth as hastily, which, trusting to its wings, flew willingly, and coming to the land continued there. And Noah knew the land was nearer now. But when on dashing waves the craft divine the and the roer oceanesse billows swum, it was made fast upon the narrow strand. There is in Phrygia on the dark mainland a steep, tall mountain, Ararat its name, because upon it all were to be saved from death, and there was great desire of art, dense streams of the great river Marsyas spring. There on a lofty peak the ark abode when the waters chist, and then again from heaven the voice divine of the great God this word proclaimed, O Noah, guarded, faithful, just, come boldly forth, with THY sons and THY wife and the three brides, and fill all the earth, increasing, multiplying, rendering justice to one another through all generations, until to judgment every race of men shall come, for judgment shall be unto all. Thus spoke the voice divine. Then from his couch Noah, encouraged, hastened on the land, and with him went his sons and wife and brides, and creeping things, and birds and quadrupeds, and all things else went from the wooden house into one place. And then went Noah forth as saith, most just of men, when on the waters he had made full twice 20 days and one because of counsels of the mighty God. Then a new stock of life again arose, golden first, which indeed was sixth, and best, from the time when the first formed man appeared, heavenly its name, because all things to God shall be a care. O first race of sixth age. O mighty joy which he thereafter shared, when he escaped sheer ruin, by the waves much tossed, with husband and with brothers-in-law, stepfather and stepmother, and with wives of husbandess brothers suffering terribly.
We went from the social compact and contractual theory to utilitarianism, absolute idealism, cronyism, and Marxism. Some even, in the beginning, questioned the theory of sovereignty by the people, stating, if founded on the principles of consent by the people, what if there is a form of original contract where the people can tacitly reserve the power of resisting the sovereignty, when they find themselves aggrieved with that authority that they have voluntarily entrusted? It has also been said that even though sovereignty found is a great and honorable idea, it has seldom had a place and rarely to its full extent, further suggesting that there must be some other foundation of government admitted. Living our lives as if we are actors on a stage, and all wearing masks, is by no means a clear definition of the word person. We are being defined and have been for quite some time by different authors, disciplines, and cultures. Different, of course, according to time and place. Legal persons are nothing more than a concept, and the natural person is human. Legal persons are only used so that corporations, groups, and entities can be recognized in the eyes of the law. This also gives rights to these corporations, groups, and entities to exercise their rights, according to common law and the Constitution. Other than individuals within these corporations, groups, and entities, they are not flesh and blood, and they do not have all the rights that the natural person has. A natural person can vote and hold office, where a corporation cannot. A corporation can sue or be sued, as well as own property. Both the natural person and corporations are capable of committing crimes, though corporations do not have to appear in court. They are often represented by their attorney on behalf of the corporation instead. According to interpretation, a person can frame a picture of the world, formulate plans, and can act on those plans. The person in law and philosophy is closely related to citizenship, equality, and liberty, which makes it quite controversial. Being a person is a responsibility, with rights, privileges, protections, as well as liabilities. In some cases, the person is considered properties in probate, non-human entities, artificial intelligence, political and legal entities, corporations, and sovereign states. The definition in some cases may even exclude some humans with mental impairments, and it already excludes pregnancy. Throughout time, the judiciary has used excuses to avoid the subject of the definition for a person. In some cases stating, it would place the administration of government on the footstool of the judiciary. Saying this to practice judiciary restraint and deference toward the direct legislation process. Holding to the premise that the court does not interfere with separation of powers. Time and time again the courts stand behind the 14th Amendment, saying that corporations are groups of individuals united for a common purpose. Also they stand behind the First Amendment, claiming that the courts cannot restrict freedom of speech, with concerns to corporations, political activist groups, nor the media. Furthermore, the courts are prohibited from taking property from corporations without due process and proper compensation, yet can do this to the natural person. All of this is a result of the court's decision that a corporate charter is a contract, and the obligation of a contract cannot be impaired without violating the Constitution of the United States. In general usage, person is considered to be a human, but in statutory law, a person can also be a firm, labor organization, partnerships, associations, corporations, legal representatives, trustees in both bankruptcy and receivers. Internationally, legal personality is a prerequisite for an international organization to sign international treaties in its name. This is termed as juridical persons, and they become a personality when they are incorporated in accordance to law. The natural person becomes a legal person when the individual is born. Some contest that the person is not interpreted correctly at all according to the analysis of the concept. They believe that the person is directly connected to free will, and is a description of human volition according to the individual's desire. Humans may want to do something, or may not want them to do something. They may want or may not personally a specific thing. These are all according to their capacity of wanting to be different in their preferences and purposes from what they are at that moment in time. Animals also display these desires, but what separates them from humans is the ability of self-evaluation. This, according to law, is what defines a person, not because they're humans, but because rights and duties are attributed to them. This, according to lawyers, is what defines the natural person. People who wish to subvert are not terrorists, and they do not wish to destroy bridges or buildings either. Most of them are politicians, diplomats, corporations, journalists, labor unions, and lobbyists. With concerns to time, money, and manpower, people that subvert government spend 15% on doing outward harm to society. 85% of their time is spent on subverting their target in the background and behind closed doors. You cannot subvert anything that does not wish to be subverted. Call it subversion or corruption, but the misconception of the term is precisely why it is not even a moral manpower United States, much less a crime at all. It is a two-way street, and the only way to subvert anyone or anything is if this is spent to target. Promises of peace and uncontrollable growth create pacifism. This is to create the illusion that your enemy is not your enemy, but a friend. This with the reduction of spending, trade, and financial aid. Then comes propaganda with a movement, and of course more economic aid to support the movement. Expansion of power and economic control will begin with even more propaganda, which will result in protests, crimes, and corruption in the media. Feeling isolated from the rest of the world, and losing confidence in alliances made with other countries will also happen. Soon propaganda about great achievements will begin, and humanitarian aid will be sent to show that the government gives support. If we are a true democracy and free society, it would be easy to understand that we, as a country, have many movements within our country. The moment that all these movements begin to move in the same direction, is the moment that some people would wish to catch hold of these movements and support them until our society's structure collapses. When this happens, these people can create artificial bodies of non-elected officials, introducing non-elected officials into our society's structure and replacing the old elected body from before. This, of course, takes away the people's initiative and responsibility, replacing it with bureaucracy. Challenging social issues with concerns of rights versus obligation, resulting in less individual response. Promoting ignorance by manipulating, monopolizing, and discrediting the media with horse-race journalism, turning journalists into feeble-minded and mediocre snobs, without courage or competition. It is easier to survive that way. They are given the same wages eventually because their performance does not matter. As long as they smile into the camera, and do as they are told. Create a sense of alienation through urbanization, stealing land, and affecting the population. Creating arguments between labor and society by disrupting collective bargaining rights. Unions were originally established to create a better working environment and protect the rights of their workers. It eventually brought an end to natural exchange and created an economy that is intertwined and interdependent. So the workers lose because they go on strike and can never catch up because of inflation and time lost on the job. That is even with a 10% increase in salary too. Millions lose out because of the economy, and collective bargaining is no longer a part of the compromise. A third party, of course, has to distribute everything accordingly, and the only people who profit are union leaders and corporate billionaires. Antagonizing politicians on both sides of the aisle from within both to create disunity. Assaulting allies further causes a sense of isolation. Through propaganda, mass media, and discrimination, a person's right to sell his labor at his own free will is taken away. Instead of going according to our deeds, believing that what we do is important, we believe that we all should be treated the same. We build our society on that premise under the word equality. Yet, equality cannot be legislated according to our own constitution. In the stages of destabilization, labor and employer relations is further radicalized. The legitimacy of demands placed on the worker is accepted, without the initiative to fight or participation in the decision-making process on the part of the worker. If a bargaining process could be established during the destabilization process, more radicalization is used. Anything that is of value is subverted, until what is perceived is so distorted that the enemy is no longer seen as the enemy. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize society. Destabilization is exactly what it sounds like, the destabilization of decision-making relations, institutions, and organizations. How do people do it? They let the people do it to themselves. Teaching children permissiveness and relativity, instead of what is pragmatic and important. The relationship between teacher and student is frustrated during the destabilization stages, because there can be no compromises. In society, there are many tendencies going in the opposite direction from its basic morals, values, and principles. Subversion's main purpose is to take advantage of these tendencies and capitalize on them, usually through religion, education, social structures, power structures, labor relations, and law enforcement. In the destabilization stage, it is narrowed down to the economy, law enforcement, military, and media, but with the use of radicalization also.
But before this the god Tao thus imitated the features of the gods who were his companions, Kronos, and Dagon, and the rest, and gave form to the sacred characters of the letters. He also devised for Kronos as insignia of royalty 4 eyes in front and behind, but 2 of them quietly closed, and upon his shoulders 4 wings, 2 as spread for flying, and 2 as folded. And the symbol meant that Kronos could see when asleep, and sleep while waking, and similarly in the case of the wings, that he flew while at rest, and was at rest when flying. But to each of the other gods he gave 2 wings upon the shoulders, meaning that they accompanied Kronos in his flight. And to Kronos himself again he gave 2 wings upon his head, one representing the all-ruling mind, and one sensation. And when Kronos came into the south country he gave all Egypt to the god Tao thus, that it might be his royal dwelling place. And these things, he says, were recorded first by Sudok's 7 sons, the Kaberi, and their 8th brother Asclepius, as the god Tao thus commanded them. All these stories Thabian, who was the very first hierophant of all the Phoenicians from the beginning, allegorized and mixed up with the physical and cosmical phenomena, and delivered to the prophets who celebrated the orgies and inaugurated the mysteries, and they, proposing to increase their vain pretensions from every source, handed them on to their successors and to their foreign visitors. One of these was Isirius, the inventor of the 3 letters, brother of China the First, who had his name changed to Phoenix. Then again afterwards he adds, but the Greeks, surpassing all ingenious, appropriated most of the earliest stories, and then variously decked them out with ornaments of tragic phrases, and adorned them in every way, with the purpose of charming by the pleasant fables. Hence Hesiod and the celebrated Cyclic poets framed theogonies of their own, and battles of the giants, and battles of titans, and castrations, and with these fables, as they traveled about, they conquered and drove out the truth. But our ears, having grown up in familiarity with their fictions, and being for long ages preoccupied, guard as a trust the mythology which they received, just as I said at the beginning, and this mythology, being aided by time, has made its hold difficult for us to escape from, so that the truth is thought to be nonsense, and the spurious narrative truth. Let these suffice as quotations from the writings of Sanchuniathon, translated by Philo of Byblos, and approved as true by the testimony of Porphyry the philosopher. The same author, in his History of the Jews, further writes thus concerning Kronos. Tao thus, whom the Egyptians call Thoth, excelled in wisdom among the Phoenicians, and was the first to rescue the worship of the gods from the ignorance of the vulgar, and arrange it in the order of intelligent experience. Many generations after him a god Surmabelos and Thuro, whose name was changed to Ysarthus, brought to light the theology of Tao thus which had been hidden and overshadowed by allegories. And soon after he says, it was a custom of the ancients in great crises of danger for the rulers of a city or nation, in order to avert the common ruin, to give up the most beloved of their children for sacrifice as a ransom to the avenging demons, and those who were thus given up were sacrificed with mystic rites.
Constantine and Lucianus gave freedom to Christians, which was confirmed by the Edict XII of Milan late in the same year, and that's in EUS ECCL HIS X5. With these historical statements, we have to compare the allusions to the condition of the Christians in the two portions of the great apologetic work of the same author. We may notice first certain passages which seem to have been written just before or immediately after, and finally cessation of the persecution and Preep EV 584 AB or Preep PRAEP dot EV 584 A.B. Even up to the present time, the noble witness, martyrs of our Savior throughout the whole inhabited world, while practicing not to seem but to be just as devout, have suffered all things that Plato enumerated. Here's the words, and it's some Greek words here, imply that the persecuted, if not still raging, had very recently ceased. Another passage, which seems to have been written before the persecution had come to an end, is found in Demonstration of the Gospel, III 5.78, commenting on our Savior's prophecy, and that's Matt XXIV 9, Luke XXI 12, that his disciples should be brought before rulers and kings for his name's sake. He adds, and shall suffer all kinds of punishment for no fault or other good reason, but all this solely for his name's sake. And we may marvel at the prediction when we see this working up to the present time. For the confession of the name of Jesus is wont to inflame the wrath of the rulers, so that though no fault has been committed by one who confesses Christ, they punish him cruelly for his name's sake. Here again, the present tense, and they got a Greek word, seems to imply the persecution was still raging. A strong contrast to the language of these earlier passages is found in the demonstration v. 3.11, who therefore, on seeing the churches of our Savior flourish in the midst of the cities and in villages and country places throughout the whole inhabited world, and the people being ruled by him. Again in Preap EV 9 D7, Eusebius, speaking of the Christian religion, says, after these many years of persecution it shines forth far more brightly, and daily becomes more conspicuous, and grows and multiplies more and more. From such a description, it is evident that the great change had occurred in the policy of the Roman emperors towards the Christian religion, and we may fairly conclude that the earlier passages were written shortly before or shortly after the cessation of the persecution, and the later after some years of peace and prosperity. Considering that the preparation and the demonstration are the two connected portions of one great work which must have been a long time in execution, we cannot be surprised at finding indications of different dates occurring in different parts of two treatises, and though unable to fix a precise date either for the commencement or for the completion of the whole work, we can hardly be wrong in saying that it began about the year 312 AD, but not finished till a few years afterwards. On this later point, we have an interesting note of time of Preap EV 134. Many of the most highly inspired, even of their chief hierophants, Hierophant, and theologians and prophets, who were celebrated for this kind of theosophy, not only in former times, but also recently in our own day, under cruel tortures, before the Roman courts declared that the whole delusion was produced by human frauds. The passage evidently refers to the punishment of the false prophets and hierophants described in Eusebius, Hist. HIST. ECCL. IX11. Licinius, on arriving at the city of Antioch, made a search for impostors and tortured the prophets and priests of the newly erected statue, asking them for what reason they practices their deception. And when under the stress of torture they were no longer able to conceal the matter, they declared that the whole mystery was a fraud contrived by the art of Theotechnus. Theotechnus. He therefore meted out just judgment to all of them, and first put Theotechnus himself to death, and then his confederates in the imposture after innumerable tortures. These executions took place immediately after the death of Maximus in 313 AD, and were followed by a further decree of toleration for the Christians. We cannot be wrong, therefore, in saying that the words recently in our times were written neither before nor much after 314 AD. The time thus indicated in the work itself was especially opportune for such a defense of Christianity as Eusebius was undertaking. Persecution had ceased for the present, and there was no immediate need for such appeals to the justice of mercy on pagan emperors as had been formed a chief subject of the first Christian apologists. But the remembrance of the suffering endured especially by the martyrs of Palestine had witnessed, if not actually shared by Eusebius himself, was still fresh, nor could there be any assurance that persecution would not be renewed under emperors less favorable of Christianity or less prudent than Constantine. The wavering attitude of the emperor himself at this period is well described by Gibbon. CXX. The devotion of Constantine was more peculiarly directed to the genius of the sun, the Apollo of Greek, the Roman mythology, and he was pleased to be God of light and poetry. The wavering attitude of the emperor himself at this period is well described by Gibbon, Gibbon, CXX. The devotion of Constantine was more peculiarly directed to the genius of the sun, the Apollo of Greek and Roman mythology, and he was pleased to be represented with the symbols of the god of light and poetry. As long as Constantine exercised a limited sovereignty over the provinces of Gaul, his Christian subjects were protected by the authority and perhaps by the laws of a prince who wisely left to the gods the care of vindicating their honor. If we may credit the assertion of Constantine himself, he had been an indignant spectator of the savage cruelties which were inflicted by the hands of Roman soldiers on those citizens whose religion was their own crime. If the prudent policy of the emperor was dictated by a sense of the growing power of Christianity in the state, nothing could help so much to strengthen this feeling and turn it into a permanent conviction as a full exhibition of the contrast between the effete superstitions and gross immorality of paganism and the pure and vigorous spirit of the new religion. The conflict was not ended, but it had assumed a new character. Persecution had failed, but our weapons, not less formidable, remained. The old charges of atheism, apostasy, and hostility of the state, though often refuted, were constantly renewed. Learning the philosophy lent their aid both in attacking the supposed credulity of the Christians and in endeavoring to infuse new life into the ancient polytheism. Porphyry, the most learned and able philosopher of his age and the bitterest opponent of Christianity, was but lately dead and had left behind him a work of 15 books against the Christians. As far as we can judge from the fragments that remain, this was the most comprehensive and powerful attack that had yet been made upon the new faith. Eusebius was keenly alive both to the ability of the author and to the dangerous character of his criticisms, and there was need as well as opportunity for a new and comprehensive defense of the truth so vehemently attacked. In explaining the plan of his treatises, Eusebius promised 7a1 that his purpose shall be worked out in a way of his own, differing from the method of the many Christian authors who had preceded him. This promise is further explained, 17a1, as meaning that his arguments will not depend on his own statements, but will be given in the very words of the most learned and best-known advocates of the pagan religion, that so the evidence alleged may not be suspected of being invented by himself. The cogency of this mode of argument, truthfully and fairly conducted, is unquestionable, but it had not in this case such entire novelty as Eusebius seems to claim for it. We shall find as we proceed that many of his arguments are the same as those of the early apologists, Aristides, Justin Martyr,
and today it would be freaking Turkey, but at the time it was the Urartu, and
Yeah.
back with the Assyrians and the Urartu, and now the Romanians are claiming that the Urartian history actually belongs to them, and that it was taken away from them because Turkey was made into a country, which a lot of the area they had, like Mount Ararat, was actually ran by the Urartu. It was controlled by the Urartu. So there's a big thing going on. Huh?
Who's the Urartu?
The Urartu was a civilization that they were well, after the Phoenicians, and after I would it's hard to explain. Like, you had the Hittites, okay, but then you had the Urartu, which was before all of the Hittites and everything, and the Urartu, they were kind of integrated into the Minoans.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard that name before.
Yeah.
Urartu.
Here, I'll spell it out to you. Urartu. Urartu. Now that goes to I could probably just pull it up.
Oh yeah.
The Urartu Kingdom is basically what it is.
Wow. Huh.
And the Urartu Kingdom took up a pretty wide span too. Is that coming through?
Yeah, from the Euphrates.
Not if you're sharing your screen. Nope. No,
To
but if
Iraq.
you're sharing your screen, I don't see it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's just the
So
chat.
it's
Can you
almost-
put it on your screen?
Yeah, I can screen share it. Let me screen share this real quick. Image for the Urartu. And there you go.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
That is the Urartu, and that is
let's see.
that's the kingdom that was eventually. I'm thinking it's the it was the not Minoans. I keep wanting to say that because it's American, but it's not. It's the Mycenaeans. They're the ones that integrated in with the freaking Iranians whenever
These are all Atlantean
when Persia
descendants as well.
developed into the empire it was. But these guys ended up integrating into the Persian Empire, basically, and it was more up in this area, up around Anatolia, right here. Okay. Can you guys see my mouse?
Do it again.
Okay, up there. You know where Anatolia is, right?
No.
Okay. Anatolia is. Let me see if I can get on the action. Now, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
Okay, Anatolia is this area right here that I'm circling. Okay. Now this is
like
where
I can't look
and
anything
Syria,
else
right?
anymore.
it's up around Turkey and around the borders of Lebanon.
Beautiful area. Fucking love that area.
Then you have Romania, you have Azerbaijan, Georgia. All of that are areas that were ruled by the Urartu.
Need to date that.
And the Urartu stretched all the way to Mount Lebanon. And when it comes to that region, a lot of people don't realize, like, that's where a lot of the influence comes from. Like the flood myths, a lot of people believe that it actually started because the Caspian Sea flooded out into the Black Sea after freaking changes happened in the Egyptian
Stop.
In the Egyptian continent or the African
Man,
continent. You know.
I can actually give you a little bit of insight into that. So that area was also known as the Garden of Eden, right? Back in ancient times, it was called Eden.
Yeah.
Okay, because the whole area was the most lush, green area on the planet, right?
Fertile.
Because there was so much water there, and what happened was this big catastrophe happened where a tsunami came up the Mediterranean and hit that corner there of Anatolia where you just circled, and it got. Can you go onto Google Maps with the satellite view?
Let me. I'm having issues getting on my search engine, but I can get it.
You as well?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think it's becoming an epidemic because I'm hearing a lot.
It was just at the top there.
Yeah, I know. Here it is.
Top middle, yeah.
Now, where do you want?
Okay, see if you can get satellite view down the bottom left.
Oh, satellite? Yeah.
Okay, scroll out to Anatolia.
I just type it in.
Or, Turkey.
I just told Anatolia, Turkey, not Anatolia, United States. Anatolia. Anatolia.
Yes.
There it is.
It had it in your. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, so zoom out a bit. All right. Zoom out some more. Some more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at where it's at.
Yeah, zoom out more. Zoom out even more.
Oh my God, what do you want to do to me? Okay, I got you. This is about as far as I can go. You there?
Check up a bit. No, he muted. Can you go back out again, please?
This is about as far as I can go on here.
Yeah, that's good. Just looking at Shiny Tail. No.
Now see.
Can you scroll in a little bit, please?
This is Syria, right here. Okay.
Yeah.
That's Lebanon. Now Assyria was this whole area right in here. Turkey, right here. This is Anatolia. Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Romania, which is Armenia. Sorry, the Armenians. These were the basic areas for the Urartu, with this right here as well. This is Van, okay? And Van is where you find the Mount, oh God, what was it? It's this is the mountain that I was referring to. I believe it is. If you look here, here's Armenia. Here's Van. Armenia believes that this is all a part of the original territory of the Urartu. And that's why Turkey and Armenia don't get along.
Armenia.
Lebanon is just right here. You see? So you've got Lebanon here. You've got Turkey here. You got freaking the Urartu here. This is Assyria, right around here, all through here. And then down here where Iraq is, that's all freaking Babylon and the Sumerians. And Israel is all the way down here. Now, he was talking and then he freaking went off, so I don't know.
Yeah, you got muted.
I think he got cut off.
Can you hear me?
There he is.
Are you there?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
We got the map up.
Okay, I must have muted myself, sorry. I've been talking this whole time, I couldn't understand why you're talking over me.
You're gonna have to start over. Say it again.
That's
Alright, so my
talking
point was, you can actually see the scars in the landscape geologically that these ancient tsunamis caused when those big floods happened, of the flood myths, right? Karma, do you know the flood myths we're talking about, like Noah's flood, that kind of thing? So if you zoom right back out again, I want to show you guys how to look at this, okay? I want you to put your goggles on for catastrophe, massive catastrophe. So like zoom out even further back to the whole planet.
This is as far back as I can go.
Yeah, that's perfect. So notice how it's all green except North Africa, and then it bleeds out into like Russia kind of area. That's the direction that the tsunami went, right? So like where the Azores are, in the middle of the Atlantic there, that's where the comet hit. And the comet hit the ocean there, and it hit Canada where the Great Lakes are. And the tsunami backfired up between Portugal and Morocco. It went up the Mediterranean and hit Syria. And the tsunami was so big, it went all the way up Kazakhstan, all the way up into Mongolia, and you can see how it just ate out all the topsoil of that whole area, right? And then it rushed down, and it actually killed the Indus Valley civilization next to India and Pakistan, and that's why that whole area today is desert up in Africa, because of this big tsunami that hit it like 12,000 BC. And before that, it was all green. You know, there was no desert.
Up here
Sahara Desert back
in the Mongolia area and the Kazakhstan and all that, that's also referred to as the Russian steppe. So you also have to take that into consideration too. Like if there was
Can you guys see what I mean though? By like how the color bleeds out into that direction, you can almost see the flow, right?
Yeah.
You can almost see the flow going in that direction.
Now, see, I was also made aware of the fact that, like, up here in Egypt and everybody, and welcome to WoW Talk. I'm back again with another episode that I think everybody's going to enjoy, especially for people on WoW, because here recently I've had to take down a lot of videos that had to do with sightings of ghosts and UFOs, which I didn't really like, but I got some good news. We have an opportunity to do an interview with a guy by the name of John Bell. Now, John Bell has been in the, well, I guess you could say he's been doing what was traditional for a while, for a lot of years, but he also is going to be here giving commentary on some of the sightings that he's had with UFOs. Now, I met him last night. I want to put it out there because I wouldn't have been able to met John if it wasn't for what's the name of that show? It was the
Cafe Enigma.
All New Cafe Enigma is what it was, and I'd like to say thanks to those guys over there for allowing me, or for introducing me to John. And also to, I have a real hard time with his name, but
I can't say it either. Don't feel bad.
It's really a weird last name, but his name is Mark Washchazek. Washchazek, something like that. I'll give a shout out to him, and if you guys have a chance, check out his stream. It's pretty good. So with that, I'd like to welcome you, John, to the show, and I would like to hear a little bit of background about you. Kind of tell us a little bit about your history when it comes to UFOs, stuff like that, and then we can get on to the footage and everything, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. It's nice to meet you. Probably about, I'm thinking I moved here down in South Central Florida probably about 13 years ago, and at that point I started noticing stuff in the sky, objects that were way up there with the satellites and that didn't belong. Obviously it wasn't satellites, and first two I seen was like welding torches coming together, and there was a third one that was sitting there invisible, that when those two met and they went right past each other, the other one lit up and went over to the horizon. That was it. I was like, man, I got to figure out how to record these things, because seeing is believing, but if you got a video, then it happened. You can prove it happened then. So fast forward 10 years later, I finally, after experimenting and buying different equipment and talking to all these people over the years, I finally figured out that I had a night vision that would actually work. And the night vision is high definition, doesn't have a iris in the back of the lens. It's just a bank of sensors in the back, so I don't have the problem of having lens flares and all that other stuff that's associated with regular photography. And it was a whole lot cheaper when you get all the high definition out of one package without having to swap lenses or do all this, or download your pictures onto a long program that processes them so you can see what you actually videoed or captured. And mine's pretty straightforward. It's I download it straight off my night vision scope onto my telephone, and from the telephone I've got a small editing program where I can shorten the videos or make them longer and take out the parts where I'm just sitting there and I left the record button on too long and it's just sitting there looking at the side of my truck. So now that I got that equipped, I can post the videos pretty rapidly now without having to go through a lot of trouble. I can have a video up that I've recorded in the yard less than 5 minutes. I'll have it up and it'll be on YouTube posted. And anyway, I started, when I finally got to where I could record what I was looking at, I had a bunch of questions, because seeing it is one thing, but when you've got a high definition night vision where you can really see the details, I didn't know what I was looking at in some of these objects. And I still go through the old videos that are 3 years old now and see the details in the video, and I'm like, what the hell is that? What was that? And then I get to looking, I'll figure it out. I'll slow it down to where I can see it good, and it'll be some object that I didn't even know was there. It was just going so fast, it didn't register in my brain that I just had an object fly by. So The first video he's going to put up is I'd been videoing for about a year, and this one object in particular, I had recorded it numerous times. It's just I didn't expect it to get this close. It got within 1,000 feet. In the video, you can see that, and it is hexagon shaped, and it's very bright, like the sun or star, and about size of a bus, almost as big as a jet airline, but not quite. And you'll see it.
Okay, let me get this going real quick.
So did you find the link?
Yeah, I got the link. I got it going on to your John Bell one. That's the first one on top, right?
Yeah, the first one I sent you, first link.
Okay.
It's coming directly overhead.
Let me actually stop that real quick so that I can put it on the OBS and let people see it. All right.
Yeah, it helps if they can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so got it set up and I'll start it from the beginning.
On this one.
All right.
There's a tree. You can see how big it is. And this is just one type of object. This is a large UFO sphere. Well, I guess you guys did come back. The next link I'm going to show you is a whole different object.
Wow. You got 2 minutes worth of footage there, too. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's only half of it.
Oh, wow. Seriously.
Yeah, that's only half. There's a part 2 to that also. And then, let's see, I met a couple of people because they grabbed a video off of Facebook, and I never posted it on Facebook. And I was like, wow, how'd you get my video? One video. And somebody put it together, and I was like, wow, at least they did a good job putting it together. He's probably going to pick up speed and go straight up. Or he's going to hang out above me, one or the other. So, yeah, I've got another one that I think it stayed in view 4 minutes. Wow. And it got not as close as that one, but the object itself is bigger than that one. In the yard, shit.
Now,
I got a spot cleared for you. I'm sure we'll work something out.
Or if it was something that was flying high up into the air.
Oh, it's solid object.
Solid?
Yeah, it's solid object. Yeah, I actually did a report on MUFON with that one. It came back UFO. So.
Wow.
He's probably big enough. They'd all probably. Yeah, it's a no-brainer when it's that close and it's not moving very fast and it's looking at you and it makes a turn.
Yeah.
He's directly over my head right now.
That's pretty cool.
What's up there, buddy? Well, come on down. I ain't scared. You ain't bothering me none.
It did look like it was actually going to try to come down, didn't it?
I had about 5,000 maybe. Yeah, it was so bright I thought it was an airplane landing light. That's what I thought it was initially. Yeah, and cool. There was actually a small plane. They were headed to each other, like head-on collision kind of thing, and the plane's not moving very fast. It was like a Cessna, and the UFO's not moving very fast. Well, the next thing I know, it turned and it came towards me, and I was like, well, that's kind of weird. That must be a helicopter or something. And it got a little bit closer, and I'm like, holy crap. Then I'm like, did I push the record button? Oh, my God. Because that happens before. I've actually did that. I'm like, man, I got the neatest UFO footage. Look, and the record button is off, and you're like, oh.
I'll tell you what, that was pretty good footage right there. I know last night you guys were sharing stuff with me on my account and everything, and I went on here to try to find it, and the only thing I got from you that is still on there was the alien orb visit beginning number 1, and then the short version hyper disc with the creepy sound.
Yep.
All those other all the other stuff that you posted up on the Cafe Enigma
none of it was there. So
Yeah, that's Mark. Mark, when he leaves and shuts that lobby down, it does something to it. I don't know, but Mark's had some technical difficulties on his show because the internet is not what it used to be. It's like maybe the sun is interfering with it. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But it keeps dropping people out of the show, And
I know that when we were talking about the stuff that you've done on videos, you were telling me that this is years and years of thousands of video clips, pretty much that you've.
It's about 3 years worth.
3 years.
3 years, and there's 1,400 videos on there, and I don't post the normal stuff. I only post anything that catches my eye or that I think somebody would like to watch. There's a lot of footage I have where the UFOs they're so high you really can't see them that good, and they're not doing anything. They're just going across, and it's like, okay, see you later, buddy.
And so my thing with the situation is it does not seem like it's strategically implemented, then what does it look like? Because how does it pop up all of a sudden and then it disappears?
Yeah. Well, see, the thing too that brought me to this story was the whole thing behind Mercury. And back when I first started checking out the conspiracy theories, quote unquote, I started finding out about the vaccine that they're using for girls, or I guess now they're trying to even push it on boys for HPV. Okay.
No.
And originally they were putting freaking mercury in that vaccine, and it was actually causing problems and hurting people. And I think they stopped putting mercury in that back in the early 2000s at one time. At least somebody pointed it out to me. But that was one thing that really got to me. And they've been using mercury for quite a long time when it comes to vaccines and stuff of that nature. And for me, just period, using mercury in any kind of medicine is just insane. I don't understand why people would do that.
Yeah, the links to what is it? Not Alzheimer's, or no, not Alzheimer's. Asperger's and whatever the kids are getting.
Yeah.
What is it called?
Not
it's
severe.
like it's not Asperger's. It's a little bit more severe.
Let me see here. They had it on there too. I was going through and pulling up all this stuff.
Autism.
That's
yeah.
it.
It's like getting linked to this, but there's other scientists that are refuting that there's no link to, no correlation to mercury or any kind of vaccine causing autism. But yeah, the people that are saying that there are links, they show their evidence and prove how it is, but they're the people that are you know how they pay for any kind of study and research to, research studies to be found, whatever, for the corporations, not for the people.
In favor of the corporations.
Right.
Yeah. Now, see. Oh, go ahead.
They want to control the data. No, I was just saying the people with the money are the ones that control the data.
Exactly.
Yep. Now, the one thing with that too, with like the research and everything, if you notice as well, they'll always throw examples of, well, this works for this and it worked out pretty good, like for a good example would be lithium. Okay, lithium helps people who are schizophrenic and stuff like that, and it has lead in it. All right, that's actually one of the basic substance for lithium. And they put it in there and they say, well, lithium actually helps and blah, 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 So they're giving kids freaking lithium that's lead-based.
As a form to treat something that's mentally based and to do things with thought processing. Yep. And now they're poisoning themselves and themselves so that they have to. And it's suicide.
Well, I personally have a problem with giving medicine to younger kids because, like, that's the time period when these kids have to freaking mature, you know what I mean? And their bodies are going through changes as it is. So you don't need to be giving them freaking pharmaceutical medicine for freaking, mental disorders and shit by the time they're 6 years old. I don't agree with that.
The prime time of their development, and then they're saying, and then they talk about how even like men's frontal lobe does not fully develop until I think it was 21 or 23. I don't remember the exact age, but just imagine and then no offense to any men on the street, but like men are usually the ones who exhibit higher levels of ADHD, but that's just activity. They put these labels on it, but men are used to, like, if we like domesticated our wildness in general for men and women, and men are used to being outside hunting and doing stuff, and so then when they're not able to just sit in the classroom and stare at a board, they're
labeled as
mentally challenged or ADHD. They have issues, but that's the thing, because they're still developing, and that's why they take advantage of being able to find any type of discomfort or just some type of discontentment. Like, this doesn't seem right. This doesn't fit into our mold. So it's a problem. And so that's throws some medicine
we live in an upside down, backwards world, and like it's no measure of whatever to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. However, that whole saying goes, and we use we claim to be giving health and mental health, regular health, and it's all actually hurting us more and keeping us at a level of discomfort, just enough to keep on going and living, surviving, but we're not able to thrive.
And you don't know that you're uncomfortable because it's presented to you as this is how you're supposed to act. Zombie mode is what's acceptable. So you are uncomfortable because you know that something's off. That's why people end up getting worse a lot of times, especially when you get the medicine, because the things like the side effects, if you listen to the side effects of a lot of these drugs, it'll tell you basically, hey, we're going to end the symptoms you're already having. Hear voices in your head, you may hear more. Already feeling paranoid? Well, wait till you take some of this.
Right.
Like, these are the labels, but it's like, but there's a chance that it might subside. And then the craziest part about all of it is 9 times out of 10, people are given placebos, which drives them their
right. All these medical professionals that claim to know, or especially in the mental health industry, claim to know what they're talking about. They're stabbing in the dark. They have no clue what they're talking about.
Never even experienced it.
When it does work, it's like, wow, it actually worked.
With this one person, let's see if we can get to a massive group. get a bunch of participants,
And
throw them an
and
incentive.
and it doesn't even work, quote unquote work. All it does is keep people just enough medicated so that they're not actually questioning their illegitimate authority.
Yeah. Now, have you guys ever heard of Thermosol? Thimerosal?
Not exactly. I'm
No.
sure I've
Is
heard
it
of
not
it
something?
somewhere, but I can't remember that
Is it
one
not something for
specifically.
like flu or something?
No, thimerosal is a mercury-contained compound that prevents the growth of dangerous bacteria and fungus. It is used as a preservative for flu vaccines in multiple dose vials to keep the vaccines free from contamination. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Now, Thermosol is also used during the manufacturing process for some vaccines to prevent the growth of microbes. In 1999, as a precautionary measure, the U.S. Public Health Service recommended removing Thermosol as a preservative for vaccines to reduce mercury exposure among infants as much as possible. Today, except for some flu vaccines in multi-dose vials, no recommended childhood vaccine contains Thermosol as a preservative. In all other recommended childhood vaccines, no Thermosol is present, or the amount of Thermosol is close to zero. No reputable scientific study have found an association between Thermosol in vaccine and autism. Now, I think that's what
what I was talking about. Mm-hmm.
There are two different components that contain mercury, and that's ethyl mercury and methyl mercury. The low levels of ethyl mercury in vaccines are broken down by the body differently and clear out of the blood more quickly than methyl mercury. So I figured I'd pull that up, and that's kind of what I remember going through that, and they were talking about that with the Thermosol and stuff like that. So I had that pulled up earlier. And
what do you see as the necessariness of vaccinations, just in general, not just COVID, but just in general? What do you see as, like, are they something that you feel are though necessary in order for us to maintain healthiness, or it's just because they, in almost all of them, if I'm not mistaken, you're getting a little variant of the actual disease or virus itself in regards to hopefully heal it, but that's what causes the side effects if your body rejects this. So what do you feel like it's really a way to help and like they're necessary?
Well, let me just ask this though. I mean, why do we need a freaking dangerous
substance to be injected in?
No, a dangerous preservative added to this supposed vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
to keep it stabilized, to keep it fresh, right? To keep it from yeah, you're right.
And they're doing that crap in foods too. I mean,
process. That's how you can get foods that won't expire till like May 2024, and it's like, what the heck are you putting in here?
The most unhealthy thing a person can do is go to a restaurant, okay? Because they put all this crazy shit. They put stuff in your food that women put in their makeup.
Oh, you're gonna make me vomit. Stop.
I was just reading the stuff that's in makeup. I can't even pronounce the words. Crazy.
And if you cannot pronounce it, then that's how you know it's not for you. Like, that's how I learned about my skincare or my face routine, because if you cannot pronounce the stuff, then you should not be using it at all, because it means that it's something dangerous. And anything, whether it's food or whether it's makeup. Like, I don't do much with makeup, but I do. Like, I have my toners and stuff like that for me to do my natural skincare routine. But when you have stuff to where you're unable to pronounce it, it should not be going in or on your body.
Are you on a Bluetooth device? Carmen?
I'm on my headphones, yeah, and
You
I'm in the
gotta,
car.
oh, okay, the car noise. Okay, that's what it is. I'm hearing car sounds. I thought it was something else, but cool.
Yeah, no, I'm headed to basketball.
Gotcha.
No, it's mentions on here too that the flu vaccine it's a preservative in multi-dose vials of flu vaccines and 2 other childhood vaccines. And
Wow.
it's used in the manufacturing process. Now, they mentioned 2 other childhood vaccines, but they don't want to name what
Elaborate.
those 2. Yeah, they don't want to name what those 2 childhood
See,
vaccines are.
the issue is that they do this stuff and they put out the information like, yeah, here, this is the science behind it, but
no one's gonna read it.
Yeah, all of them. I mean, I've been this way ever since the BlackBerry. When they came out with the BlackBerry phones, I didn't like it. I didn't like the way that well, first of all, the spell that it puts over people when they get their phones. You know what I mean? Like they're in a complete trance and everything rotates around their telephone.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. That's what my partner and I were talking about because, I mean, we worked at the university. And so we'll drive through there. And these kids will like just walk right out in the street looking at their phones. They don't even know what's going on around them. And it's like the whole world. And then you see it here when we're driving, like we'll get behind somebody, the light turns green and they're just sitting there. And he's like, why are they sitting there? I said, they're on their phone. They're on their phone. They start and they're just mesmerized. They forget about the light, and you have to beep at them. And so what's he doing? He's got like hearts. Did you see? But yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Down where the heart is at the bottom. If you hear somebody saying something that you like, you can go down there to that heart and click it. That's me doing it right there. So.
I just did it too. But so, yeah, and another thing we noticed, we just upgraded our iPhones because they always have these upgrades on them constantly. And we upgraded them, and I was talking to him, my boyfriend the other day, and he said, listen to this. And he pushed a button, and it says, you are now being recorded. And I said, really? When did that? Where is that? He said it's on the left-hand corner now since we upgraded. He said when we're talking, you can push it, but it'll tell you, you're being recorded, because I heard it. And he said, but I can record our whole conversation. And he said it's real easy. It's like right on the screen now. And he said that was one of the things that came in with the upgrade. And I was like, that's really kind of creepy.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like an upgrade to me, to be honest. I mean,
well, it is, because that wasn't on there before, and it's like this little round circle on the left all of a sudden, and it, like when he pushed it, like, and then he took it off, and then he pushed it again, and it says, "You're now being recorded. Is that okay?" or something. So
yeah,
person's recording you. But I didn't like that at all. I was like, ew, I don't like that.
No, I don't either. I've had my issues with them doing it. And then see, the thing of it is it's like when when you turn around and you go in and you say that it's okay to do it, so you've just given them permission to do it at any time they wish. If you haven't read the
Right.
the what do they call that,
The disclosures. The
mark.
disclosures. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know that was an option. And two, I think it does it. It says it really quickly. So, like, let's say I was talking to him, and I'm walking over to a door, or I'm starting to listen to something, and as well as talking to him, I might miss it.
Yeah.
He could push it, and he'd be like, "Oh, she didn't hear me, so now I'm recording her." So that's what him and I were talking about. It's like it's pretty easy, maybe to slide it in there. I hear your cat.
Yeah, he's yelling at me again. So what I am going to do, man, is I'm going to let him out, and hopefully, well, I don't know, I don't want to leave you here by yourself, so we'll actually talk for a little bit, and I will be back, and I'll comment on that.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah, you go ahead and let him out. It's only going to take a few minutes. I'm going to try to get Austin back in here. I texted him, I think, and see what's going on.
I'll be right back. It's just I have to open the door and close it. That's it. So I just don't want the sound of my creaking door on here when I go to do it.
I'm going to see if he...
Actually, somebody else took care of it.
Oh, okay. Great.
Oh, he came in on me. He jumped on my lap. He decided he didn't want outside. He wanted to come in here and harass me. So.
Yeah, they know when you're doing stuff. That's how cats are.
Mm-hmm. He's like, "What are you doing in there?" Meow.
They're very needy. And the two that come here, they're going all over the neighborhood and acting like they're everybody's cats. So everybody's feeding them, and they're getting so fat.
Oh, my cat does that too.
They're both.
Yeah.
So.
My cat, he goes from neighbor to neighbor, and I think when he disappeared, and that's what it was, one of them tried to take him in, and he didn't like that idea and finally broke free. So,
yeah.
So.
Is he neutered though? Is he neutered cat?
Oh no. I'm gonna let my dude hang free, dude.
Well, that's the thing, I worry about them, but they've been in this neighborhood of 2 or 3 years before they started coming to my house because the woman next door, she kind of quit feeding them because when my dog died, I started feeding them a little, and so she kind of let me do it. But they know this neighborhood, they know how to get around.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just for me personally, I don't like the idea of like going in and having his stuff snipped. You know what I mean? It's just I mean.
I just know, like with the kittens, there's too many of them, all that. But I'm like, I'm not keeping them in the house. If I was going to keep them in the house, I might do it and let them in and out. I never believe in just like locking them in the house. I don't like that because when I lived out in the country, we had 3 cats, and they came in and out, but they would use a litter box. I had a litter box in the house if they did. And if it was real cold, they'd come in and stuff. But mostly I liked it to where they could run around and do what they want to do, So, because that's what they like.
No,
yeah.
I've been able to get your chat to where it'll be on the stream too. If somebody does do a chat in
okay.
In thing, it'll be seen on the streams for YouTube.
Okay. Austin, are you back in?
Yeah, I can hear you guys and everything now. Can you guys see me and hear me?
I can hear you. Don't worry about seeing you.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
That's
okay.
That's a blessing right there. So just
what?
That we can see.
Well, that nobody can. Oh.
No, not the other way around, dude. Just the fact that we can hear you, that's a blessing. So.
Okay.
So we've got you back now. I noticed you were trying to run your mouth whenever we were talking. So let us know what was going on, and because I know you had some good stuff to say there. Because I could see the blue around you just popping. You know what I mean? So.
Okay, I don't know exactly where I left off.
We were
I
talking.
think I
We were talking about
I left.
spirits.
Oh yeah, I left off when I was talking about the substances that people abuse being living, breathing things,
Mm-hmm.
and I was talking about that in particular in with my experiences with heroin, because I never realized it until I did heroin. I had done a lot of other drugs and had drank and stuff, but I didn't realize it until I did heroin that a lot of all these substances I've used and stuff throughout the years, they're actually living, breathing things. It was something that had never really occurred to me until then.
Well, you know what was funny when you cut out is Roger was talking about how eating disorders can play.
Yeah, that was that was the last thing I remember him saying, and then I suddenly couldn't get any audio in. I didn't know what was going on anymore, and I had to drop out of the call and back in.
And see, that's what was interesting. I was talking about my sister, and all the things that happened at her house, and you saw pictures of her. I was relatively sure she had an eating disorder, so you know that.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that was something that made it so she was more vulnerable, to things.
Yeah, that could be actually a really good case on that, because I mean, it's like I said, it's always being brought up about that, and that's the thing. When these 12-step programs, a lot of people who haven't been involved with them don't really know, because all you have to have is like television to rely on, and they give you a half-assed story about it. Like, there's nothing true on TV when it comes to these 12-step programs.
No, that's just malarkey. Yeah.
Like they had that
Yeah.
one movie. What was it? Clean and Sober, where
Yeah.
the sponsor came in and searched your house for drugs and shit. Sponsors don't do that stuff.
No.
No.
So.
Yeah.
No, I mean when I did heroin, it was like the drug itself spoke. It came into my life at the right time when I was going through particularly difficult situations and spoke to all of my problems in just the right way, because it was like it was luring me in. And then when I finally got really sick on it, it was like the craving for it was starting to take hold, or the oppression I was under was broken. And that was when and then for after that I didn't crave it anymore. But I was one of the lucky ones, or well, not lucky is not a word I like. The blessed ones, because I do believe that the Lord stepped in and pulled me out for some reason from that, because it's like a form of demonic possession,
Yeah.
And Sam, of course, he went over the deep end. He became completely possessed by the stuff, and ultimately it killed him.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird. My sister was having at her house. She was having it was demonic stuff. Like she came home from work. I know I've told this story a million. Where she came home from work and all of the kitchen chairs were out, all the cupboard doors were open, and she went outside and waited for her husband home because she was. There was just a lot of stuff going on in that house, and around it seemed like.
See, I've always said that there's been. You go according to like if there's physical, emotional, and spiritual, and they're all the same. You know what I mean? You can't count one out without the other.
Right. They all tie together.
Yeah. And,
What's happening?
we're having issues.
Yeah, what's happening?
Austin is.
I'm still here. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Like
I muted you because we're getting feedback from your stuff. When you come back, just unmute. But yeah, that's what it was. His phone was causing some feedback and everything. So
now it seems okay. I don't know, but I'm hearing to see.
It was that chatter, man. It's that damn telephone stuff, man. You know what I mean? That's what we were talking about before with this technology and everything, and like you were talking about with you guys were doing, what was it, Alexa?
Yeah.
You know, and then look at here, you know, all of a sudden he's having problems with his phone and stuff like that and then Alexa pops up in the middle of it, and that's when his audio and everything started screwing up.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask him about that. He didn't, but now I guess he's gone again. I don't know.
Well, he said he had to step away, and then while he was gone, I muted it out. So he
Okay.
as long
He
as
should.
as long as he there he goes.
There he.
He's back.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah.
I went into my library over in the next room, and I was grabbing a book. I was looking for a passage in it where it talks about it, but I'm gonna mute my microphone, look for it for a few seconds.
Did you hear Roger talking about the new iPhone feature though when Jill and I upgraded our phones?
Yeah, it's not really an upgrade. It's not really a good thing.
Just something new you can do. You could do it anyway, but you had to go into your settings. But now it's right on the screen when you're talking to the person. It's a little, you can just push it right there. Because Gerald said, yeah, I just noticed different. And since we upgraded.
Terms of service, that's what I was thinking of. The moment you signed over that terms of service.
The Hermit's Tale. Once a scholar of ancient text and forbidden lore, the hermit had been a man of great intellect and curiosity. His thirst for knowledge led him down many paths, some illuminated by wisdom, others darkened by arcane secrets. He travelled far and wide, seeking the counsel of sages and the remnants of lost civilizations. His journey brought him to Ember Lake, a place he felt drawn to by a force he could not explain. It was there that he built his humble abode, a cabin filled with scrolls, artifacts, and strange instruments. The villagers knew little of the hermit, only that he kept to himself. Only that he kept to himself, and he seemed to commune with the elements. Some said he was a wizard, others a prophet, but all agreed that he possessed knowledge that was beyond the realm of the ordinary. As years passed, the hermit delved deeper into his studies, his behavior becoming more erratic, his presence by the lake more ghostly. He spoke of visions, a great conflagration, of a great conflagration that would cleanse the world and bring about a new age. It was during one such ritual, an attempt to harness the primal energies of fire and water, that tragedy struck. The ritual went awry, unleashing a furious inferno that consumed the hermit and his cabin, leaving nothing but ashes and unanswered questions. The villagers mourned the loss, though they did not understand the hermit's quest. They spoke in hushed tones of the man who had sought to touch the divine and had paid the ultimate price. And so the hermit's spirit lingered, bound to the lake, his unfinished business anchoring him to the mortal realm. It was only through the bravery of a visitor, centuries later, that his soul was finally released, allowing him to find the peace he had long been denied. The Hermit's Tale is a reminder of the fine line between brilliance and madness, and the cost that comes with reach. The Hermit's Tale is a reminder of the fine line between brilliance and madness, and the cost that comes with reaching beyond the veil of our understanding. And the cost that comes with reaching beyond the veil of our understanding. May his story be a beacon for those who seek the unknown, and a warning for those who would play with forces that are better left alone. The Phantom of Ember Lake. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there lay a serene body of water known as Ember Lake. It was a picturesque spot, beloved by the villagers for its tranquil waters and the way the sunset would paint the sky in hues of oranges and reds. But as night fell, a different side of Ember Lake emerged. It was said that on nights when the moon was nothing but a sliver in the sky, a ghostly figure would arise from the depths of the lake, cloaked in mist and carrying the scent of charred wood and ash. Long ago, a hermit had lived by the lake, a man of strange habits and stranger tales. He spoke of ancient rituals and the power of the elements, but the villagers dismissed him as a madman. That was until the night of the Great Fire. A blaze erupted from the hermit's cabin, fierce and unyielding. By morning, nothing remained but smouldering ruins and no sign of the hermit. The villagers whispered that he had called upon forces beyond his control, and they had consumed him. Now his spirit was bound to the lake, a guardian of its secrets, and a warning to those who dared to delve too deep into things beyond their understanding. Campers who visited Ember Lake spoke of eerie encounters, of a voice that echoed across the water, speaking in riddles and prophecy. Some claimed to have seen the phantom, its eyes burning like coals, its hands outstretched as if reaching for something or someone. One such camper, a brave soul with a love for the supernatural, decided to confront the phantom. They waited by the lake as the stars blinked out one by one, and the world held its breath. As the clock struck midnight, the temperature dropped, and a fog rolled in from the lake. And there, in the heart of the mist, stood the phantom, its gaze piercing through the gloom. The campers stood their ground, asking the phantom what it sought. and the reply came as a whisper on the wind. Freedom. With a heart full of courage, the camper offered to help, to perform whatever ritual was needed to release the hermit spirit. The phantom nodded, and together they completed the ancient rites that had been left unfinished so many years ago. As the final words were spoken, a great light burst forth from the lake, and the phantom's form dissipated, leaving behind a sense of peace that had long been absent from Ember Lake. The villagers woke to find the lake's waters clearer than they had ever been, and the air filled with the scent of fresh rain instead of ash. The hermit spirit was finally at rest, and Ember Lake was once again a place of beauty and calm. So, as we sit by our own campfire, let's remember the tales of Ember Lake and the hermit spirit, and know that sometimes the things that haunt us just need a little help to find their way home. May your dreams be free of phantoms, and may the only spirits you encounter be those of adventure and camaraderie.